Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Ryosuke, do you think it's not enough that the Uchiha clan has become hawkish? Ryosuke's expression suddenly turned somewhat sinister. Of course not. We need to eliminate all the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Only in this way can our Uchiha clan protect itself and restore the prestige of the Uchiha clan. When Yashiro heard Ryosuke's words, he didn't feel excited, instead he felt a chill. Ryosuke was too aggressive, and he even felt that the other party was a bit dangerous. How could the Uchiha clan possibly eliminate all of Konoha's high-ranking officials? Even mobilizing all the Uchiha clan members to fight would be unlikely. The village's leadership now possesses considerable power and influence. The Naruto's, and specifically Danzo's root organization, which was most targeting their Uchiha clan. Even the Uchiha clan wouldn't dare say they could easily deal with these two forces. Even the other clans in the village wouldn't just stand by and watch the Uchiha do this. If such a plan were actually carried out, the danger would not be to the Konoha leadership, but to the Uchiha clan. And there was even a risk of their extermination. "I'm speechless," said Yatsushiro. "Ryosuke, aren't we being too radical? As long as we seize power, we can restore the glory of our Uchiha clan." Ryosuke, however, said coldly, "Eighth Elder, don't be so naive. Do you think the Konoha leadership will just stand by and watch us seize power? Do you think they'll obediently hand over their power? The struggle for power is inherently bloody. If you don't want to fight to the death with your opponent, then you should obediently keep your tail between your legs." The 8th generation was furious upon hearing this. "That's enough, stop talking. Ryosuke is too radical and too dangerous. He's going to have a life-or-death struggle with the Konoha leadership." The radicals simply wanted to reclaim the power that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha clan. They didn't want to do anything so crazy. "Get out, we radicals have nothing to say to you." Ryosuke left Yashiro's office indifferently. It seems that the radical faction of the Uchiha clan has long lost the ruthlessness of their past brutal struggles. Inahi, who was waiting outside the door, could vaguely hear the arguing in the office. Then she saw Ryosuke push the door open and leave. He hurried into the office and looked at Yashiro, whose face was very pale and even angry. Did Ryosuke anger Yashiro by refusing to join their radical faction? He asked somewhat nervously, "Elder 8, doesn't Ryosuke want to join us?" He felt somewhat disappointed. Why were none of the family's elites willing to contribute to the family? After recovering from his shock, Yatsushiro said with a dissatisfied expression, "This guy is too monstrous. He actually wants our Uchiha clan to start a full-scale war with the Konoha leadership and kill them all. This will lead the Uchiha clan to destruction. Don't spread these words otherwise. The Konoha leadership might immediately target our Uchiha clan." Daihyo was stunned when he heard these words. Is Uchiha Ryosuke really that crazy? It's simply impossible to start a war with the Konoha leadership and kill them all. If the Uchiha clan were to do something so outrageous, their reputation in the village would plummet. Even other clans in the village would go to war with the Uchiha clan. He fully understood why the 8th elder was angry, since the radicals only wanted the Uchiha clan to regain its former glory, not to lead it to destruction. At this moment, Ryosuke was walking back to his ancestral home. As he walked, he inadvertently caught sight of a blonde child standing alone in the corner of the wall. Ryosuke slowly approached the other person. Naruto sensed something and looked up at the adult in a high-necked robe who was approaching him. I was initially quite wary, but the stranger's face didn't show any indifference or hatred. Instead, it had a peaceful expression. Naruto couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, are you a ninja?" Ryosuke didn't expect Naruto to take the initiative to talk to him, but the other party's way of addressing him was a little wrong. He was only 16 years old. "Don't call me uncle, just call me Ryosuke Nae. I am indeed a ninja." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Besides that, grandfather, This was the second person he had met who treated him kindly. Seeing Ryosuke's attitude, Naruto felt happy, and his previous unpleasantness vanished. Ryosuke nah. I want to become a strong ninja in the future too. Ryosuke said with a smile, of course you can. In the original storyline, Naruto really did become the 7th Hokage. Naruto also had some doubts at this moment. Ryosuke nah, don't you hate me? Ryosuke was taken aback. It seemed that Naruto was so disliked that he was somewhat traumatized. Why should I hate you? It's already respectable that Naruto didn't turn to the dark side in such an environment. If it were him, given how these Konoha officials and villagers treated him, he certainly wouldn't protect them, let alone turn against them and kill them. Because they don't deserve it. Naruto asked again, puzzled. Many people in the village hate me. They all call me a fox demon, do you know why? But no matter how many times he looked in the mirror, he realized that he was a human and did not have any fox organs. Ryosuke said with a smile, what fox spirit? If someone calls you a fox spirit, it just means that person is an idiot. Naruto was even more puzzled. What does idiot mean? Ryosuke explained patiently after all. The other person was still a child. They are people without brains. Or people whose brains are damaged. Naruto nodded. He began to understand what the other person meant. It turned out that those who were cursing him were either brainless or had lost their minds. He was still willing to believe Ryosuke he had just met. Ryosuke thought of the time he went into the store to buy something, but was kicked out. And said that, how about I treat you to ramen? He greatly admired the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto was his child. And he didn't want his childhood to be so tragic. Naruto asked, puzzled, Ryosuke-kun, what's ramen? Is it good? Ryosuke thought of the taste of ramen and exclaimed in admiration. Very delicious food. Naruto was somewhat intrigued after hearing this, and hesitated again before speaking. But I only have 10 tails left. I don't know if that's enough to eat. This was given to him by the old man. Ryosuke frowned upon hearing this. It was only 10 taels. The person who gave Naruto the money was probably that old man. The 3rd Hokage, they only gave Naruto 10 taels. Who do they think they are? Did they embezzle all the money left behind by the Hokage couple? How could the 4th Hokage and his wife not have any inheritance? The 3rd Hokage was truly heartless. 10 taels of silver can't even buy a bowl of ramen or a bowl of rice noodles. Naruto noticed the older boy's expression clearly. He didn't have enough money for a bowl of ramen. So he quickly said, if this money isn't enough, then I won't go. After saying that, he turned around and tried to leave. He usually eats simple food, which can fill his stomach but doesn't taste very good. However, he had no complaints. The old man was already a very kind person for taking care of him. An orphan, Ryosuke then called out to him. It's all right, brother will treat you to it. Chapter 40, One Not Letting the Descendants of Heroes Shed Tears. Naruto stared at his older brother with disbelief. She's such a nice person, not only did she not dislike him, she even treated him to food. Both eyes were almost filled with tears. Ryosuke didn't expect the other person to be so touched. It was just a simple thing, like treating someone to ramen. Just as Ryosuke was leading Naruto toward Ikaraku Ramen, one of the 2 masked men hiding in the shadows spoke up. Captain Kakashi, the Uchiha clan members are getting close to the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Isn't that too dangerous? Should we go and stop them? Kakashi waved his hand and said, although this person is from the Uchiha clan, he is a taijutsu ninja and is not dangerous. Let's follow the Hokage instructions and protect him secretly, without revealing our identities. In fact, his friend Obito Uchiha was also from the Uchiha clan. He even gave away a Sharingan before his death, proving that not all Uchiha clan members are arrogant and conceited. Moreover, this Uchiha Ryosuke was someone Guy mentioned as his new close friend. Both of them were taijutsu ninjas. The person Kai approves of must not be an evil person. Ryosuke quickly led Naruto to Ikaraku Ramen and ordered 2 generous bowls of ramen from the owner. He not only invited Naruto to have a serving, but he also wanted to have one for himself. You'll never get tired of this, no matter how much you eat. When the owner of Ikaraku saw Naruto enter his shop, he only frowned slightly before relaxing. Although rumors were circulating everywhere that the child was the reincarnation of a fox spirit, how could he possibly believe such an outrageous claim? The other person has hands and feet. They are clearly a human child. I don't know which despicable person spread such outrageous news. A small child was ostracized by these adults. Let alone children. Even adults would probably find it unbearable. He then prepared to go back to the inner room to prepare a sumptuous bowl of ramen to take care of him. Please wait a moment, we'll get it done right away. Naruto relaxed when he saw the shop owner's expression. This was the first time he hadn't been kicked out of the shop. Although Ryosuke was going to treat him to ramen, he wouldn't necessarily treat them to a meal if the restaurant didn't allow it, even if they had the money. Now he can finally relax and try out what kind of delicious ramen Ryosuke was talking about. The owner quickly brought out 2 steaming bowls of ramen. The bowl placed in front of Naruto was clearly larger than his, showing that the restaurant owner had put thought into it. Ryosuke greeted Naruto with a smile. Eat it while it's hot, it tastes even better. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately picked up the chopsticks beside him, grabbed a noodling to put it in his mouth. This tastes absolutely amazing. I was so excited, it was absolutely delicious. He eats ramen just as fast as Ryosuke. He quickly finished the large bowl of ramen, even drinking several mouthfuls of the soup before he was completely satisfied. Ryosuke was initially worried that Naruto, being so young, would overeat so much ramen. But seeing that Naruto didn't seem to be in any discomfort, he was relieved after all. It's not strange for a boy to eat a big bowl of ramen. Besides, this is the other person's favorite ramen. Both of them ate a full bowl of ramen and then sat down at the shop to rest. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the ramen shop at that time, so it wouldn't affect the shop's business. Before leaving, Ryosuke took out a large wad of cash and handed it to boss Ikaraku. The boss looked very surprised and quickly said, "Boss, this is obviously too much money." 120 taels would be enough, Ryosuke explained. This is 1920 taels, Naruto. If you want to come here for ramen in the future, the cost will be deducted from here if you run out of money. Just let me know when I come here in the future, and I will prepay. As the grandson of the Uchiha clan's elder, he has never lacked money. Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, so his status is in no way inferior to Naruto's, and he shouldn't be short of money. The owner of Yale finally understood what the other party's plan was, and happily accepted the money. He did not share the same distrust of the Uchiha clan as the other villagers. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan's security detail is very strict in enforcing the law, and has arrested many people who wanted to come here to freeload. He was already running a small business, and if those freeloaders took advantage of him, he wouldn't even bother trying to make money. He'd be lucky to break even. Naruto looked at Ryosuke with great excitement, and it seemed like tears were about to fall. He now feels that it's wonderful to be born in this village. After resting for a while, the two left Ikaraku Ramen and walked together for a distance on the street. Before parting ways, Naruto asked Ryosuke a question. "Ryosuke, why are you so nice to me?" This must be their first time meeting today. Naruto was genuinely happy that someone was being so kind to him. But he wanted to know why. Ryosuke spoke slowly. "Because you are a descendant of heroes. We must not let the descendants of heroes shed tears. The 4th Hokage and his wife died protecting Konoha. They were truly people who embodied the will of fire. He is a person with virtually no scandals, unlike the 3rd Hokage, who required others to embody the will of fire. This is the fundamental difference." Naruto's eyes were wide open. The other person's words had completely changed his understanding. A descendant of Hero Esthin, whose child am I? And why am I called a fox demon by the villagers? Just as Ryosuke was about to reveal Naruto's identity, a white-haired man wearing a mask appeared beside them and said coldly, "Stop talking." Ryosuke looked at the newcomer, recognized the white hair and frowned slightly. Isn't that Kakashi from the Anbu? Unexpectedly, it was he who personally protected Naruto. Naruto was very excited at this moment. He had always wanted to know the identity of his father and the reason why he was called the demon fox. Because he had hands and feet but no tail. And he didn't look like a fox at all. Were those villagers really blind, but unexpectedly? He was disturbed at this moment, and his face immediately turned displeased. Who are you? What right do you have to interfere in our affairs? Chapter 42. This is his test. Kakashi ignored Naruto and instead focused on Ryosuke Uchiha. Ryosuke didn't want to fall out with Kakashi here. So he smiled and said to Naruto, "Go back now. You'll find out your identity later." Naruto ultimately chose to go back, although he really wanted to know. He didn't want to cause trouble for Ryosuke if someone tried to stop him. Kakashi spoke slowly after Naruto left. "I hope you will never come into contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki again." If he hadn't stopped him, Naruto would have almost found out his true identity. If Naruto knew his true identity, he probably wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. And if it were leaked, it could be very dangerous. Ryosuke countered with a question, "Why?" Kakashi said calmly, "It might not be good for the Uchiha clan to get close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Ryosuke said helplessly, "Do you believe that the Nine-Tails is controlled by our Uchiha clan? Now that you also possess the 3 Tamo Sharingan, show me how you control a tailed beast." The other A and BU ninjas all looked at Kakashi. Could it be that Captain Kakashi also possesses such powerful strength? Kakashi was a little surprised that the other party knew his identity. However, now is not the time to worry about that. His left eye was a gift from Obito Uchiha, however. Even with the Sharingan with 3 Tom, it is impossible to control the tailed beasts. Perhaps the Nine-Tails rampage wasn't caused by the Uchiha clan. But that's not his current responsibility. He could only explain. The third Hokage did not want to see anyone from the Uchiha clan appear next to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Ryosuke did not back down despite the other party mentioning his status as the Hokage. Instead, continued to question him. "Is this how the third Hokage instructed you to protect the fourth Hokage's son? The villagers saved by the fourth Hokage actually despise and ostracize him. Is this how you protect the fourth Hokage's son? If I remember correctly, you were also a disciple of the fourth Hokage, right? Are you just going to stand by and watch all this happen?" Kakashi felt a bit of a headache. The other party not only knew that Naruto was the Nine-Tails, but also knew about his background. However, Kakashi had experienced darkness since childhood and believed that Naruto could overcome it even if he went through such darkness. He explained, "Of course I'm here to protect him and make sure he's not threatened in any way. Also, the third Hokage has forbidden the villagers from talking about the Nine-Tails." Ryosuke was speechless. This kind of protection only saved Naruto's life, not his dignity. Why not reveal his identity? He doesn't deserve this treatment. Once Naruto's identity is revealed, even if these villagers are ignorant, they shouldn't treat the son of a hero like this. Why was Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leaked? Now the villagers basically all know that he is the Jinchuriki, the incarnation of the demon fox, so spies from other villages could easily find out Naruto's identity by coming to Konoha to investigate. What exactly are the third Hokage and your Anbu doing? Is there a traitor within your Anbu? Let your third Hokage handle this properly, so that the blood of Konoha's heroes is not shed in vain. After saying that, Ryosuke returned to his clan's territory alone. He had said enough. His purpose was clearly to prevent Naruto from having a tragic childhood. If the Konoha leadership continues to treat Naruto this way, then he should personally intervene to give Naruto a good childhood. Kakashi was a little stunned when he heard Ryosuke's words. Don't let the blood of Konoha's heroes be shed in vain. His father was once a hero of Konoha during a mission. He abandoned the mission to save his comrades and was slandered by the villagers. Unable to bear the burden, he committed suicide. Perhaps Naruto really shouldn't have to suffer like this. If he can't handle it, he might commit suicide. How would he treat his mentor in that case? Moreover, now that everyone in the village knows Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, spies from other villages could easily find out this information if they came. After switching shifts with other ANBU members, Naruto is secretly monitored and protected by the other ANBU members. Kakashi secretly went to the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, I have something important to report. The third Hokage seated in his Hokage chair glanced at Kakashi. Just tell me if you have anything to do. Kakashi said respectfully. The Hokage ordered me to protect Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But I've noticed that the villagers around me all seem to know that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I suspect there's a traitor within our Anbu. We should find this mole. In fact, only a few people on the battlefield knew that the fourth Hokage had sealed the Nine-Tails into his son before his death. And the third Hokage had also given a gag order to keep this secret. The third Hokage glanced at Kakashi. The mole you're talking about is me. Are you trying to make me arrest myself? Naruto Uzumaki's identity as a demon fox was obviously spread by someone else. Otherwise, how would these villagers have known such confidential information? His reason for doing this was, of course, to make the villagers hate Naruto Uzumaki, while he appeared by Naruto's side with a kind and approachable image. Only in this way can the will of fire be used to brainwash Naruto Uzumaki, making him join their side in the future. Of course, he couldn't tell Kakashi about this purpose. He said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Maybe it's not an inside job." But someone accidentally leaked the information. When Kakashi heard the Hokage's guess, he thought it was actually quite possible he suggested. Now that the villagers already know that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and that he has been ostracized and hated by them, shouldn't we reveal his identity so that Naruto can grow up smoothly? As the son of the fourth Hokage, he deserves this kind of treatment. How could the third Hokage possibly be willing to reveal Naruto's identity? In that case, his plan would be completely ruined. He wasn't about to give up Naruto Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so easily with this piece. His position as Hokage will be even more secure, even if he abdicates in the future. With the support of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there is a high probability that the Sarutobi clan will be able to produce another Hokage. So he had to come up with a way to fool them. Kakashi, you're thinking too one-sidedly. Although it was a mistake that allowed the villagers to learn about Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If his identity as the fourth Hokage's son were to be leaked, those ninjas who had a grudge against the fourth Hokage would probably take action against him. You're thinking too superficially. Kakashi thought about it and agreed that the third Hokage made sense. After all, the fourth Hokage had killed many ninjas from enemy villages back then. And if his identity were to be leaked, he might face retaliation. The third Hokage is wise. But what should we do now that Naruto is being treated so unfairly? The third Hokage was secretly pleased that he had fooled Kakashi, so he decided to fool him again. Kakashi, you're still too shallow. You need to know that Naruto is now the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a huge future fighting force for the village. We must ensure his loyalty, even if we are misunderstood and treated unfairly by the villagers. We must remain loyal to the village. This is a test for him. Do you understand it? Kakashi could only nod in agreement upon hearing the Hokage's explanation. Actually, he didn't quite understand. The Hokage might be right, but something still feels a bit off. Chapter 43, tell him to mind his own business. When the third Hokage saw Kakashi like Thish, gave an order. Don't let that Uchiha Ryosuke get close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki again. You also know that the Nine-Tails Rampage may have been launched by the Uchiha clan, controlling the Nine Tails. Kakashi nodded in agreement and then left the Hokage's office. The third Hokage who remained in his office smiled slightly. Pleased with his own quick thinking, the next morning, Ryosuke continued his physical training to increase his physical attributes. Although getting beaten up can improve his physical condition, he can't keep going after Might Guy forever, as that's not a long-term solution. We can't keep sparring with Kai in real strength all the time, as that would be harmful to both of us. Ryosuke could recover his strength thanks to his powerful regenerative abilities, and he could recover the next day, but Guy was different. If he gets injured, it could disrupt his life. This is not what Ryosuke wanted to see. Moreover, while Ryosuke can continue training without worrying about making money, it's impossible for Kai. He's just a commoner ninja. It's impossible for him to never do any missions. If he were to spar with his opponent and injure them, the mission would fail due to injury or even result in death, which is not what Ryosuke wants. Just as he was cultivating alone, a masked man appeared not far from him. Ryosuke sensed the approaching person and stopped what he was doing. What are you here for? Could it be that the third Hokage has decided to protect Naruto properly? Perhaps the third generation will still have some understanding of human affairs. Kakashi sighed inwardly, said slowly, "The third Hokage instructed me to tell you to stay away from Naruto." Ryosuke was a little taken aback. Although he harbored resentment, now was not the time to turn against the third Hokage. So what do you plan to do with Naruto? Are you going to reveal his identity to the public? He's more concerned about this now. Kakashi thought about it and then told Ryosuke Uchiha about the third Hokage's decision. Because these decisions were not village secrets, Ryosuke's expression changed when he heard Kakashi's words. They actually took the villagers' ridicule and hatred towards Naruto as a test. Such a high-sounding reason, just like Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. His father constantly sought out people to provoke Gaara, even attempting to assassinate him in the end. He even sent Yashimaru, who had always treated Gaara kindly, to assassinate him in the end. Gaara used the power of Shukaku to kill the person who was trying to assassinate him, only to discover that he had actually killed his brother-in-law. At that moment, he almost went insane. From that moment on, Gaara practically became a killing machine. If he hadn't met Naruto, he probably would have completely fallen into darkness. In fact, his father did this to test Gaara. Only those who have experienced darkness and still love the village are trustworthy and qualified Jinchuriki. However, in Ryosuke's eyes, this was a completely brainless approach. As it turned out, the fourth Kazekage approach was wrong. Even though Gaara later became loyal to Sunagakure, it wasn't his achievement, but rather something he learned from Naruto. It was Naruto's contribution. Ryosuke stared at Kakashi. Do you also agree with this test? Kakashi nodded with a hint of regret. This is the Hokage's decision. Although he didn't quite agree with the decision, there was nothing he could do, had no say in it. When Ryosuke saw Kakashi like this, he immediately felt that the other party had truly let down the fourth Hokage, that the student he had taught was like this. I remember that Konoha's White Fang also committed suicide after being verbally abused by the villagers. Could this also be a test for him by the higher-ups of Konoha? Do you also think such a test is necessary? Kakashi's expression changed upon hearing this. His father was once a hero of Konoha, but he abandoned a mission to save his comrades, which led to the villagers cursing him behind his back. And even the comrades he saved cursed him behind his back. In the end, the father committed suicide. He certainly did not agree that his father was a sinner. A person who doesn't even care about their companions is worse than trash. But what could he do? Everyone in the village thought so. And they all thought his father was wrong. Perhaps this was also a test from Konoha's higher-ups for his father. But the father couldn't bear it and committed suicide. Perhaps Naruto will follow in his father's footsteps. Perhaps Naruto really shouldn't have been put through such a test. Naruto is still so young. Kakashi doesn't think he can handle it. Even his father couldn't withstand it. He said slowly, "I don't agree, but this is the Hokage's order." Upon hearing this, Ryosuke's face lit up with a hint of joy. It seems Kakashi isn't beyond redemption. Go back and tell the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan can contact whomever they want. Tell him to mind his own business, even if he is the Hokage. He has no right to interfere in the affairs of our Uchiha clan. Since the third Hokage, Mars, doesn't intend to give Naruto a happy childhood, then Ryosuke Uchiha will give him one. Kakashi was somewhat stunned by Ryosuke's words. I originally thought this guy was an outlier Uchiha clan member. Unlike Obito Uchiha, who lacked the arrogance of a major clan, he was wrong. At this moment, Uchiha Ryosuke was probably more arrogant than most members of the Uchiha clan. He said in surprise, "Are you really going to do this?" The relationship between the Konoha leadership and the Uchiha clan was already strained. If Ryosuke Uchiha were to go against the third Hokage, the consequences could be quite severe. He wasn't siding with the Uchiha clan, but rather the fact that a major clan in the village was fighting against the Konoha leadership was not a good thing for the village. Uchiha Ryosuke nodded. Even if they fight against the third Hokage now, so what? Even if they want to take action against the Uchiha clan, they should wait until the meeting with Kumigakure later. The events in Kumigakure alone are enough to keep the third Hokage entertained for a long time. It was clearly the fault of the Hidden Cloud village. Yet Hyuga Hisashide, younger brother of the Hyuga clan, was made to take the blame and die. This might end the war, but it would completely erode his loyalty to the Hyuga clan. There are no members of the Hyuga clan among his subordinates. Kakashi wanted to say something more, but he kept quiet. He didn't think he could persuade the arrogant Uchiha clansman in front of him. Moreover, he really couldn't change the third Hokage's decision. Then they disappeared into the woods. When Ryosuke saw Kakashi disappear, he continued his training, realizing that improving his strength was his strongest trump card. Chapter 44 2 months later. After leaving the grove of trees in the Uchiha clan compound, Kakashi went straight to the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Kakashi's arrival, the third Hokage inquired, "Did you relay my orders to Uchiha Ryosuke?" He was very concerned about this matter. If Uchiha Ryosuke had contact with Naruto for even one more day, it would be another step that would ruin his plans. He must keep Naruto Uzumaki's important pawn in his grasp. Kakashi responded truthfully. Lord Hokage, he refused. The third Hokage hummed in agreement. Then his expression changed slightly. What did you say? He refused. How could he dare to disobey the orders of his Hokage? What did he say? Kakashi told the truth. Upon hearing Uchiha Ryosuke's exact words, the third Hokage's anger flared. He cursed inwardly, thinking how evil the Uchiha clan was, trying to ruin his plans. But he managed to suppress his anger. This kid's identity has already been investigated. He is the only grandson of the Uchiha clan's grand elder. If you touch him, the Uchiha clan members will probably oppose it, because that elder was highly respected. Moreover, this is a crucial time for preparing for peace talks with Kumigakure, and we cannot afford to further deteriorate relations with the Uchiha clan. We still need to think of a solution, he said. If he wants to make contact, then let him. Tell him he must not reveal that he is the son of the fourth Hokage. Otherwise, Naruto will face retaliation from the fourth Hokage's former enemies. Even with this guarantee, the villagers will still hate Naruto, while he can continue to maintain a kind facade in front of Naruto and brainwash him with the will of fire. If I treat Naruto even better than Ryosuke Uchiha, then I can naturally win Naruto over. Children are the easiest to win over. He has confidence. This is what he excels at. Kakashi agreed and disappeared from the office, heading to the grove to find Ryosuke again, where he told Ryosuke about the Hokage's decision. Ryosuke nodded in agreement, unexpectedly, when he took a slightly tougher stance. The third Hokage backed down. I wonder if it's because it's almost time to make peace with Kumigakure. Regardless of that, as long as the other party doesn't prevent me from contacting Naruto. That's fine, he smiled and looked at Kakashi. Tell the third Hokage that I will keep it a secret. Perhaps an enemy from before the fourth Hokage will come to assassinate Naruto. Although Ryosuke felt that revealing Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki already put Naruto in great danger. Because the tailed beasts are a great fighting force for the village, especially the strongest of the tailed beasts. With such combat power, how could other villages not have designs on them? Naruto is still a child. It would be worth any price to kidnap him, after all. Having control of the Nine-Tails and creating a Jinchuriki would greatly enhance the village's fighting strength. Although controlling the Nine-Tails is not an easy task, some forces are willing to try. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Uchiha Ryosuke had agreed. I immediately went back to report to the third Hokage. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Konoha leadership did not take any action against the Uchiha. Ryosuke can now focus on improving his skills. In particular, he needs to improve his physical attributes every day. If he doesn't have time to spar with Kai, he will train alone according to Saitama's method from One Punch Man. It can also improve one's physical attributes. In terms of taijutsu alone, his current strength has reached the level of a Jonin. Because of his sparring with Guy, had gained the upper hand. And Guy in terms of taijutsu alone was undoubtedly already at the Jonin level, although it may only be at the level of a regular Jonin. Ryosuke didn't even know what level he had reached. He felt that he was no longer a noob. Even with the 8 gates formation, he was able to successfully open 4 gates within 2 months. Despite not being afraid of pain, opening the 3rd gate, the gate of life and the 4th Gadad's gate of injury, is even more painful than opening the first 2 gates, because these 2 doors are on the spine. Opening those 2 doors made Ryosuke feel like his back was about to explode, and he was even afraid to walk. Fortunately, I was able to recover after a night's rest. This is all due to the system, otherwise, even if he were not afraid of pain, he would not dare to start training without regard for his body. Ordo put it another way: if someone else trained like him, not only would their head explode, but their kidneys would explode too. This is why even the most hardworking martial arts practitioners would need 20 years to possibly master the 8 gates formation. Might Guy had been watching Ryosuke's rapid change in strength closely. Deep down, I was utterly shocked. Might Guy felt ashamed that he couldn't match Ryosuke's ability to endure hardship. It took him 7 or 8 years to open 4 of the 8 gates formation, and then another 2 or 3 years to successfully open the last one. Ryosuke is just 1 goal away from catching up with him. Although he was deeply impressed by Ryosuke's training speed, he felt no jealousy, or rather, even a powerful ninja who is prone to jealousy wouldn't be jealous after witnessing Ryosuke's training process, because that was achieved entirely through a fearless spirit of self-discipline. Other ninjas couldn't possibly do this, so naturally they wouldn't envy them. They'd probably just be surprised. At the same time, Might Guy also realized that Ryosuke's physique was special, because every time Ryosuke trained like crazy, he could always recover the next day. This physique is incredibly powerful. It's perfect for cultivating physical techniques. Enduring hardship is the only secret to mastering physical skills, provided that your body can withstand it. Ryosuke undoubtedly meets both criteria, so it would be strange if his strength didn't increase. In the morning, Ryosuke went to the grove of trees on the edge of the clan's territory to begin his training. As he always did, one set of training with Saitama from One Punch Man was no longer enough to tire his body and thus increase his physical attributes. This is easy to solve, so let's proceed with the second group. Although it takes longer, it enhances attributes. So everything is fine while they were training. A clansman slowly approached the grove. The person who came was Uchiha Inaho. Although the 8th elder had told him not to get close to Uchiha Ryosuke last time, because Ryosuke is dangerous, he's even more radical than the radicals. You could say he's a madman. trying to wipe out all of Konoha's high-ranking officials. However, off the three geniuses in the family, only Ryosuke stands on the family side. Although the idea is a bit crazy. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. If they really wiped out the Konoha leadership, then the Uchiha clan could truly rest easy. So he wanted to see just how strong Ryosuke really was. Ryosuke's strength increased dramatically before. Will it increase again in the next 2 months? If that's the case, then what the other party said isn't just crazy, but rather something that someone with real power would have. Chapter 40, 5 Crushing Rice Fire. Furthermore, Uchiha Inahai also wanted to test whether the so-called 8 gates formation was as magical as it seemed. Cultivating all 8 gates can actually grant power dozens of times greater than that of a cage-level expert. If he had that kind of strength, would be willing to die. As long as he could revive the Uchiha clan, of course. The 8th elder had told him that he should forget about this technique, as it was extremely difficult to cultivate. But Daihuo wasn't willing to give up until he tried. Otherwise, I'll still feel itchy inside. There was no method for learning this technique in his family. He knew that the only people who knew it were Might Guy and Ryosuke Uchiha. Which of these 2 people should he ask for guidance? Although he would no longer underestimate Might Guy, there was no doubt that Ryosuke Uchiha was his clansman. So he would definitely choose his clansman. Upon entering the grove, it wasn't long before Inahisa saw Ryosuke still practicing his physical skills, currently doing push-ups at a rapid pace, giving him a vague sense of strength. The movements were so precise and incredibly fast. After watching for a few minutes, Daihuo's face showed increasing surprise. He is certainly capable of performing such an action. However, the speed will not be that fast, nor will it last that long. The fact that Ryosuke can perform such a move undoubtedly indicates an increase in his strength. After doing 200 push-ups, Ryosuke stood up and looked at the intruder. What do you want from me? Inaheim originally wanted to check on Ryosuke's condition, but now she suddenly had an idea. Ryosuke, would you like to spar with me again? Upon hearing this, Ryosuke had an idea in mind. He figured he might as well use the detector that was offered to him, and he wanted to test just how good he really was. Even if Inahisa is not the best, she is still an elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan. She should be able to find out something. He waved to Uchiha Inahai, bring it on. Uchiha Inahai was not angry at Ryosuke's somewhat dismissive gesture. Instead, her expression became serious at the same time. His eyes narrowed, turned red, and 3 Tamo appeared in his pupils, thus activating the 3 Tamo Sharingan. Ryosuke is a taijutsu ninja, and activating the Sharingan will give him a better chance of defeating Ryosuke. When Ryosuke saw that Inahisa had awakened her 3 Tamo Sharingan, he naturally awakened his as well. However, the 8 gates technique was not used. It seems unnecessary for him to activate such a technique to deal with the current Inari. Then he took a step forward and rushed towards the rice fire, raising his fist to smash it. Seeing that Ryosuke was so fast and his punch was so powerful, Inaheim didn't intend to fight him head-on. Instead, he dodged it, although I dodged Ryosuke's attack. I felt a strong gust of wind brush against my face. That's the gust of wind from the opponent's punch. It's incredibly strong. This is enough to demonstrate the power of the opponent's punch. Taking that hit head-on would probably not be a good thing. He was about to retaliate, but Ryosuke clenched his left fist and attacked again. Helpless, the rice fire could only be blocked by reaching out its hand. Upon first contact, Daihuo looked surprised, feeling the force of the punch which made his arm ache. The 2 then engaged in close combat. However, Uchiha Inahisa had no ability to fight back and was constantly being suppressed and beaten. He's under immense pressure right now. Just being able to block Ryosuke's attacks is already quite an achievement. In the end, Inaheim's defense still had a weakness, and he was sent flying by Uchiha Ryosuke's punch. At this moment, Ryosuke Shinmaru's clan seems to be very strong. At full strength, Inahisa is no match for him at all. Uchiha Inahisa, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up. He was extremely surprised, 2 months ago. Their physical skills were about the same. But now he was clearly at a disadvantage. Ryosuke had not even used the 8 gates formation yet, and had already easily defeated him in physical skills. It truly shook him to his core. Ryosuke truly lives up to his reputation as the family's 3rd top genius. An undisputed prodigy in physical combat. Comparing ninjutsu to such a taijutsu genius is undoubtedly very unwise. In that case, he would have no choice but to use his family's ninjutsu. Make quick gestures with both hands. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. At the same time, refined his chakra, his chest bulged. And he directly unleashed a blazing fireball at Ryosuke. Ryosuke saw the blazing fireball but felt nothing. With his current speed, he can easily dodge it. But perhaps the other party is trying to use this technique to conceal their identity. However, he will not fall for their scheme again. As the fireball gets closer and closer. I wonder what would happen if I used my hand to split it open. But after thinking about it, decided against it, since using it would undoubtedly burn his palms. Thinking about this, he realized that if he wrapped his hands in chakra, wouldn't there be no problem? He has plenty of chakra now. After all, though, he and Kurenai don't make love every day. The number of times they do it is not small. His chakra level has increased rapidly, and he is no longer as weak as before. His abundant chakra made him even more eager to cleave the great fireball. And even if he failed thanks to his body's recovery ability, he was fine again the next day. This strengthened my resolve to pursue this idea. So he refined his chakra, and a powerful blue chakra enveloped his right hand. Ryosuke tried his best to control his chakra, making it sharper. All of this was accomplished in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Ryosuke suddenly rushed towards the fireball and slashed down. The fireball was instantly cleaved in two, breaking into flames that fell to the ground. Ryosuke was a little tempted. He actually did it, as a result. His hand, which was wrapped in chakra, was not burned. He only felt a little heat. Having long been accustomed to pain, he was indifferent to this small amount of heat. Daehu was stunned by what he saw. I have never seen anyone withstand his fireball technique like this before. In previous battles, the enemy either dodged or used ninjutsu to clash with the opponent. Ryosuke's actions, though somewhat reckless, are enough to demonstrate his strength. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. He saw Ryosuke forming hand seals with a bang. And as the mist appeared, a clone suddenly appeared beside Ryosuke and attacked him. Ryosuke's thinking is actually quite simple. I don't know if Uchiha Anaheim is currently using a clone, so I'll just use a clone to deal with her. That way, I won't need to deal with her main body. And I won't have to worry about being ambushed by Anaheim, who might be hiding somewhere, even if it's a clone. His clone is still stronger than Inaho's clone. Because he possessed abundant chakra, he naturally provided this clone with a sufficient amount of chakra. The more chakra a clone possesses, the stronger the clone becomes. Chapter 46, Can you teach me the 8 gates formation? Inahisa originally planned to use her clone technique to hide her main body while Ryosuke was hiding. The main body should find an opportunity to use the great fireball technique on Ryosuke again. That would be the only way to have a chance of winning. But to his surprise, Ryosuke actually cleaved his fireball, and in his shock forgot to use his clone technique. Ryosuke's attempt to test himself by using the clone technique was undoubtedly unnecessary. However, this reveals Ryosuke's caution. When Ryosuke's clone rushed in front of him, it launched an attack. The rice fire was about to scatter Ryosuke's clones. The strength of a clone is generally only 1/10 of that of the original body. Even if he couldn't defeat Ryosuke's main body, defeating his clone would be a piece of cake. He unleashed a powerful punch, unexpectedly. The clone dodged his attack and then launched an attack on the rice fire. Daehyu's face showed surprise. Ryosuke's clone was quite powerful, and immediately launched a serious attack. However, even with a full-force attack, Ryosuke's clone could not be completely destroyed. It seems that Ryosuke allocated a large amount of chakra to this clone. Before long, the fire destroyed Ryosuke's clone, which turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. Ryosuke watched as Annihilation defeated his clone. So this must be his original body. Instead of launching an immediate attack, they stood still. Similarly, Annihilation did not launch an attack, because he could not think of any way to defeat Ryosuke. His opponent directly cleaved through his prized fireball technique. Physical skills are out of the question. As for illusions, he had already tried them. The opponent's sharing in power was superior to his, so his illusions were useless against him. Moreover, Ryosuke was completely overwhelming him in every aspect, and his fighting style had become more cautious, making it really difficult for him to launch a sneak attack. He sighed and said, "You win." It's a bit of a shame that this defeat was even more crushing than the last one, and they didn't even manage to force Ryosuke to show his full strength. Ryosuke already had a general understanding of his own strength. Defeating a Jonin would be a piece of cake. If opening the fourth gate quadruples his strength, he should be able to contend with a cage-level powerhouse. To be honest, this is just his feeling, whether it's true or not. He's really not sure, unfortunately. I didn't get the chance to have a proper showdown with a cage-level powerhouse. There are undoubtedly 2 cage-level powerhouses in the village, the third Hokage and Danzo. Going to find those 2 people yourself would be like delivering food to someone else. Thinking about this, since they couldn't find someone from another tribe, the most likely candidate was their own clan leader. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he should at least have the strength of a Kage, or at least be close to that level. What's more, he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if they were to fight, Chief Fugaku probably wouldn't activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original storyline, Fugaku did not use the Mangekyo Sharingan until the massacre of his clan. However, even if the opponent doesn't use it, he is still someone worth fighting. Test your current abilities. Ryosuke looked at the rice fire that was still standing there. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. He doesn't really want people watching his training. Uchiha Inaheim hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ryosuke, could you teach me the 8 gates formation? Although he is not as strong as his opponent, he is mostly happy. Of course, he also wanted to gain greater strength. Ryosuke glanced at the other person. He actually wanted to learn the 8 gates technique. If it were any other extremely powerful technique, he would consider whether or not to teach it to the other person. However, he didn't need to consider the power of the 8 gates technique. If someone can learn it, that's their skill. Moreover, the other party was one of their own people. He spoke, "I can teach you, whether you can learn it or not is up to you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Inahashi's face lit up with joy. "Thanks," Ryosuke began to explain to the other party. "Now I'll tell you what the 8 gates formation is. The 8 gates is a taijutsu technique that temporarily grants immense power by releasing the channels that bind chakra within the human body. In the meridian system of chakra flow, there are 8 gates that suppress and control the chakra in the body: the gate of opening, the gate of resta, gate of lifeth, gate of injury, the gate of closure, the gate of view, the gate of shock, and the gate of deaths. These 8 gates set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body. But the 8 gates release technique can force the chakra to exceed this limit, thereby drawing out power that is 10 times stronger than the original one." After saying that, Ryosuke looked at the rice fire. "Do you understand?" Dao Hyu nodded, "Understood. It's actually quite simple, just unlock the limiter. Release chakra and gain immense power." Ryosuke saw the fire and understood, then moved on to the next step. "Now that you understand, I'll demonstrate it for you. Use your Sharingan to see the direction of my chakra flow. You should be able to see where the first gate is." After saying, Thaith clenched his fists, then gathered his chakra and rushed towards the opening on the left side of his mind, breaking through it in an instant. This caused Ryosuke's forehead veins to bulge and his skin to turn black. He exuded a powerful aura. He said slowly, "Did you see clearly?" Inaheim used all her eye power to observe Ryosuke's actions. They were quite simple, I see it clearly now. Upon hearing his words, Ryosuke continued speaking. Now that you understand, the next step is to close the door. This step is quite simple. As long as you stop refining chakra, the door will close automatically. Ryosuke immediately shut down his chakra, and his aura returned to normal. The veins on his head disappeared and his skin turned white. When Daiyahu saw how simple the first gate of the 8 gates was to operate, he couldn't help but feel excited. He said hurriedly, "Then what about the door, Ryosuke? Tell me about it." Ryosuke rolled his eyes at the other person. "Let's learn the first one first. Now, do what I just did and try it out." Anaheim didn't rush to learn the next few skills. He did as Ryosuke instructed. He refined the chakra and then manipulated it to open the door. The amount of chakra extracted was relatively small, and the door remained unmoved upon opening. He also increased his chakra levels, opening the gate slightly, but then came a severe headache. "It hurts." He immediately stopped refining chakra. Daiyahu looked on in disbelief. How could it hurt so much? The thought of the pain he had just experienced made him reluctant to continue practicing the 8 gates formation. Compared to other ninjutsu and genjutsu, although some are very difficult with his talent, they are not difficult to master with a few more practices, especially since he also possesses the Sharingan. However, practicing the 8 gates formation really gave him the creeps. No wonder the 8th generation told him to stop having any thoughts about this technique. This is really difficult, especially since a door has actually been opened. Chapter 47, Current Strength. Seeing him like this, Ryosuke couldn't help but say something. "You've got all the steps right. Do you still want to continue practicing?" Daiyahu hesitated for a moment. He realized that cultivating the 8 gates formation was so difficult. He really needed to think about it. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke. "Practice it." Ryosuke succeeded. "I believe I can do it too." Liang Jai was stunned for a moment. His success was largely due to his increasingly strong body, which was able to withstand that kind of pain, and even more so because he was able to recover. Rice Fire could not possibly possess such an ability. Ryosuke looked at the Rice Fire and said, "Then come back to me for the next stage of training methods after you've mastered the first one. Now, I'm going to start my cultivation. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Daiyahu knew that the other party was giving him the order to leave. He wasn't angry after all. The other party had already taught him the 8 gates formation. Before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, "So, how many gates of the 8 gates have you mastered?" 4 doors now." Ryosuke did not hide his training progress. Daiyahu's expression changed upon hearing this. He was not a novice in ninjutsu, and opening the restriction gates after the 8 gates was definitely more difficult than the previous restriction gates. The greater difficulty, in the context of the 8 gates formation, likely means greater suffering. Thinking about this, his body involuntarily began to feel cold. Most importantly, if Ryosuke were to open the 4 gates and face me in my current state, I would probably be severely injured in an instant if Ryosuke got close. Ryosuke Uchiha was undoubtedly a taijutsu genius of the Uchiha clan. I need to report this matter to the 8th elder. As for practicing the 8 gates formation, we'll talk about that another time. He's definitely not afraid of pain. After Anahisa left, Ryosuke continued his previous training. He had just finished 200 push-ups, so next up was 200 squats. After completing 2 sets of Saitama's training methods from One Punch Man, I received attribute point bonuses. He then returned to his room, took a quick shower to wash away the sweat, and lay down on a chair to rest. He opened the personal attribute panel in the automatic cultivation system. Host Uchiha Ryosuke. Strength 135, currently training at a snail's pace. Speed 135, training at a snail's pace. Constitution 125 points, cultivating at a snail's pace. Mental strength 69, cultivating at a snail's pace. Chakra 5.4 kilocalories, training at a snail's pace. Sharingan 3 Tama. Currently undergoing slow training. 3-body technique, under turbulent training. Fire release, great fireball technique, under turtle speed training. 8 gates technique, opening 4 gates. Evaluation, penumbra level strength speed. And physique have all increased 5 or 6 times compared to before. His rating has risen from ordinary chunin to semi-cage level. A semi-cage level is probably above elite jonin and below cage level. He felt that this assessment was not quite accurate. If he were to activate the forbidden technique, the 8 gates, he would definitely have the strength to rival a cage-level opponent. Perhaps the system didn't take this into account. The surge in mental power was gained during his lovemaking with Kurenai, which led to a surge in the giant stone chakra. His chakra level is now more than 5 times that of Kakashi. The number of people increasing seems a bit small, but it's not that he's not trying hard enough to make love with Kurenai Uchiha. Actually, it was because Kurenai Uchiha couldn't handle it. So after that incident, they basically fought once a week. And each time it was a real battle. As for the Sharingan, no one has dared to mock his Sharingan as being low-level for some time now. After all, the 3-Tamo Sharingan is already considered powerful in Konoha. The only ones who might have the right to laugh are those with the Mangekyou Sharingan. In just over 3 months, he went from an ordinary chunin to a half-step cage level. In fact, once the 8 gates are activated, it is not difficult to contend with a cage level. But there is a time limit, so it was not counted. Now I can finally relax a little, perhaps in a few more months. He will be able to upgrade from a half-step shadow level to a true shadow level. Then we won't have to fear the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. I don't know if Itachi Uchiha has been brainwashed by him. I haven't spent much time with him lately, however. Even if Itachi Uchiha remains stubborn and continues to side with the Hokage, don't blame Ryosuke for being impolite. In the afternoon, Inaheim went to the guard building and to the office of Uchiha Yatsuho. Pushing open the Daron sees Yashiro sitting in a chair, working on thick stacks of documents. He stated his purpose directly. 8th Elder, I have something important to report. The 8th Hokage didn't even raise his head. He could tell it was Uchiha Inahai just by the voice. He was still looking at the documents on the table, feeling somewhat irritated. The security of the entire village is managed by the Uchiha clan. They handle various disputes, apprehend criminals, and patrol to maintain public order. There were so many things to do that he couldn't handle them all. At the same time, he was also proud that only their Uchiha clan could have controlled the guard force. If it were any other village's forces, aside from the Hokage's Anbu and Danzo's route, they simply wouldn't be able to do a good job as a guard. Upon hearing what Yashiro said, Inaheim immediately responded. Today, I went to see Uchiha Ryosuke. Before Inahisa could continue, Yashiro frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Didn't I tell you to stay away from this person? Although this person may be quite capable, the harm he poses is enormous. The idea that the other side would wipe out all of Konoha's high-ranking officials was something even Madara Uchiha wouldn't have dared to imagine. Of course it's because they don't have enough power to do so. Even with the combined strength of the entire Uchiha clan, they still don't possess such power. Only a coup forced the 3rd Hokage to relinquish his position. And in any case, the 3rd Hokage wasn't a very powerful person. There is still a considerable chance of success if we do this. Inaheim spoke urgently upon hearing Yatsushiro's words. The 8th Elder, he is very powerful. Yashiro couldn't help but ask in return, How strong can it be? So what if I defeated Urinari? Could anyone be stronger than him, an elder? Daihuo immediately recounted what had happened that morning. 8th Elder, this morning, I had another match with him, and I was completely crushed by him. He didn't even use the 8 gates formation, and I had no chance of winning at all. Moreover, he is already able to open 4 of the 8 gates of the 8 gates formation. Yashiro was a little stunned when he heard these words. I lost all interest in processing documents and instead looked up at the rice paddies. If Uchiha Ryosuke possesses such strength, then he is far more than just an elite jonin, rather. It represents the powerful fighting force of a clan like Uchiha Shisui. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shisui was undoubtedly a moderate. Furthermore, Ryosuke Uchiha is able to open all 4 gates. This is unscientific. I remember this guy trained with Might Guy in the 8 gates formation. Right. The training time probably didn't even last half a year. He said, puzzled, "Did you see Ryosuke open all 4 doors?" Daehyo asked, puzzled, "Elder Eitai told you." "He crushed me even without opening the 8 gates. Ryosuke taught me how to practice the 8 gates formation. But when I tried it, I found that even the first gate was very difficult. But Ryosuke wouldn't lie to me about something like this." Would he? Yashiro remained silent, and Nahisa is right. Ryosuke wouldn't be so bored as to boast about mastering the 8 gates. The fact that he was willing to teach the 8 gates formation to his clansmen undoubtedly shows that he was on the side of the family. "You can go back now. I'll talk to Ryosuke again when there's some space. If you can change that crazy idea in the other person, they will be a very useful talent." He decided to deal with these documents first, and then talk to the other party tomorrow morning to see if it was as strong as Daehyo had said. He knew Ryosuke's habits. He always trained in the grove next to the clan's territory in the morning. Chapter 48 Obito appears in the morning. Uchiha Ryosuke went to the grove to train as usual. If I don't mention the attributes for a day, it feels like I've completely wasted my time. The first activity, of course, was a 20-kilometer run. As he ran, the space above a large tree branch in the grove suddenly vortexed, and a man wearing an orange vortex mask and a red cloud-patterned outfit slowly appeared. As soon as it appeared looking at the surrounding scenery, it couldn't help but mutter to itself, "Konoha, it's been so long since I've been back. The last time I came here, I successfully obtained the 9-tailed fox and in a whim decided to destroy Konoha. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by his teacher Minato Namikaze. However, he didn't come here to capture the 9-tails, but to collect Sharing and Eyes in recent years. While browsing through the books left behind by Madara Uchiha in the mountain cemetery, he learned about an invincible eye technique of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi, when activated, the Sharingan user can turn events that are detrimental to them into nothing, and only bring about events that are beneficial to them. The activation time varies depending on each person's ability, but using it will inevitably result in blindness. While an activation of in death can alter reality, it is a terrifying eye technique that can make one invincible. Although Obito Uchiha possessed Kamui, an invincible space-time jutsu was not invincible. The reason he was injured by his own teacher when he used the 9-tails to destroy Konoha last time was because of this. But if one possesses this invincible eye technique, then even the most formidable teacher would be no match for them. Although the teacher eventually died sealing the 9-tails, the ninja world is so vast that he will not be so careless again. Madara Uchiha has few Sharingan left behind. We need to get more stock if you want to buy goods. Then of course you should buy them from the Uchiha clan. It's a pity that few members of this clan go out. Most of the powerful clan ninjas serve in the Konoha village guard. However, Revan in Konoha, Villigeth local headquarters, he was not afraid. Because of his invincible eye technique, Kamui. Now he needs to think about how to gouge out the eyes of these Uchiha clansmen. And of course, should choose those who are alone. This way it's a little easier. Just as he was thinking of moving to find the lone Uchiha clansman, he saw a figure slowly running towards him. He looked rather robust, and his distinctive hedgehog-like hair made him recognize him as a member of the Uchiha clan. He sighed inwardly, thinking how lucky he was to have become famous so soon after arriving. It seems that this member of the tribe is practicing physical techniques. Although I'm a little confused, it doesn't matter anymore. After absorbing it into the Kamui space, all you have to do is gouge out its eyes. As for the other party's life, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Putting it back would be like leaking my information. Wouldn't it? Uchiha Ryosuke was running on the path. Stopped as if sensing something, look up. His pupils widened involuntarily. A masked man whom no one else recognizes. Ryosuke could see it clearly, the orange swirling mask and the Sharingan inside the mask's hole. Isn't that Obito Uchiha? Upon seeing the other's face for the first time, Ryosuke felt a deep sense of crisis. If he were to be absorbed by the other's Kamui, he would be finished. He had no intention of persuading the other party. Even Naruto, master of talk no jutsu, couldn't do something like this. Obito has now gone completely insane because of the death of his comrade Rin. He is a ruthless person who can kill even his master and mistress without hesitation. At the same time, he was also a little puzzled as to why the other party would come to find him. At that moment, Obito Uchiha jumped down from the tree, landed steadily on the ground, and slowly walked towards Ryosuke. You should have awakened your Sharingan by now, right? He sensed a powerful aura emanating from the other person. Such a person couldn't possibly be without the Sharingan activated. Ryosuke immediately activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, preparing to deal with his opponent. Does the other party ask this because they want to collect Sharingan eyes? In the ninja world, there were 2 guys who collected a lot of Sharingan eyes. One was Obito Uchiha, and the other was Danzo Shimura. Because consuming 1 Sharingan is enough to activate the invincible eye technique Izanagi, it seems the other party really intends to attack him. He currently only possesses the strength of a Pentacade, but he still has a chance to defeat his opponent after activating the 8 gates. What we need to do now is to distract the other party. Who are you and what is your purpose? Obito saw Ryosuke's crimson Sharingan and praised it. That's really good, it's a 3-Tomo Sharingan. As for who I am, a dead man doesn't need to know. My goal is, of course, your Sharingan. Now all he has to do is lure the opponent into making a move. Then activate his Kamui intangibility to dodge the opponent's attack. And finally materialize to absorb the opponent into the Kamui space. During the process of being absorbed into the space by Kamui, the other party will fall into a coma. Once inside the Divine Might space, the opponent will be lambs to the slaughter. Ryosuke's expression hardened. As expected, they wanted to take his eyes. He stopped talking nonsense, make a seal with your hands. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at the same time refined his chakra. His chest bulged, and he directly spat out a fireball the size of a small house. Attacking Obito, Obito was slightly surprised. What a powerful fireball jutsu, it was a pity it was useless. Divine power becomes ethereal, the massive fireball, as big as a small house, passed right through his body and exploded behind him, scorching the ground. However, such an attack did not harm the masked man in the slightest. Chapter 49, Defeating Obito. Ryosuke already knew this, but it was just a feint. With his current chakra, using such a great fireball technique was not a problem for him. Instead, he said with a look of surprise, "How is this possible? How did you do that?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. Obito Uchiha's face, beneath the mask, was filled with smugness. That's the Mangekyou Sharingan. And his right eye has Kamui intangible form. Of course, he wouldn't answer the other person. As he just said, a dead person doesn't need to know that much. At the same time, he also sensed that someone was approaching. Who else could be in this area besides the Uchiha clan? We need to finish quickly so as not to spoil the harvest. He charged towards Ryosuke at lightning speed. As long as you can dodge the opponent's attack by becoming intangible, and then absorb the opponent into the Kamui dimension in your physical form, then this battle will be over. Ryosuke also sensed someone approaching. However, neither the Anbu nor the Uchiha clan could help him. He also felt the pressure as Obito attacked. The opponent's combination of feints and real attacks is really difficult to deal with. He directly concentrated his chakra and opened all 4 gates in one fell swoop. Open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate. This is the true state of entering the 8 gates formation. And the body has already suffered some damage. Opening the 4 gates unleashed a powerful aura emanating from Ryosuke. With a swift movement, he attacked Uchiha Obito as well. This situation surprised even Obito. The opponent's strength has greatly increased. It looks like the forbidden technique. 8 Gates released formation, which I also saw in the books that Madara Uchiha brought out. I never expected that this member of the Uchiha clan would know this taijutsu. This technique has a fatal flaw. Using it will leave you extremely weak. Like a lamb to the slaughter, however. Obito did not intend to delay. Because he sensed that someone was coming. Besides, even if the opponent's physical skills become stronger, his plan is invincible. Could the other party be as proficient in using the Flying Thunder God technique as his teacher? However, even if he were to face his teacher now, he would never fall for that move again. As expected, we continued to charge forward. The two met in midair, but no collision occurred. Ryosuke feigned an incredulous expression, but, in reality, his legs were already gathering strength, just waiting for the other to reach out before delivering a powerful kick. After passing through Ryosuke's body, Obito smiled smugly. It's over. It materializes and reaches out to grab the other party, then activates Kamui to absorb them. But when he reached out to the other person's body, the other person's legs suddenly kicked at him. Obito's face instantly turned pale with fear. Then he was kicked away, crashing into several trees before finally falling to the ground. At this point, his body had become contorted. The 8th Hokage of Uchiha, who had just approached the location, witnessed everything. The person wearing the orange swirling mask must be the mastermind behind the Ninetales' attack on Konoha a few years ago. This guy framed the Uchiha clan, giving the Konoha leadership an excuse to force them to relocate their clan's territory to the outskirts of the village, causing their status in the village to plummet. This guy must be caught in an instant. Yashiro had this idea and rushed towards the location of the masked man. Obito now felt as if his body had been kicked to pieces. An ordinary person would have died long ago, fortunately. The other half of his body is a white zetsu, but he is now unable to move around easily. He was furious. He had failed once again. Could it be that this Uchiha clan member, like his teacher, recognized his abilities during their first encounter and then devised a countermeasure? What a terrifying person. But he will definitely come back after he recovers from his injury. He then activated his divine power and flashed into the divine power space. Just before Obito disappeared, Yashiro arrived at a location not far from where Obito was. I witnessed the other person's figure disappear. He cursed under his breath. This guy got away. Because the presence of this person can no longer be felt around. Spacetime ninjutsu, what a troublesome fellow. He was also a little excited. The village ninjas couldn't do anything about his mask. But unexpectedly, Ryosuke was able to severely injure him. It seems Ryosuke has really become very strong. He then rushed towards Ryosuke's location. Ryosuke was also beaming with excitement. Although his attack didn't kill Obito, he had already fulfilled his wish of kicking Obito. Obito's vitality is truly tenacious. He used all his strength in that attack just now, otherwise he would have been sucked into the Kamui dimension by Obito and would have died. However, Obito's Kamui technique wasn't actually as powerful as people imagined. As long as you know the other party's situation, you can attack them at the same time they reach out to grab Ryosuke. However, if the opponent doesn't want to attack and remains in a holographic state, Ryosuke can't do anything about it. Time stop is the best way to deal with this kind of guy. Space is king, time is supreme, and time is even above space. It seems that the awakening of the main Jikaiwu Sharingan is related to one's own desires. Uchiha Shisui wanted to stop the clan's rebellion, so he awakened Kadomatsu Kamai's strongest genjutsu. Sasuke Uchiha awakened his Sharingan just as he learned the truth about Itachi's massacre of his clan. Sasuke, feeling indignant for his brother, was determined to change the world and the corrupt roots within Konoha village. Therefore, when he awakened his Sharingan abilities, he also awakened Kagetsuchi, who could control the shape of flames, which aligned with his desire to change the world. So if Ryosuke awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan while thinking of time as paramount, will he also awaken time-related skills? With the best skill possibly being time freeze. It's a pity that the other party didn't underestimate his Sharingan. Otherwise, perhaps his Sharingan could have awakened into the Mangekyou Sharingan. At this moment, Uchiha Yatsuhoku came to his side, his expression becoming increasingly respectful. He could sense just how powerful Ryosuke was now. They must pull the other party into their radical faction. No wonder the other party had such radical ideas. They had hidden them so deeply, with such strength. He might even be stronger than the clan's #1 genius. Uchiha Shisui, Ryosuke just fought with that masked man. And perhaps he discovered something. Ryosuke, did you figure out who that person was? Ryosuke said directly, do not know. If Obito Uchiha's identity were to be revealed, the Uchiha clan would be the first to be affected. Chapter 50, Let's have a friendly spar. The 8th Hokage of Uchiha looked regretful. He said slowly, this guy is the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails rampage. He's the one who framed our Uchiha clan. It's such a pity that he got away, however. I didn't expect Ryosuke to be so well hidden and possess such great strength. Join the radical faction of our Uchiha clan. Ryosuke countered with a question. Didn't you say last time that we had nothing to talk about? Yashiro's expression was a bit grim had indeed said that. Isn't it because we don't know your strength? What you said is too bold. We need to think about it carefully. Ryosuke rolled his eyes at the other person after hearing this. In the long run, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha leadership will inevitably erupt completely in the near future. Given the image of the Uchiha clan in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, it is impossible to change it easily. A conflict is bound to break out at that time, unless the Uchiha clan is willing to become the dogs of the Konoha leadership. It's unlikely they'll get away with it, but even so Danzo, one of the leaders, would still not let the Uchiha clan go. Moreover, the true line of Konoha lies with the Uchiha clan, and the Konoha F4 are utterly useless, causing the village's fighting strength to plummet. Ryosuke looked at Yashiro and replied, let's wait and see. Just like you said we should take it long-term. What he needs to do now is, of course, improve his own strength. Now we simply have the ability to deal with the danger of annihilation. The fight with Obito just now was quite thrilling. If he were strong enough, this wouldn't have happened. Yashiro said quickly, of course. The other party's statement undoubtedly indicates that they are considering things from the family's perspective. It's good to take a long-term view. Although he now admires Ryosuke very much, however, if Ryosuke were to prepare for a direct confrontation with the Konoha leadership right now, he would be in serious trouble. By the way, it's also necessary to report this matter to the clan chief. Meanwhile, the Anbu also discovered the incident and rushed to the Hokage's office to report it to the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage leaned back in his chair upon hearing the news. The masked man and Uchiha Ryosuke got into a fierce fight. It seems that the Uchiha clan was truly wronged back then. They were not the masterminds behind the Nine-Tails rampage. At the time, Danzo was the one who instigated it, and he acquiesced to it at that time. The Uchiha clan's power was growing, with many geniuses emerging, and they even wanted to take the position of Hokage. The prohibition against the Uchiha clan becoming Hokage was not only a piece of advice from his teacher, the 2nd Hokage, but also something the 3rd Hokage did not want to see. If the Uchiha clan ascends to the position of Hokage, where will head 3rd Hokage fit in? He has no intention of retiring. He sighed deeply in his heart, unexpectedly. The Uchiha clan has produced another member of such a powerful clan. It's still the same Uchiha Ryosuke. They dared to defy him, the Hokage, even before, currently. The 2 greatest geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, are both being brainwashed with the will of fire by their subordinates in the Anbu. The progress was very smooth, and I had a very high opinion of them both. They will definitely listen to what I say. If we could get Uchiha Ryosuke into the Anbu, He was confident he could brainwash the other party. However, the other party was somewhat unruly. But it's still worth a try. In the afternoon, Ryosuke went directly to the clan chief's house, where Fugaku happened to be home. Fugaku was overjoyed to see Ryosuke arrive. Ryosuke, Yashiro already told me that you are quite good. You were able to severely injure that masked man and vent our Uchiha clan's anger. I reported this matter to the third Hokage, and this is enough to clear our Uchiha clan of any suspicion. He was very happy that his family had produced such a genius. They severely damaged the masked man, thus restoring the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Ryosuke frowned slightly. It seems that the Fugaku clan leader still doesn't understand the point of conflict between his clan and the Konoha leadership. To put it bluntly, the Nine-Tails rampage was merely an excuse used by the Konoha leadership to suppress the Uchiha clan. He said slowly, "Chieftain, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. If we reveal this, the Konoha leadership will likely suspect that our Uchiha clan is colluding with the masked man again, and use this as an opportunity to suppress our Uchiha clan once more." Fugaku frowned. That can't be right, they wouldn't be that stupid. If we were in cahoots with the masked man, why would we have dealt him such a heavy blow? Ryosuke couldn't help but say, "It is precisely because they know this that they take this opportunity to suppress our Uchiha clan. After a leave-in, if our clan moves to the outskirts, we are still the strongest clan in Konoha. It has already threatened the power of Konoha's higher-ups." Fugaku's excitement subsided as the head of his clan. He was well aware of the situation. "I just hope that the higher-ups can understand that the Uchiha clan is loyal to Konoha. The Nine-Tails rampage destroyed the village, which also belonged to the Uchiha clan. Why did they do this?" He looked at Ryosuke and couldn't help but say, "You're very smart, I'll reconsider this." "So what brings you here?" Ryosuke said with a smile. "Of course, I've come to spar with the clan leader." Fugaku was taken aback when he heard this. In the past, he would definitely have dismissed it with disdain. What's the point of him comparing himself to a young man? The gap between them is too big, but it is different now. Ryosuke were able to defeat the masked man. "So even I might not be your match," Ryosuke explained. "Not necessarily. That masked man appears invincible because he has special abilities." Fugaku couldn't help but ask, "What ability?" "The masked man escaped in now that we have the information. We'll have a way to deal with him in the future." Ryosuke then told Fugaku the information he knew and the corresponding solutions. His ability is to make his body ethereal to avoid attacks, and to absorb others into another dimension. But he must materialize when absorbing them. Just hit the opponent when they materialize. Fugaku was greatly shocked when he heard this. Combining the real and the illusory. This is space-time ninjutsu. They're not that easy to deal with. Just like the fourth Hokage, Nagato Namikaze, who dominated the ninja world with his flying thunder god technique. The fact that he was able to defeat the masked man further proves Ryosuke's strength. He's now starting to wonder about Ryosuke's abilities. "Ryosuke, then let's have a proper spar. It is good." Ryosuke agreed. The two then went to the open space behind the clan's territory. This place is spacious and deserted, perfect for a friendly competition. Fugaku Uchiha was very confident in his own strength, and Ryosuke in front of him was undoubtedly a master as well. Only a real battle can reveal a person's true strength. Chapter 51, Peace, Negotiation on the Open Ground. Uchiha Ryosuke immediately activated his 3-Tamo Sharingan, looking very excited. "Chieftain, then I shall make the first move. Bring it on." Fugaku has also awakened the 3-Tamo Sharingan. Let him see just how strong his opponent really is. Seeing that the opponent was ready, Ryosuke charged directly at Fugaku. They launched a fierce attack. Fugaku went to greet him. The first collision caused his expression to change. Such speed, such a powerful punch. I never expected Ryosuke's physical skills to be so strong. This was completely beyond his expectations. Even after several minutes of fierce fighting, Fugaku sensed that his opponent's momentum had not diminished at all. As if he knew no fatigue, this can't go on. So he seized an opportunity to create distance. Then quickly seal it. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at the same time. He refined his chakra, his chest bulged. And he directly spat out a fireball, the size of a small house. Attacking Ryosuke. Ryosuke stared at the other person's fireball, which resembled a small house. The clansman really liked fire-style ninjutsu in fact. He had grown to like it after using it once. The great fireball technique is indeed awe-inspiring and cool, perfectly in line with the style of the Uchiha clan. He also quickly formed hand, seal-skethered his chakra, and spat out a fireball similar in size to his opponent's. The two powerful fireballs collided directly in midair, their flames intertwining and scorching the ground black. Fugaku looked very surprised. Ryosuke had an impressive amount of chakra, otherwise it would have been impossible to unleash such a powerful fireball. He had no doubt that the opponent's strength had been recognized. Although he still had genjutsu, he hadn't used. Just looking at the opponent's scarlet Sharingan, he knew that the power of his eyes was definitely not low. Ryosuke was quite satisfied at this moment, as he was able to suppress a powerhouse of at least the pentakage level simply by relying on his physical skills. It can even suppress powerhouses at the cage level or above. If I were to unleash the power of the 8 gates, defeating a cage-level opponent would be a piece of cake. He said with a smile, "Chieftain, that's enough for today. I'll head back now." Fugaku nodded. Even though he still had one trump card, the Mangekyou Sharingan, that he hadn't used yet. However, he learned from Yashiro that Ryosuke also possessed the 8 gates technique. The 8 gates formation is definitely a powerful forbidden technique that rivals the Mangekyou Sharingan. If the two sides really fought head-on, it's hard to say who would win. But Ryosuke is much younger than him now. His potential is far greater than his. The next day, Kakashi received orders from the 3rd Hokage to find Ryosuke Uchiha and invite him to join the Anbu. He himself was very puzzled by the order. How could someone like Uchiha Ryosuke possibly be willing to join the Anbu and become the Hokage subordinate? This person is not as obedient as Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi. To tell the truth, Ryosuke's refusal of the 3rd Hokage's decision to forbid him from contacting Naruto made Kakashi realize the arrogant and conceited nature of the Uchiha clan. In the Villegeth, Hokage holds the most power. No ninja would dare to confront him so directly. I doubt even Fugaku, head of the Uchiha clan, would have been this headstrong. Before long, Kakashi arrived at the grove of trees in the Uchiha clan's territory. This is where Uchiha Ryosuke often trains. Sensing the sounds in the forest, they easily found Uchiha Ryosuke jogging. Ryosuke naturally sensed that someone was coming and stopped training, looking in the direction of the approaching person. "It's Kakashi. What does this guy want from him this time?" Asked, "Why are you here again?" Kakashi probably won't come looking for him himself. They must have come with orders from the 3rd generation. It seems he has demonstrated his strength and has already caught the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. We need to be more careful from now on, even in Konoha. These cunning old foxes might still try to take action against him. Kakashi stated his purpose directly. "The 3rd Hokage would like to invite you to join our Anbu." Ryosuke was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Did I come across as being too naive? Do you really think you can brainwash yourself into becoming the kind of brain-dead idiot who would destroy his own family? He refused outright. "I reject." Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. This decision by the other party was within his expectations. "I will report this to the 3rd Hokage." Just as I was about to turn and leave, I heard Ryosuke's voice again. "Don't come to me again if something like this happens again." Kakashi paused for a moment upon hearing this. It seemed this Uchiha clansman truly didn't take the Hokage seriously at all. Doesn't that mean he will absolutely not join the Hokage's faction? He then immediately rushed back to the Hokage building, went to the 3rd Hokage's office, and reported the news to the 3rd Hokage. And of course, there's Ryosuke's last line. If something like this happens again, don't come to him again. When the third Hokage heard Kakashi's report, he still managed to maintain a calm expression. In reality, he was extremely angry. They really didn't give him any face at all. Most ninjas in the village consider it an honor to become members of the Hokage's Anbu. But the Uchiha clan doesn't take his personal invitation seriously at all. The Uchiha clan is truly evil. Joining such a person isn't necessarily a good thing. They won't be as obedient as Itachi Uchiha or Shisui Uchiha. Let's leave this matter aside. There are more important things to do next. Recently, Konoha and Kumigakure have prepared to make peace and end the war. The opposing peace negotiation team should be arriving soon, and the negotiation location has been chosen as Konoha. This must be because the hidden cloud village sincerely sought peace. He looked at Kakashi in front of him. Spread the news that Konoha and Kumigakure have made peace, and then make good preparations to welcome the Kumigakure delegation. Yes, third Hokage, Kakashi responded and left. Only then did the third Hokage comfortably lean back in his chair. After the war ends, a long period of time can begin again. The Uchiha clan probably won't dare to cause any more trouble. The credit for ending the war naturally goes to him. We should make sure to highlight his achievements in the textbooks. Strengthen your glorious image. To solidify his position as Hokage. This reminded him of Danza, who was both his good helper and his worthy adversary. But he has always coveted the position of Hokage. It's a pity he doesn't know how to win people's hearts. With such a terrible image in the village, how could he possibly threaten his position? The methods were too radical. Chapter 52, An Accidental Encounter with Hinata. In the hidden cloud village, in the northern plateau region, the fourth Ryosuke, with his light yellow hair and strong physique, is currently gathering his men for a meeting. They discussed matters concerning traveling to Konoha village for peace talks. The fourth Ryosuke, seated in the main seat, spoke. This time Wu decided on Jonin Dodo and Jonin Samui, with Dodo in charge of all affairs of the mission. This time, your goal is not only to sign a peace treaty with Konoha, but also to seize Hinata Hyuga, the daughter of the Hyuga clan's main family. If it succeeds, we can use Hinata Hyuga as a mating tool to create another Hyuga clan in Kumigakure. That's why Konoha was chosen as the location for the peace talks. Everyone present was somewhat shocked. The Hyuga clan is a major clan in Konoha. Aren't they provoking Konoha by doing this? Does the Ryosuke not want to negotiate peace with Konoha? Samu, with her short light blonde hair, was somewhat surprised by the Ryosuke's actions. She naturally had no objection to using Hinata as a tool to rebuild the clan, since this would greatly enhance the strength of Kumigakure. During the Third Shinobi World War, the ninja teams from Kumigakure were completely outmatched by the Konoha ninja teams, which included members of the Hyuga clan. Because the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is so powerful, it can observe information from a great distance. This resulted in their Cloud Village ninja teams rarely finding Konoha Village ninja teams. However, the ninja squads of Konoha Village were able to use this advantage to launch surprise attacks on the ninja squads of Kumigakure Village, and even defeat the enemy outnumbered. This was a major reason for the defeat of their hidden Cloud Village in the war against Konoha. She couldn't help but speak up. Lord Ryosuke, if we do this, I'm afraid it will start another war on it. If the Ryosuke plan succeeds, it will naturally bring huge benefits to the village. But if it fails, it will also ignite another war. This is something that the hidden Cloud Village cannot tolerate now. Kumigakure was never a very wealthy village. In terms of wealth, it was not as wealthy as Konoha. If Konoha and Kumigakure were to fight again, it would likely result in both sides suffering heavy losses. It's not impossible that they might even be ambushed by their mortal enemy, Iwagakure. In her opinion, it's better not to implement such a plan. The Third Shinobi World War has lasted so long. It's time to end it, the fourth Ryosuke scoffed. It doesn't matter, even if Konoha finds out. Would that cowardly old man third Hokage dare to start another war with our hidden cloud village? Konoha won the war against Iwagakure and signed an unequal treaty. Our hidden cloud village is stronger than their hidden stone village. The hidden leaf village will definitely not dare to fight against us again. The envoy Dodo said with a smile. The fourth Raikage is wise. I guarantee I will complete the mission. If he completes this mission, he will be the greatest contributor to the hidden cloud village. And his position in the village will be unshakable. The fourth Raikage said happily, Of course I believe you. Your infiltration skills are among the best in Kumigakure. After you kidnap Hinata Hyuga, hurry to the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. I will send someone to meet you there. We're waiting for you to come back and celebrate. Konoha Village, afternoon. Ryosuke Uchiha walked along the streets of Konoha, preparing to head out to find Might Guy. Next, learn how to open the fifth gate of the 8 Gates formation. Once the fifth gate is opened, he will basically be considered a major boss-level figure in the early stages, and should be more than capable of handling the Night of the Annihilation. The reason he could be so confident after opening 5 gates was, of course, because his physical attributes were higher, even higher than those of Might Guy 10 years later. Opening the 8 gates is related not only to the amount of chakra, but also to physical strength. While he was searching in the woods of Konoha Village, but unexpectedly, they caught a glimpse of several unruly children surrounding a girl who was a little younger than them. He immediately frowned. Isn't that Hinata Hyuga? He remembered that in the original story this guy, as the next successor of the Hyuga clan, was always bullied by bratty kids. Sometimes it happens in winter, sometimes in summer. Although it's a bit outrageous. But now it's time for Naruto to step in and save the day, right? But looking left and right, there was no trace of Naruto. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Had he changed the course of the story after he traveled through time? Or perhaps this scene wasn't even in the original storyline. At that moment, those brats pointed at Hinata's eyes and continued to laugh. One of the mischievous kids even pointed at Hinata's eyes and said, Your Hyuga clan's Byakugan is really strange. It's actually a white pupil. Another child said approvingly. They are different from most of us. They have monster-like eyes. Hinata was a little hesitant and unsure of what to do. These people surrounded her and wouldn't let her leave. It kept mocking her eyes, although her eyes were indeed different from those of the people in the tribe. One of the mischievous kids even tried to push Hinata Hyuga down, because he was starting to feel a little afraid of the girl in front of him. Someone with eyes like that must be a monster. Ryosuke naturally saw this situation and spoke up as he walked over. What are you guys doing? The group of mischievous kids stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of the sound. But what I saw was an adult in a high-necked robe. Their expressions immediately changed. They are from the Uchiha clan. Their parents had taught them that the Uchiha clan was a force to be reckoned with in the village, so they prepared to start running immediately. But how could Ryosuke let these brats off so easily? Trying to run away. Then I'll just go to your house and arrest you. The group of mischievous kids immediately stopped in their tracks. If their parents found out they had offended the Uchiha clan, they would definitely be in deep trouble. At this moment, Ryosuke had already walked up to the group. Apologize to this little girl right now and promise it won't happen again, or I'll have you all thrown in jail. Upon hearing the word prison, the group of mischievous children immediately became frightened and quickly spoke up. We're sorry, we promise it won't happen again. Ryosuke was a little dissatisfied. Speak louder, be more sincere. The mischievous kids did as instructed. Ryosuke was finally satisfied. It's already quite merciful that they didn't put these guys in jail. Get out. The mischievous kids immediately took off running. Hinata was also a little scared at this moment. Although this new guy drove away those annoying people, he's a bit fierce. Ryosuke looked at the little girl in front of him and became more and more satisfied. Small and cute. If only I knew what she would look like when she grew up. No one would have imagined that Hinata would become such a busty woman. She is a very talented girl. Chapter 53, Sending Hinata Home. In fact, as Ryosuke gets stronger every day and practices the 8 gates formation daily, he feels he needs more female fluids to nourish his body. Of course, this also increases chakra. Ryosuke looked kindly at the little girl in front of him. You must be the young lady of the Hyuga clan. Why are you here alone? Hinata felt even more aggrieved when she thought about what had happened before, and her eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Ryosuke quickly said something. It's okay, you can talk to your brother about anything. If this situation isn't stopped, people might misunderstand and think he has ulterior motives towards the Hyuga family's eldest daughter. Hinata looked at the person in front of her, who was completely different from the fierce attitude she had shown when dealing with those annoying guys. Instead, he was quite friendly, unable to resist. He revealed everything that had happened before. Ryosuke understood. It turns out that during Hinata's match with her younger sister, she couldn't bear to hurt her sister and was accidentally knocked to the ground by her sister. Then he was severely scolded by his father, such as waste. Ryosuke was speechless upon hearing this. Hinata is actually the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. The head of the Hyuga family is undoubtedly grooming her to be the family heir. Those who are groomed to be the family heirs should certainly be held to high standards. Otherwise, how will they be able to shoulder the responsibilities of the family in the future? Of course, Ryosuke knew that Hinata's personality was indeed not suitable to be the heir to the clan. But can Ryosuke really say that to people? Isn't this a provocation against the Hyuga clan? He, Ryosuke, isn't that muddle-headed. Therefore, he could only say this to Hinata. That's very good, as an older sister. Of course, I should protect my younger sister. Hinata felt a little better after hearing Ryosuke's words. The eyes were no longer so diminished. They had a little light. Surprisingly, someone actually approves of her. Her father always called her a good-for-nothing, although she understood why her father was so strict with her. Understanding was one thing, but whether she could bear it was another. Ryosuke looked at Hinata and said, I'll take you home now. Even in Konoha village, it's not very safe. The eyes of the Hyuga main family members can be stolen. What's more, there are so many unruly kids in the village. Ryosuke had no idea how these people dared to bully the daughter of the Hyuga main family. Hinata nodded in agreement. It's time to go back, I snuck out this time. Ryosuke was about to lead Hinata towards the Hyuga residence when he suddenly realized something and asked apologetically. You should know the way home, right? No. Hinata nodded, that's good. You lead the way, and I'll protect your safety. Ryosuke was glad the other person knew the way. Otherwise, he would have had to ask someone for directions to the Hyuga family's territory. The Hyuga family, headed by Hyuga Hayashi, received a report from his servant. His Hinata has gone missing. His expression changed instantly, and he became extremely anxious. But I forced myself to calm down. Panic won't help at this time. Was she kidnapped? The Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and branch families. Family members can also awaken the Byakugan. But if someone is under the caged bird seal, their Byakugan cannot be stolen. However, members of the clan who do not possess the curse seal on the caged bird can be robbed. There was a time when one of the clan members had one eye stolen. If Hinata were really kidnapped, that would be the worst-case scenario. Of course, it's also possible that he sneaked out on his own. In either case, it should be treated at the highest level. Because the Hyuga clan's Byakugan cannot be lost, he gave the order to his servant. Pass down the order. Immediately send out all the ninjas still in the clan to search for Hinata. Yes. The servant immediately went to inform the Hyuga clan ninjas in the family. Less than 2 minutes later, Hayashi Hyuga led a group of people out of the house and rushed out to search for Hinata. But when they stepped out of their house, they saw an Uchiha clansman leading Hinata by the hand towards the clan. My tense heart was instantly relieved. Ryosuke naturally saw this scene as well. I was incredibly surprised. Upon approaching the other party, he recounted the events that had transpired, fortunately. The other party listened patiently to his story. Ryosuke didn't want to cause a conflict with the other party due to misunderstandings. Hayashi Hyuga listened patiently, of course. He had no suspicion that it was done by someone from the Uchiha clan. Because the opponent's bloodline limit is in no way inferior to that of their Hyuga clan. He never expected that it would be the Uchiha clan who sent his daughter back. Although the two clans don't usually interact much. And the Uchiha clan currently has a poor reputation in Konoha. However, the other party kindly chased away those unruly children and even returned their daughter. He naturally expressed his gratitude, not wanting to neglect the proper etiquette of his clan. "Thank you for bringing my daughter back. Please come inside and I'll brew you a pot of good tea." "No need for this," Ryosuke waved his hand and then left. He has nothing to talk about with the Hyuga clan. He might as well go find Might Guy and learn the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates. Hayashi Hyuga naturally didn't try to keep them, as the Uchiha clan was now being watched closely by the higher-ups in Konoha. Logically speaking, a clan leader like him should even avoid contact with the Uchiha clan to avoid arousing suspicion from the Konoha leadership. However, since the other party saved his daughter, he still couldn't be impolite otherwise. He would be losing the dignity of his clan. After Ryosuke left, Hyuga Hayashi waved for the clan's ninjas to disperse. Then he looked at his daughter, Hinata. Anger surged within me again. But seeing that little head down looking worried and scared, my anger subsided considerably as her father. Hinata grew up from a young age, and he developed a gentle, yet somewhat timid personality. However, as his eldest daughter, she is destined to inherit the prestigious name of the Hyuga clan. This kind of personality needs to be changed. It seems the only option is to educate them gradually. Chapter 54, the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation. Meanwhile, Ryosuke finds Might Guy in the woods, where the two often train together. Matt Kai was practicing hitting the wooden stakes alone, pounding the stakes with his fists. It seems that Might Guy's strength has also increased. Might Guy sensed something and realized someone was behind him. He turned around and saw his best friend, Uchiha Ryosuke. A surge of joy welled up inside me. Ryosuke hasn't come to spar with him in a long time. I wonder if he's starting to look down on his weak skills. However, before that, he had some good news to tell the other party. "Ryosuke, have you heard that the village is preparing to negotiate peace with Kumagakure?" Ryosuke had never heard of it before, since he had never even been involved in the guards. However, he did know that the Hidden Cloud village had not only come to negotiate peace, but also to steal Hinata's eyes, thinking of Kumagakure. He remembered that his father had died at the hands of Kumagakure. I can collect some interest this way. Might Guy was puzzled when he saw Ryosuke like this. "Ryosuke, what's wrong with you? Aren't you happy to hear this news? How come?" Ryosuke laughed heartily. "I'm just a little puzzled as to why the peace talks were held in Konoha village instead of the border of the Land of Fire." Matt Key was pondering Ryosuke's question. He couldn't figure out the answer to this question either. When Ryosuke saw Might Guy like this, he knew that Might Guy was not the kind of person who would plot against others. "Never mind that, Kai. I've come to learn from you how to open the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation." Matt Kai was taken aback when he heard this. "Ryosuke, did you say you were going to learn the 5th subject?" "Yes, I'm already very proficient in the first 4. Ryosuke responded, "Actually, the difficulty in mastering the 8 gates formation mainly lies in opening the gates. Once you gradually get used to the pain, it won't hurt anymore. It's similar to a woman's first time. Once it's turned on, the question becomes how well your body can handle it." With his powerful physique, he could maintain the 8 gates formation for an extended period without any problems. Matt Kai couldn't help but gasp. If I really have to learn how to unlock the 5th gate, then wouldn't I have already reached the same level as him? It took him 10 years to cultivate to the point of opening 5 gates. But Ryosuke caught up in just over 3 months. although it was expected that Ryosuke would train very quickly. But this speed is too fast. It happened so fast he could hardly believe it. Might Guy decided to give Ryosuke the method to open the fifth gate. As usual, had demonstrated once. And then Ryosuke activated his Sharingan to directly copy his method, making some minor adjustments, since everyone's meridians and chakra limiters are slightly different. When Might Guy saw those 3 Tamo Sharingan eyes, he couldn't help but marvel at the other person's talent. Those 3 Tamo Sharingan alone are enough to make him a powerful ninja. Ryosuke is probably a true genius among the Uchiha clan. Plus, after using the Sharingan to replicate Might Guy's method of opening the 5th gate, he immediately opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates formation, and then manipulated his chakra to charge towards the 5th gate. The gate of closure. That familiar pain immediately descended upon him. Not only was it painful, but it also gave Ryosuke a slightly irritating feeling. He couldn't help but exclaim, readily. Then they stopped practicing. He just wanted to experience opening all 5 doors. Moreover, he has now come into the sights of Konoha's higher-ups. Not only did he refuse the Hokage's invitation to become an Anbu member, he even contacted Naruto. The Hokage of Konoha and the Nagakage are both capable of taking action against him. Having mastered the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation, he was indeed no longer afraid of that kind of thing. However, this does not mean that he will be safe and sound. Anything can happen during cultivation, and he may even fall into a coma. In that case, the eyeballs might be lost. Matt Kai, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. He vividly remembers the feeling of his nerves snapping when he first opened the 5 gates. I still remember them vividly. But now Ryosuke actually feels a sense of pleasure from this pain. There's no way to compare people. Perhaps that's why the other person was able to quickly master the 8 gates formation. Ryosuke, meanwhile, wanted to go back and practice at home. Kai, I'll head back now. Then he was reborn and about to leave. Matt Kai hesitated for a second before speaking. Ryosuke, would you like to have a match with me? I wonder if Ryosuke now thinks his skill level is too low. I no longer seek him out for sparring like I used to. Ryosuke, who was about to turn around, stopped in his tracks. She looked at Kai with a smile. Of course can. He is still very interested in the current sparring match between the two. He decisively activated the 3 Tamo Sharingan. Then he charged at Matt Ki and kicked out with a powerful kick. Kai didn't expect Ryosuke to act so quickly, and his strength had improved significantly since then. The attack aimed at him was all too familiar, the leaf whirlwind kick. Both raised their legs and kicked out, colliding with Ryosuke immediately. He felt Ryosuke's strength. The other's thighs were as heavy as solid logs. The 10 blows were so powerful and heavy that his expression began to change. My body has become incredibly strong, shocked. They discovered that Ryosuke braced himself on the ground and delivered a double kick. He also wanted to keep up, but he was ultimately a step too slow. Instead of blocking the opponent's attack, Ryosuke kicked her first. His body was instantly sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground. Although Ryosuke didn't use his full strength in this move, he didn't hold back either. Otherwise, there's no point in sparring, despite the pain. Matt Kai, who had fallen to the ground, climbed back up. Ryosuke has really become very strong. But he won't give up so easily. Just like when he first entered the Ninja Academy, he not only lacked ninjutsu talent, but even his taijutsu was inferior to Kakashi's. But through his own efforts, he still managed to catch up with Kakashi. He believed that with hard work, he could catch up with Uchiha Ryosuke. Then he suddenly charged at Ryosuke and punched him in the chest. However, Ryosuke caught it steadily with one hand. Might Guy then threw a left punch, which was once again caught by Ryosuke. At this point, Matt Kai realized the gap between the two sides. Both of his attacks were ineffective. He then kicked again, but Ryosuke kicked first and sent him flying. The moment Matt Kai fell to the ground, his intense competitive spirit was aroused. It is meaningful to beat someone stronger than yourself. In the ensuing battle, Ryosuke knocked Might Guy away countless times. although his own strength has improved significantly. Might Guy has also improved, somewhat, just not as much as him. The other party is really tenacious. If the fight continues, Might Guy is really going to suffer some damage. He couldn't help but say, "Kai, let's stop here." Even lying on the ground, Matt Kai knew that he still had the strength to get up. But if we keep fighting, the damage will be much greater. I never imagined that Ryosuke would become so strong in just a few months. He may never have another chance to catch up with Ryosuke. While he is making progress, Ryosuke is also making progress at such a rapid pace. The gap will only widen. It's even possible that Ryosuke is the strongest in physical combat in history. However, was not discouraged. He was only happy for Ryosuke's strength. You can only improve faster by sparring with such a powerful person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Ryosuke, you won't mind if I challenge you to a duel in the future, will you?" Chapter 55 Pregnancy. Ryosuke, who was standing to the side, was a little stunned when he heard Might Guy's words. Then he said with a smile, "How could I possibly find it unacceptable?" Putting aside the fact that his opponent helped him improve his physical attributes in the early stages. Even now that his strength has improved, Might Guy is still a sparring partner worth having. Enhancing physical attributes does not mean everything is fine. Ryosuke must master this power and become proficient in its use. Might Guy was secretly delighted. It was really good that Ryosuke didn't mind. Ryosuke looked at Might Guy on the ground. That concludes today's sparring session. I'm heading back now. It is good, Matt Kai, who was lying on the ground, responded with a sound. Let's find Ryosuke to spar another day. For now, let's rest our bodies in the sparring just now. Although Ryosuke didn't hit his vital points, the force of his attack was by no means light. After parting ways with Might Guy, Ryosuke quickly returned to his Uchiha clan residence. Immediately, they began practicing opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation. Although he had a genuine sparring match with Kai, but it only reduced his physical strength a little bit. It did not affect his subsequent cultivation in the slightest. He skillfully opened the first 4 doors, his forehead bulging with veins, and his skin turning a deep black. It exuded a strong aura, but it wasn't powerful enough to actually damage the house. Next, he manipulated his chakra to rush towards the 5th gate. The view gate below his spine, the pain then struck. My body is in a lot of pain. This caused Ryosuke to break out in a cold sweat. It still hurts as much as ever. However, he only feels pain now. He's already used to it. There is no longer any risk of fainting. An hour of trying to open the door had made him accustomed to the pain. And he even had a faint feeling that he could open the door. At the same time, his limit of endurance had been reached. He was no longer in a hurry to continue his cultivation. Instead, she simply took a shower. I had a good nap for over an hour, and before I knew it, it was evening. His body had almost fully recovered. The physical and mental pain had largely disappeared. As his physical attributes improve, his physical recovery ability also continuously increases. He could actually continue his cultivation now. But he has an appointment tonight. So he ate a little food and then went outside. He skillfully arrived at Hong's house and strolled around the streets with her. During this time, the two found a secluded street with few pedestrians. Ryosuke arrived early with Kurenai. After a long day of hard work, savoring the taste of a beautiful woman brings joy to both body and mind. As soon as he sat down, Ryosuke's right hand, which was holding Kurenai Yuha, moved from her waist up to her breasts. Perhaps because they had been cuddling for a long time. They used to always find a hotel to spend the night before they took the final step. It seems that everything around Kurenai Yuha has swelled up quite a bit. The soft, slightly swollen texture immediately made Ryosuke enjoy it. Kurenai looked at Ryosuke with a blush on her face. Are these 2 chubby little lobes of my own really that fun? She had tried massaging it herself, but she felt nothing at all. Ryosuke's hard thing is quite fun, though. They cuddled for a while. Ryosuke then made the suggestion. Hong, how about we get a hotel room? Hong's mother is probably at home now, so she might as well book a hotel room and enjoy herself. Red-faced hesitated slightly, even though she really wanted to have a good time with Ryosuke that night. But I've been feeling nauseous lately. Isn't that a sign of pregnancy? Ryosuke found it very strange to see Kurenai like this. I have already taken all of the red, moreover. The other person seemed to be enjoying it very much, so there was no reason for them to refuse. Couldn't help but ask, Hong, what's wrong? Kurenai hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ryosuke, I might be pregnant. I've been feeling nauseous lately, suddenly. He felt nauseous and bent over to dry heave a few times. Ryosuke was a little stunned. Pregnant, he was overjoyed. All his hard work in planting, the seeds had paid off. And it seemed he had succeeded. He then bent down and quickly patted Hong's back to make her feel better. Soon after, Hong felt a little better, looking at Ryosuke with her beautiful red eyes. After having sex with this guy so many times, I still got pregnant. Now she didn't know what to do and could only look at Ryosuke. What should I do now? Should we abort the child? She herself never thought she would have a child at such a young age. Ryosuke looks a bit younger than him, so he probably wouldn't want it either. They were only thinking about having fun and didn't consider the consequences. Upon hearing this, Ryosuke immediately became anxious. Regardless of the system's rewards for having children, in his eyes, this was his child, a living, breathing life. How could I possibly agree to thwart such a wicked idea? He said with a serious expression. Hong, never have such dangerous thoughts again. Don't worry, just give birth to the baby. I'll take responsibility for raising it. This is his child, so he can be considered half a member of the Uchiha clan. After hearing Ryosuke's words, Kurenai felt much more at ease. I'm afraid Ryosuke is the kind of person who will run away as soon as he pulls up his pants. Fortunately, Ryosuke isn't that kind of person. She said with a smile, then let's have this child. Although she is still very young, this is the first time she has experienced something like this. But this child is naturally her own flesh and blood, and she certainly doesn't want to abort it. Now that Ryosuke has his idea, she is even more determined to stick to it. Ryosuke smiled and nodded. It's good that it was born. I just feel like he should focus on making money. Although he is not worried about money now. Once the child is born, expenses will be much higher. It seems he needs to think of some ways to make money. Hong also spoke at this time. Ryosuke, let's keep this child a secret. After all, if Asuma knew about Thish, would definitely go berserk. She not only had an affair with another man, but she even had a child with him. All right. Ryosuke agreed. He would agree to Hong's requests as long as she didn't abort the child. Looks like I won't be able to book a hotel room tonight. Sexual intercourse is not possible during pregnancy. Chapter 56, Learning Illusion. The next day, Ryosuke got up early. Hong was pregnant, so of course they didn't have sex. I feel a surge of heat coursing through my body right now. As physical attributes are enhanced, demand will also become extremely strong. It seems I'll have to find another woman. Unfortunately, there isn't a suitable target yet. The only way to get rid of this heat is through morning exercise. Arriving at the grove, next to the clan's territory, they were ready to begin training and improve their physical attributes. After running around the grove for more than 10 minutes, a figure appeared in front of Ryosuke. The person who came was Uchiha Inaho, but he looked a little haggard. Ryosuke saw the other person waving at him and had no choice but to stop. Is there a problem? Daehyu asked shyly. Ryosuke, is there any secret to mastering the 8 gates? I've been cultivating for several days, and I haven't even opened a single gate. He did indeed cultivate very diligently, and several times he fainted from the pain. There was absolutely no slackening in their cultivation. Ryosuke rolled his eyes at him. Is the 8 gates formation so easy to master? I haven't even reached the point of opening all 5 gates after 3 months of cultivation. The secret to mastering the 8 gates lies in not being afraid of pain or fatigue. And in persevering, you will always make progress. Do you understand? In Ahisa, of course, understood what Ryosuke meant. His point was simply that hard work will always lead to improvement. But since Ryosuke was able to master the 4 gates so quickly, Inahisa wanted to know the shortcut. He couldn't help but say, "Ryosuke, I want to ask you if you have any shortcuts that can speed up my cultivation." Shortcut? Ryosuke glanced at the other person and realized that the other person had seen his training speed, and therefore assumed that there was some shortcut. If there were a shortcut, it would be physical strength and resilience. But that's all I have. But we can't just restore the rice fire like that. I can only say there are shortcuts though, that is, constantly refining chakra and impacting the chakra limiter. However, there are risks involved in doing this, at best. You may faint, at worst you may suffer brain damage. Daehyu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Is this the method Ryosuke mentioned? It seems he has already experienced the side effect of fainting. It's best to avoid brain trauma altogether. He has decided to slow down his training in the 8 gates formation. After all, even though Ryosuke had told him about the shortcut, he felt there was no need for him to try it. At the same time, he admired Ryosuke even more. Ryosuke was able to increase his strength so quickly by using this method. He will surely become the new leader of their radical faction in the future. Although the current 8th generation is also good, the strong will naturally rise to the top. Moreover, Ryosuke is already so strong just in terms of physical skills. If he were to learn some of his family's illusion techniques, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. Ryosuke's eye power was superior to his, so the genjutsu he used with his Sharingan was naturally more powerful. It's even possible that he could rival Uchiha Shisui. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, "Ryosuke, your taijutsu is already strong enough. If you learn the Sharingan genjutsu of your clan, you will only become stronger in the future." Geniuses like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were masters of genjutsu. Ryosuke fell into deep thought upon hearing this. His physical skills are now quite formidable. Even the clan head Fugaku Uchiha could be suppressed. But his taijutsu had obvious weaknesses. That means close-quarters combat. He certainly has ranged attacks, such as the fire release, great fireball technique. But even if he were to use it, it would be difficult to hit anyone. It's powerful but slow. Illusion is different. If one's pupil power is strong enough and their eyes meet, the enemy can be ensnared by illusion. It was completely effortless. Perhaps it's time to really learn illusion magic properly. It's a skill that a master should possess. He looked at the rice fire, right. Then I really should study illusion magic properly. Daehyu was also happy to hear this. Ryosuke's increased strength means that the radical faction has also increased in strength. There's hope for reviving the glory of the Uchiha clan in the future. Ryosuke, I'll head back now. Unlike Ryosuke, he doesn't have to go to work. Ryosuke nodded. Although I know I should start training in illusion magic, I need illusion scrolls. However, there's no need to worry about that. His grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Uchiha clan. How could he not have the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan? No need to worry. The more important thing now is to train hard and improve my physical attributes. The time came in the afternoon. Ryosuke naturally went straight to his grandfather. Although my grandfather was highly respected in the Uchiha clan, he had basically stopped caring about anything. His grandfather smiled as he looked at his grandson. "What's up? Is there something you need?" She has noticed all the changes in her grandson recently. At first, I was worried that Ryosuke's rigorous training with Might Guy might cause physical injury. But it didn't, so I was relieved. Seeing his grandson getting stronger and stronger filled him with joy. This is perhaps the result of training with Might Guy. He should be grateful to Matt K. Ryosuke stated his purpose directly. "Grandpa, I want to learn the Sharingan eye technique from our family." "You should know it, right?" Grandpa immediately frowned. He certainly knew the Uchiha clan's genjutsu. However, the Sharingan genjutsu of the family is not something that can be learned simply by having Sharingan. Ideally, one should have 3 or more tom. and their eye power should be strong enough. He said helplessly, Ryosuke, you don't actually need to learn Sharingan Genjutsu. You only have one Tamo, even if you learn it. Its power is not strong enough, it's practically useless. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Ryosuke immediately activated his 3 Tamo Sharingan. His eyes turned red, and 3 Tamo appeared in his pupils. Grandpa was stunned when he saw those eyes. His grandson actually awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan. This seems impossible by any standard. I couldn't help but rub my eyes, perhaps it was presbyopia. But it's clearer when you open your eyes. Ryosuke's Sharingan eyes were a bit too red. This is clearly a sign of extremely strong pupil power. No wonder his grandson wanted to learn Sharingan Genjutsu. With such powerful eye abilities, it's a real waste that he doesn't properly learn his family's Genjutsu. A look of joy appeared on his face as he spoke. Good, good, good. I'll go find you an illusion scroll right away. Not long after Grandpa returned to the main hall of the house, carrying a pile of illusion scrolls. Here you go, all the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu are here. Ryosuke carefully opened the scroll to examine the illusion inside. Let's see what amazing illusion techniques the family possesses. Ryosuke spent some time carefully reading through these illusion scrolls, selecting the illusions that suited him best. One is the Genjutsu Shiranui, a visual Genjutsu activated using the Sharingan. In the illusion, the opponent will feel as if their body is being burned by flames. The second Genjutsu is the Sharingan. Genjutsu activated by the Sharingan is more powerful than ordinary Genjutsu and can even control tailed beasts. The third is the magical shackle technique, a type of illusion technique created through the unique visual illusions of the Sharingan. Enemies captured by the mental world constructed by the caster will feel as if their bodies are nailed to huge iron nails, thus preventing them from moving freely. They will also experience the illusion of pain, so it is generally used for torture. This technique is quite impressive. I remember in the original work, Itachi Uchiha used this move to instantly defeat Orochimaru, who wanted to steal Itachi's Sharingan. I wonder how my eye power compares to Itachi's now. The grandfather, who had been patiently waiting nearby, saw that his grandson had already chosen the illusion scroll and leaned over to take a look, somewhat surprised. The first Genjutsu Shiranui was all right. Most members of the Sharingan clan with the 3 Tamo can learn it. Second lithe controllability varies depending on the user. Powerful users can even control tailed beasts. The third training method is quite difficult. There are very few people in the Uchiha clan who can do this. He was very confident in Ryosuke, as could be seen from those scarlet Sharingan eyes. The more scarlet the eye, the stronger its power. At this moment, Ryosuke spoke up, Grandpa, can this Sharingan Genjutsu really control tailed beasts? During the Nine Tails rampage, Obito manipulated the Nine Tails, and even the Nine Tails' eyes showed signs of Sharingan. If this technique can really control tailed beasts, then he really needs to learn it properly. Grandpa replied helplessly after hearing his words. It's possible to succeed, but the required eye power is too strong. At least the eye power of the 3 Tamo Sharingan is not likely to have such great power. Therefore, the nine-tailed fox during the nine-tailed fox's rampage could not possibly have been controlled by our clan. To control the nine-tailed fox, the required eye power must be enormous. Ryosuke was a little excited after hearing what his grandfather said. This indirectly confirms that the Sharingan can indeed control tailed beasts, even if it's not the Sharingan. The eye power of the Manjikayu Sharingan should be able to control tailed beasts, especially considering Obito's powerful Manjikayu Sharingan awakened by this madman. His mental state was probably at the level of destroying the world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill even his master and mistress. His eye power is probably rare, even in the history of the Uchiha clan. It seems I really need to learn this illusion technique properly. Then Ryosuke pointed to the 3 illusions on the ground and asked his grandfather a question. Grandpa should know all 3 of these illusion spells. Right, Grandpa nodded, Yes, I can do all three. When I was young, I was also an elite member of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Grand Elder. Ryosuke was immediately delighted. Let me take a look at the specific descriptions of these three illusions. Please demonstrate, Grandpa, so I can use my Sharingan to copy it properly. Grandpa was speechless after hearing Ryosuke's words. Ever since Kakashi obtained the Sharingan from his clan and made a name for himself in the ninja world, the world believed that the eyes of the clan members could replicate the ninjutsu of others. He said helplessly, indeed. The Sharingan has powerful insight and can observe other people's hand seals and chakra flow. Most ninjutsu can be copied from a template, but illusions won't work. Perhaps the flow of chakra can be replicated, but the genjutsu of the Uchiha Sharingan mainly relies on ocular power and mental strength. These two are the factors that determine the power of the Sharingan's genjutsu. Upon hearing this, Ryosuke secretly felt no pressure at all. His Sharingan is not only at the 3-tamo level. His own eye power is already quite strong, and he has also received an eye power enhancement from the system. Now, the crimson color represents the strength of his eye power. As for his mental state, the pleasure of being with Kurenai boosted his chakra, which naturally also enhanced his mental strength. There's no need for someone to experience a surge in mental strength like Obito Uchiha did when his girlfriend died, or Itachi Uchiha did when his best friend died. He said with a smile, "Grandpa, show me now." His grandfather was a little helpless, so he could only give Ryosuke a proper demonstration. His eyes turned red, and 3-tamo appeared in his pupils. It is the Sharingan with 3-tamo. Ryosuke wasn't surprised at all. His grandfather was the Grand Elder of the Uchiha clan, so activating the 3-tamo skill was a must. Grandpa's eyes were dark red, which meant that his strength was no longer at its peak. Grandpa demonstrated to Ryosuke how to cast 3 illusion spells in turn. In reality, it's simply about refining chakra to the eyes, releasing genjutsu chakra from the chakra points in the eyes, and then using the opponent's 5 senses to enter their brain's nervous system and control it. The difficulty lies in manipulating chakra, gathering it through a delicate meridian system, and then releasing genjutsu chakra. The meridian system around the eyes is very small and very fragile. It would be extremely dangerous for someone without any control to perform such an operation. However, at least he had experience in manipulating chakra to impact the chakra limiter. They had already developed a certain level of proficiency in manipulating chakra through their meridians. Just be careful when practicing your eye techniques. Although his body has a strong ability to recover, who knows if it can repair itself if the tiny meridians in the eyes are damaged? It's better to be cautious, Grandpa asked from the side. Ryosuke, did you use your Sharingan to observe how the 3 genjutsu were cast? Ryosuke nodded. It's already copied. Let me give it a try, then. A tiny bit of chakra was extracted and gathered into his eyes through the tiny meridians. His eyes had become even redder. He is currently using the illusion technique Shiranui, which is the simplest of the 3 illusion techniques. When the chakra is condensed to a certain degree, Ryosuke begins the final step, which is to release the genjutsu chakra. There are no targets to try with here, so I can only try launching it anywhere. The grandfather, who was standing nearby, stared wide-eyed at the sight. He could tell that Ryosuke was being very cautious, using only a small amount of chakra to release the genjutsu. But there is no doubt that the illusion has been successfully cast. The downside is that it's slow to start, however. This is only for beginners, and it is already quite amazing that they were able to release it successfully on the first try. It seems that his grandson is quite talented in illusion. Next, all I need to do is practice more to increase my speed, and then I'll have mastered the illusion technique. Shiranui of Corsido make the illusion more powerful. More chakra needs to be channeled into the eyes. That depends on each person's talent. Ryosuke, on the other hand, possesses a 3-tamo Sharingan with high ocular power, allowing him to withstand a greater amount of chakra. There's no need to worry about that. It seems the family is about to produce another powerful Sharingan Genjutsu user. He felt very gratified. Chapter 58, The Envoy from Kumigakure brings. After several hours of training, Ryosuke had basically mastered the methods of casting 3 illusions. To be honest with his current foundation, learning these 3 illusions wouldn't be difficult at all. With diligent practice, you can master it. His grandfather was surprised, but also pleased to see Ryosuke master the 3 illusions so quickly. He even mastered the most difficult magical shackle technique. His grandson was incredibly talented in illusion magic. Perhaps it was after that fainting spell that his talent suddenly awakened, unlocking the brain's limiter as a grandfather. He naturally hoped that Ryosuke would grow up as soon as possible. Although he is no longer involved in affairs, how could he not know about the situation within the family? The Uchiha clan's situation is not good right now. The Konoha leadership is really putting pressure on them step by step. The clansmen were increasingly dissatisfied. As for whether the 2 sides can reconcile in the end, he felt the hope was rather slim. Danza, a high-ranking official in Konoha, harbored a deep dislike for the Uchiha clan. And it was this man who strongly demanded that the Uchiha clan relocate their clan's territory. This is actually suppression. If the Ninetales attack was launched by the Uchiha clan, what difference does it make whether it happened in the center of the village or on the edge? With this person around, the possibility of reconciliation between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha leadership is extremely low. Before leaving, Ryosuke asked his grandfather, "Grandpa, shouldn't the family possess even more powerful illusion techniques? Illusion techniques like Izanagi, which can alter established reality, were not found in the collection of illusion scrolls. Even Izanami is not present. These 2 are the pinnacle of Sharingan Genjutsu. If Grandpa doesn't have it, then it can only be with Chief Fugaku." His grandfather was taken aback when he heard Ryosuke's words, not expecting that Ryosuke would know that there were even more powerful illusions in the family. He said helplessly, "It does exist, but it has been lost. It was taken out of the village by the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara." Ryosuke understood what was going on when he heard this. That's a shame. Actually, he didn't feel that much regret. You should know that these 2 incredibly powerful Sharingan Genjutsu can cause blindness if activated. Of course, there are ways to deal with this defect. That is to transplant someone else's Sharingan. In the original story, Obito Uchiha and Danzo Shimura did just that. Ryosuke just felt a bit disgusted by transplanting someone else's Sharingan onto himself. Once you become powerful enough, you don't need to learn these 2 illusion techniques. He looked at his grandfather. "Then I'll go back to my room first. I need to go back and properly practice the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation." Grandpa nodded. Ryosuke has undoubtedly mastered 3 types of illusion techniques. His future training will depend on him alone. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The peace delegation from Kumigakure has arrived near Konoha. This time, it was naturally Dodo and the blonde-haired Samui who led the team. And there were only 4 ninjas accompanying them. After all, the most important thing this time is not to negotiate peace, but to capture Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan of Konoha village, and bring her back to breed so as to create a new Hyuga clan belonging to their Kumigakure. Therefore, after kidnapping Hinata Hyuga, they should retreat. It's easier to retreat when there are fewer people. To their surprises, they approached Konoha village. They could see an elderly man in a Hokage robe, leading a group of Konoha village ninjas in green vests, waiting for them in the distance. A banner welcoming the envoys from Kumigakure was also posted outside the main gate of Konoha village. A smile crept onto Dodo's face. Just as the 4th Raikage said, the 3rd Hokage was truly weak and incompetent, lacking any domineering spirit whatsoever. Anyone who doesn't know the situation would think that our Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Leaf village have a very good relationship. If it weren't for the need to seize Hinata Hyuga to complete the mating plan, the the peace talks would definitely have been held in Kumigakure. We would have given these Konoha ninjas a real beating. Samui strongly agreed with Dade's words. Many ninja from Kumigakure died in this war. It means they can't continue fighting and want to negotiate peace. Given the fourth Raikage's volatile temper, he wouldn't be going to show any friendliness to the other party. However, Konoha's behavior shows that they are already immersed in the joy of peace. Then this plan is very likely to succeed. When they arrived at the gates of Konoha, the third Hokage recognized the newcomers' attire as indicative of their identity, as ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. They've come to negotiate peace, of course. He said with a smile, "Welcome everyone. The ceremony for signing the peace agreement will be held the day after tomorrow. You can take this time to explore Konoha Village." In the eyes of the third Hokage, Konoha Village was far more prosperous than Kumigakure Village. Cloud Village is located in the Northern Plateau region, while this area is a plain, to demonstrate Konoha's strength to the other side, so that no unexpected problems arise when signing the peace agreement. Dodo changed her previous disdainful expression and spoke very respectfully. "The Hokage is right. Then we will wait for the day after tomorrow, of course. Since we have such a rare opportunity to come to Konoha Village, we will make the most of it and explore it thoroughly." The third Hokage was very satisfied with the other party's attitude and looked at Kakashi beside him. "Kakashi, take these people to the luxury hotel that we've prepared beforehand and settle them in." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kakashi responded. Dodo spoke up at this moment. "Then thank you for the arrangement, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage increasingly sensed the other party's friendly attitude. It seems they were terrified after being defeated in the war. Kakashi then led the Cloud Village envoy team to the prearranged inn to stay at. Then he returned to the Hokage building in Konoha to report to the third Hokage. As soon as Kakashi left, Dodo's expression changed instantly, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "They're such weak people of Konoha, completely lacking the strength they had during the second Hokage's era." Chapter 59, Plan Samui suggested this from inside the hotel. "Since the Hokage has invited us to take a good look around Konoha Village, let's go explore it now. The layout of Konoha looks so familiar. This is their first time visiting Konoha Village. Although they already have a map showing the layout of Konoha Village and the Hyuga clan, their target location, they still need to observe it in person as a precaution." "It is good," Dodo agreed after all. He was the one who would be the main force this time. "We should still be cautious, as the consequences of failure can be very serious. Even if the cowardly Hidden Leaf Village didn't kill him, it would still put the other objective of peace talks at a disadvantage." Meanwhile, Kakashi arrived at the Hokage building to report to the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, everything has been taken care of," the third Hokage said with a smile. "Kakashi, you did a good job. Now we just need to wait for the peace agreement to be signed the day after tomorrow. That would end the foreign war. The war has drained Konoha's strength far too much. And the Uchiha clan is also an unstable ticking time bomb within the village. Ending the war was extremely beneficial for the village." At this moment, Kakashi looked at the third Hokage and offered his suggestion. "Lord Hokage, should we send out the Anbu to keep a close watch on the Cloud Village delegation? Since they were from another village, Kakashi was worried that they might be plotting something." The third Hokage suppressed his smile and looked at Kakashi. "There's no need for that. I think they've come to negotiate in good faith. If we send people to monitor them, it would be disrespectful to them, and it would be detrimental to the peace negotiations. Besides, this is Konoha Village's stronghold. They can't cause any trouble here. If they were wise, they wouldn't do anything outrageous." Kakashi stopped talking after hearing that. Indeed, this is the main base of Konoha Village, with countless powerful ninjas. The other side shouldn't be so irrational. Moreover, although the two people who came this time seemed to be quite strong, they didn't have that explosive power. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, They wouldn't send such weak people, on the other hand. In order not to arouse suspicion from the people of Konoha, Samui and Dodo took a bath and changed into clean kimonos before strolling around the streets of Konoha. They did not immediately go to the Hyuga clan's territory to investigate. The two saw that the bustling streets of Konoha village were indeed much more prosperous than those of Kumigakure village. However, it was precisely this prosperity that made the other party lower their guard. After wandering around for a while, they intentionally or unintentionally started walking towards the vicinity of the Hyuga clan. Once you have a good view of your surroundings from a distance, you can plan your infiltration and escape routes. As they walked around the Hyuga clan's territory, they saw an Uchiha clansman. Their fan-shaped clan emblem is famous throughout the ninja world. Seeing this person on the territory of the Hyuga clan made them all a little worried. At the same time, there was also a certain longing in my heart. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is also an incredibly powerful eye. On the battlefield, it may not be as strategically valuable as the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. After all, the observation distance is not as good as that of the white eye. However, the Sharingan can greatly enhance an individual's strength. Just like Kakashi, the copy ninja who invited them into the hotel. Being able to copy ninjutsu is an incredibly overpowered ability. However, their purpose in coming this time did not include obtaining the eyes of the Uchiha clan. They then pretended nothing had happened and continued strolling around. Ryosuke naturally noticed the two people, even though he had never met the leader of the Cloud Village envoys. But Samui wouldn't mistake her. She was a woman with blonde hair-white skin, and two Chibaku Tensei, a type of magical firework. His spirit even surpasses that of Tsunade. She seems to be a woman who is very suitable for having children. Moreover, according to the original plot, these two should be here to scout the location now, which means that the following plot will not change. However, he did not intend to stop the other party. They even want to follow the original storyline and have Hayashi Hyuga kill the leader of the Cloud Village envoy. Only in this way could the third Hokage sacrifice Hyuga Hisashi. This aroused the hatred of the Hyuga clan, even though it was the envoys from Kumigakure who came to kidnap Hinata and were killed. The Hyuga clan is forced to pay for it. It would be strange if the proud Hayashi Hyuga didn't harbor resentment. Now it's his turn to step in. How can we just watch the ninjas of Konoha die such a pathetic death? At that time, not only will the Hyuga clan be able to harbor resentment towards the Hokage in accordance with the original storyline, but the Hyuga clan will also be able to receive a favor. While it's impossible to force the other side to submit, simply not interfering with the war between the Uchiha clan and Konoha would already be a very good benefit. Now, all I have to do is wait for the show to start and then participate. After Dodd and Samui had thoroughly toured the Hyuga clan from a distance, they had already formed a mental map of the area. Actually, we could have already planned the infiltration and escape routes properly. However, they still pretended to wander around other areas of Konoha. This was not only to mislead the ninjas of Konoha, but also to prepare for a proper on-site investigation of Konoha in the future. The two were completely taken aback that the third Hokage would be so generous as to allow them to openly spy on Konoha village. Simply outrageous. There wasn't even a single enemy ninja watching them. Even when I encountered Konoha ninjas, it felt like it was all by chance. They weren't there specifically to monitor them. This allowed them to wander around and even verify the route out of Konoha. The two returned to the hotel at night. The infiltration route and escape route from Konoha have been thoroughly investigated and are highly feasible. Dodo said excitedly. Samui will launch the operation late tomorrow night. You guys go to the north of Konoha first, and I'll come over to meet you after I kidnap Hinata. Then we'll escape Konoha together, if the plan succeeds. Then the decision to negotiate peace with Konoha will fall through. Whether to fight or make peace after that is no longer up to the two of them. That will be decided by the fourth Raikage, however. It's highly likely that Konoha will have to swallow this insult. They from Kumigakurir, willing to fight while Konoha, judging from the Hokage's actions, clearly seems unwilling to fight. Samui naturally agreed to the plan, if the plan succeeds. There's really no need for a blonde beauty like her to stay in Konoha. I will wait for you at the agreed location. And then we will escape from Konoha village as fast as we can and head to the border, where someone will meet us. Even if Konoha village reacts, it will be too late. Chapter 60, Rescuing Hinata. The following night, it was already close to midnight. The streets of Konoha were quiet, with hardly any pedestrians. Almost every household was sleeping with the lights off. Meanwhile, Ryosuke had already arrived at the far end of the Hyuga clan's territory, waiting patiently for the arrival of the Cloud Village envoy. Judging from the current timeline, the peace agreement will be signed tomorrow, therefore, the other party will inevitably make a move today. And the time of the move will inevitably be late at night. A dark and windy night is the perfect time to strike. If I can rescue Hinata after they kidnap her, I can gain even more goodwill from the Hyuga clan. After all, Hinata Hyuga is now the official heir of the Hyuga clan, and her importance is self-evident. Having helped the Hyuga clan so much, there's no way the Hyuga clan could possibly oppose the Uchiha clan in the future. They were, after all, a proud clan besides the Uchiha clan. About 2 more hours passed, and it was now truly late at night. Apart from the chirping of insects, there was not a single sound made by humans. Ryosuke, somewhat bored, glanced in the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Don't these people from Kumigakurir intend to make a move? Just as I was feeling agitated, I saw a dark figure approach the wall outside the Hyuga clan's territory at an extremely fast speed, and then jump over it. This scene immediately excited Ryosuke. The target has been identified. At the same time, Ryosuke was a little surprised by the speed of his opponent. It was indeed fast, with light footsteps and fluid movements. If you don't pay close attention, it can be really difficult to find out where the other party is. They really know how to infiltrate. Now he's just waiting for them to kidnap Hinata. Then he'll immediately follow and rescue her meanwhile. Dade, dressed in black, scaled the wall and entered the Hyuga clan's territory, trying his best to conceal his presence and blend into the environment. After carefully observing his surroundings from a corner and finding no one around, he quickly headed towards Hinata's room. This operation needs to be both steady and swift. Who knows if any of the Hyuga clan's guards will periodically activate their Byakugan to observe the situation in the clan's territory. They quickly arrived outside Hinata's room and found that the door was locked, so they had no choice but to enter through the window. Fortunately, the window was already slightly ajar. Then he opened the window wide enough for himself to enter, and quietly slipped into the room through the window. Hinata Hyuga was still fast asleep in her bed at that moment. Doujyo quietly came to the bedside and took out a handkerchief from her pocket. This handkerchief had long been laced with sleeping pills. Even a tiny whiff of it would be enough to knock out a child like Hinata. He took the handkerchief and pressed it directly into Hinata's mouth. This series of actions naturally woke Hinata up. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear. But less than 5 seconds later, he immediately fainted with a dazed look in his eyes. Seeing this, Dodo immediately picked up the unconscious Hinata and went to the window to check the surroundings. After finding no one, she carefully stepped out of the window and then went to the corner of the wall. He jumped lightly, stretched out one hand, grabbed the eaves of the wall and flipped over. The movements were fluid and extremely fast. He gently landed on the ground, holding Hinata Hyuga in his arms. He glanced around cautiously, making sure no one had noticed him. The plan is already halfway to success. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly headed towards the place he had agreed upon with Samui. Not long after, Dodo's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she instantly dodged. They dodged a fierce claw. It was obvious he had been ambushed, and he quickly distanced himself from the attacker. Fortunately, other party did not pursue him, giving him a chance to see the person clearly. With his spiky hair-strong muscles, and the three Tamos sharing in. Isn't this the Uchiha clan member we encountered before? What's this guy doing here, at this moment? Ryosuke couldn't help but feel a little surprised. That's interesting, I actually dodged his attack. Although he didn't go all out. He didn't hold back much either, after all. The other party was a Jonin and a speed-type Jonin at that. But that's about it. Will you obediently surrender? Or will you be beaten to the ground and then captured? Dodo's face was gloomy, unexpectedly. They were not discovered by the Hyuga clan. But by the Uchiha clan, what bad luck. How could he possibly surrender without a fight? Of course, he should try to escape now. He then pulled out 2 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and threw them directly at Ryosuke's face. Ryosuke slapped away the 2 rapidly flying shuriken. But then they saw the leader of the Cloud Village delegation already running out. He then took a step forward and charged at his opponent with all his might. It didn't take long for them to catch up with their opponent, and one of their dragon claws went straight for the opponent's back. Just as they were about to capture him, the leader of the Cloud Village delegation suddenly disappeared. A figure appeared in front of him. The Cloud Village ninja looked extremely anxious. If I hadn't used the instantaneous movement technique, I probably would have been caught by the opponent just now. He excels at speed, but now his opponent's speed is no less than his. If it were a head-on fight, he would definitely not be a match for his opponent. Ryosuke was also a little annoyed at this moment. I was trying to deal with a nobody, but he managed to escape twice. He directly extracted chakra and instantly opened all 4 gates. Veins bulged on his head-high skin turned black, and a powerful aura soared into the sky as Dodd fled. She sensed the powerful aura behind her and couldn't help but turn around for a glance. A sense of foreboding washed over me. You can tell from the strong aura emanating from the other party. He had only ever seen such a powerful aura emanating from the 4th Reikage. Ryosuke took a step forward and caught up with the leader of Kumagakure in just a few seconds. However, the leader of the hidden Cloud Village sensed something was wrong and used the body flicker technique again. They teleported to a new location. But this time, they felt danger again. Just as he was about to use the instantaneous movement technique again, a large hand forcefully grabbed his right hand. His muscles were being grabbed, and he instantly felt excruciating pain. It was Uchiha Ryosuke who captured him at the same time. Ryosuke reached out and grabbed Hinata's left hand, squeezing it tightly, forcing Hinata to release her grip on her hands. At that moment, Ryosuke seized the opportunity to catch Hinata and then delivered a powerful side kick that sent her flying. It fell heavily to the ground, leaving a long scratch. Ryosuke then looked Hinata over and saw that she seemed to be doing well. She must have only been unconscious for a short time. Chapter 61, Killing the Envoy of Kumagakure. Just as Ryosuke was observing Hinata's condition in his arms, a figure came running quickly from a distance. The man, looking extremely anxious, was none other than Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Previously, when members of the clan were patrolling, they noticed that Hinata's room window was open wider than usual. He intended to shut it down, but then noticed intrusion in the environment. He immediately went into Hinata's room to check, only to find that Hinata was missing. The disappearance of the family heir was a major event, and the clansmen immediately reported the news to the clan chief. The clan leader, Hyuga, immediately mobilized the entire clan to search for them. He hasn't scolded Hinata much lately, so it's impossible that Hinata left the clan because she was upset or aggrieved. If that's not the case, then she must have been kidnapped by criminals. The other party must have stolen the Hyuga clan's Byakugan to kidnap Hinata, whether for his family or for his daughter. He would never let the criminals go. At the same time, he was also furious. How dare they sneak into the Hyuga clan's territory and kidnap people? He was determined to blast the villains to smithereens. So after instructing his clansmen to search everywhere, he himself went out to search as well. His Byakugan power is the strongest in the family. Other family members can only see within a kilometer at most. But his white eyes can see more than a kilometer away. After kidnapping Hinata, the thugs will definitely want to leave the village as soon as possible. So all I need to do is head to the location closest to the outskirts of Konoha. Sure enough, signs of a fight were discovered. Then you'll know that you're on the right track. He can now see the pursuing thugs from a distance. He also saw his daughter Hinata, who was now in the hands of someone from the Uchiha clan. It turned out to be Uchiha Ryosuke, who had brought Hinata back earlier. The opponent's chakra was surging, and this aura startled him. But it shouldn't be him who kidnapped Hinata. While looking around, he saw the man in black lying on the ground in pain. It seems that Ryosuke has defeated the man in black and rescued his daughter. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of rage. How dare they kidnap his daughter? They're courting death. This man in black must die. This man in black must serve as a symbol to scare others. Suddenly, he accelerated and charged towards the man in black, extending his right hand as a surge of violent chakra coursed through the veins of his hand. He slammed his fist down on the man in black, gentle fist. This is the Hyuga clan's signature taijutsu, which allows them to inject chakra into the enemy's body, damaging their meridians and internal organs. If the man in black were to take this hit, he would be dead for good. Moreover, the manner of their deaths was extremely gruesome. Dodo, who was on the ground, had already been severely injured by Ryosuke's kick. He knew that this Uchiha clansman was extremely terrifying. Although it was still a bit difficult to get up, I still struggled to get up because he was afraid of death. But as soon as he struggled to get up, he felt a terrifying killing intent rushing towards him. Before I could even react, I was struck in the chest by a hand. Instantly I felt a surge of energy rush into my body, causing an explosion within me. His eyes were wide open, and he died spitting out blood. The death was extremely miserable. Ryosuke was speechless at the sight. It seems the Hyuga clan leader is truly enraged. Resorting to such a powerful move directly damaged the body of the man in black. However, this suited him perfectly. Then he walked towards Hayashi Hyuga. He said regretfully, "The head of the Hyuga family is truly formidable. But he was too impulsive. Why did he just kill him?" Hayashi Hyuga's anger had not yet subsided. "You dare to kidnap my daughter, you deserve to die." I can somewhat understand the Hyuga clan head's anger. But this guy seems to be the leader of the envoys sent by Kumigakure to negotiate peace. As he spoke, Ryosuke handed Hinata Hyuga to Hayashi Hyuga. Today I noticed this guy lurking around the Hyuga clan, and I suspected he might be plotting something. We waited for him here, and sure enough, we discovered that this man was so audacious as to kidnap the daughter of the Hyuga family head. Hayashi Hyuga took the unconscious Hinata from her and relaxed after carefully observing her. She was just unconscious. As for what Ryosuke said, he directly removed the mask and black clothes from the man in black. His expression changed slightly. The other person's inner clothing was indeed that of a ninja from Kumigakure. Unexpectedly, these people came to negotiate peace, but also wanted to kidnap his daughter. He looked at Ryosuke. "Thank you for saving my daughter." But even if this man in black was an envoy from Kumigakure, he was Khaled, so be it. Those who tried to kidnap my daughter deserve to die. Ryosuke echoed what the other person said. I also think this person deserves to die. If this person dies, how can Konoha and Kumigakure negotiate peace? This will probably cause trouble for the Hyuga clan now. Hayashi Hyuga's expression changed upon hearing this. The war between Konoha and Kumigakure lasted for many years, and Konoha suffered heavy losses. The third Hokage had already shown his willingness to negotiate peace. I know what you mean, but this is all the fault of the Hidden Cloud Village. No matter what, they should give the Hyuga clan an explanation. Ryosuke scratched his head. Hayashi Hyuga even wanted to say that when the third Hokage arrived, he would probably have to send his younger brother to his death to quell the anger of the hidden Cloud Village. At this point, he didn't say anything more. These words will only displease Hayashi Hyuga before long. The other members of the Hyuga clan also arrived here. Hayashi Hyuga handed Hinata over to the other party to be taken back for a thorough examination, and at the same time sent someone to report the matter to the Hokage. He believed that the Hokage would surely seek justice for the Hyuga clan. Soon after receiving the news from the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the figure lying on the ground, I immediately felt a headache coming on. Judging from the manner of death, it was Hayashi Hyuga's hand that caused the injury. His body was swollen, indicating that his internal organs had ruptured. The peace agreement was supposed to be signed tomorrow, and the village was supposed to have a long-awaited peace. How could this have happened? He couldn't help but look at Hayashi Hyuga and said with dissatisfaction, "Head of the Hyuga family, why are you so impulsive? Couldn't you have spared his life? If this envoy from Kumigakure is still alive, then the Hokage can let bygones be bygones and sign a peace treaty to end the war." Hayashi Hyuga was somewhat at a loss after being reprimanded by the third Hokage. It was clearly the Cloud Village's fault. What does it have to do with him? He said with dissatisfaction. The other party kidnapped my daughter and has a cold shoulder. No matter who wants to covet our clan's bloodline limit, the Hyuga clan will never let them get away with it. The third Hokage certainly knew what the Cloud Village envoy wanted to do by kidnapping Hinata. Wasn't it to obtain the Byakugan? But now that the envoy from Kumigakure is dead, what's the point of signing a peace treaty, in fact? An even fiercer war might break out between the two villages, which Konoha cannot afford. Chapter 62, Taking the Blame. At this moment, Samui and the others, who had been waiting at the agreed location for Dodd to arrive and prepare to escape together, went to check on the situation at the Shiong family home. Given Dodo's speed, he should have arrived at the agreed location long ago. If they haven't arrived yet, it means that Dodd may have failed. When they arrived, they found Dodo lying dead on the ground. Standing beside the corpse were the third Hokage, members of the Hyuga clan, and even the Uchiha clan member they had met yesterday. The expressions of the several Cloud Village ninjas changed drastically, and they were extremely panicked. Samui, with her blonde hair, was the first to compose herself. He immediately spoke up and questioned them. Who exactly killed Dodo, third Hokage? We came to Konoha with good intentions to negotiate peace with your village, but now our leader has been murdered. Please hand the murderer over to our hidden Cloud Village for punishment. Hayashi Hyuga was furious upon hearing this. What do you mean? This guy infiltrated my Hyuga clan's territory and kidnapped my daughter. Shouldn't your hidden Cloud Village give me an explanation? Samui stared coldly at Hayashi Hyuga. Nonsense, Dodd was just out for a walk. When did she join your Hyuga clan? Is this the territory of your Hyuga clan? You're slandering me, third Hokage. Please hand over the culprit to us. Otherwise, this peace negotiation cannot continue. At this point, how could they possibly admit that it was their hidden Cloud Village that did it? The third Hokage felt a headache coming on when he heard her words. I was thinking about how to resolve this matter. Ryosuke finally spoke up at this moment. Wearing black night clothes for a stroll. The ninjas of your hidden Cloud Village are quite interesting. Samui, however, remained unmoved and argued. Wearing night clothes is just Tade's personal hobby. He has never entered the Hyuga clan, much less kidnapped a Hyuga family daughter. Konoha Village must give us an explanation. Don't think that we, Kumigakure Village, are easy to bully. I will also report this matter to the fourth Raikage. Don't sign a peace agreement either. Ryosuke gave a cold laugh. This woman is not only huge, but also brainless. This ability to lie through one's teeth is quite impressive. After hearing his words, Hayashi Hyuga didn't want to argue anymore. The other party is clearly just being unreasonable. Arguing with such a person is pointless. The third Hokage would never believe the other party's nonsense. The third Hokage was very worried at this moment. If this incident was not handled properly, it might cause the war to resume. Konoha village can't afford to fight. And doesn't want to fight anymore, said helplessly. Don't worry. We will give your hidden cloud village an explanation after we discuss it. Samui was secretly pleased. But he remained calm as he spoke. Finally, give us an explanation by tomorrow. And make sure it doesn't disrupt the peace between the two villages. It seems the third Hokage is very keen on making peace. If pressure is applied, there's a high chance of achieving a result favorable to their hidden cloud village. After saying that, he led a few people to collect Duoju's body and left. Hayashi Hyuga's face darkened, questioned. The third Hokage, what does this mean? What explanation should be given to the other party? Does he think he can just kidnap my daughter and then pay with his life? The third Hokage said helplessly. Of course that's not what I meant. Let's go back to your Hyuga clan and discuss it again. Hayashi Hyuga had no choice but to agree. Looking at Ryosuke beside him. Please come too, after all you are a witness tonight. No problem. Ryosuke also wanted to see how the third Hokage would compromise. The third Hokage had long recognized this Uchiha clansman as Ryosuke Uchiha, who had repeatedly defied him. I never expected that he would be the witness tonight. I didn't want this guy involved in the later decisions. But I can't just kick him out now. Inside the Hyuga clan's main hall, Uchiha Ryosuke found a corner and sat down quietly. He watched as the Hyuga clan members and the third Hokage discussed matters. Among these Hyuga clan members, there was one who resembled Hyuga Hayashi, but was somewhat thinner. This must be Hyuga Hisashi. The Hyuga clan members all wore stern faces, as the upcoming situation was extremely troublesome. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, also had a bad feeling. Could it be thought, as Ryosuke said? Killing the envoy from Kumigakure would really bring trouble to the Hyuga clan. Now we'll have to see how the Hokage responds. The third Hokage side inwardly was off course. The fault of the hidden cloud village. However, the conflict with Kumigakure must stop. Many people have already died, and the village's strength has declined significantly. The only thing we can do is appease the Hyuga clan. The bigger picture is what matters. He looked at Hayashi Hyuga and slowly began to speak. Hyuga clan leader. You should know how many years the war with Kumigakure has lasted. Many ninjas in the village have died. And even your Hyuga clan has suffered a considerable number of casualties. Do you think this war should continue? We shouldn't have fought anymore. Hayashi Hyuga naturally knew this after all. His clan had also participated in the war against Kumigakure, and many of his clan's ninjas had indeed sacrificed their lives. But what did the third Hokage mean by saying that? Did he want the Hyuga clan to give the hidden cloud village an explanation? The third Hokage continued. Since the hidden cloud village wants us to hand over the murderer, then let's grant their request this way. We can continue to negotiate peace and sign a peace agreement. Only then can the village stabilize. Hayashi Hyuga was furious upon hearing this. If the other party hadn't been the Hokage, he would have already kicked him out. He said with a stern expression, Does the third Hokage mean to hand me over in exchange for the village's peace? These words caused an uproar throughout the entire Hyuga clan. Lord Third Generation, are you kidding me? How can we entrust our clan to these despicable ninja from Kumigakure? If they were to hand over the head of the Hyuga clan, they would truly lose face. Moreover, handing over the head of the family would mean fulfilling the other party's plot to seize the Byakugan. Wouldn't it? They would never agree to such a thing. The third Hokage coughed upon seeing this. I don't mean to hand over the head of the Hyuga family, but to find a culprit to take the blame. Hayashi Hyuga was still very dissatisfied with these words. He found the outcome unacceptable. Chapter 63 is too embarrassing. Hayashi Hyuga looked at the third Hokage. Suppressing his anger and slowly spoke, Lord Hokage. This was clearly an envoy from Kumigakure who infiltrated the Hyuga clan's territory to kidnap my daughter. Why should our Hyuga clan have to pay with another life? As the head of the Hyuga clan, he should be protecting the lives of his clansmen. The fact that his people did not die on the battlefield, but instead died in such a humiliating way, was something he could hardly accept. The third Hokage sighed and said this. Well, there's no other way. How else can we quell their anger? How can we bring peace to Konoha village? If another war breaks out, I'm afraid your Hyuga clan will lose even more members. This is also to protect your Hyuga clan. I know that you Hyuga clan have been wronged this time, and the village will definitely make it up to you in the future. Hayashi Hyuga was still very dissatisfied, but the Hokage had already said so much. Perhaps this is the only way to handle this matter. Some of the older members of the Hyuga clan, present naturally, understood the third Hokage's meaning. That makes a lot of sense. And this might very well be an opportunity for the Hyuga clan. Sacrificing a member of the Hyuga clan in exchange for compensation from the village might even allow the Hyuga to become one of Konoha's top clans in the future. And it's not impossible for them to become Hokage. Hyuga Hizashi stepped forward and spoke at this moment. Then I'll be the scapegoat for my brother. Perhaps it's time for him to change his destiny. As a member of a branch family, he has an obligation to protect the main family. But this time he is doing so to protect his older brother and the family. Moreover, aren't these despicable hidden cloud villages just trying to get the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan? He was a member of a separate family and, from a young age, he was marked by the experience of being a caged bird. Even if the people of Kumigakure obtain his body, it will still be of no use. Hayashi Hyuga's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. He never wanted ordinary members of his clan to take the blame for him for no reason, especially since this was his only brother. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. I disagree with this. If that's the case, I might as well commit suicide to apologize to Kumigakure. This really excited the older generation of the Hyuga clan. No, the family cannot do without you. Since the sir has agreed to take the blame, then let him go. That's right. The branch family bears the responsibility of protecting the main family. Now is the time for the branch family to contribute. Hyuga Hizashi felt a sense of satisfaction when he saw that his brother actually disagreed with him taking the blame. Who says that a family cannot defy the main branch when dividing the family property? This is the path he chose. When Hayashi Hyuga heard the older generation's words, he remained resolute in his heart, refusing to accept the terms branch family or main family. All he knew was that Hizashi was his younger brother. All he had to do was protect his younger brother. Stop talking. I am the head of the family, and I will not agree to this. Ryosuke was in the corner, witnessed the entire spectacle. It's time for him to make his move. He walked into the crowd and said with a smile, Is this the Hyuga clan? The ninjas from Kumigakure even tried to kidnap your main clan's young lady. And you still managed to swallow this insult. They might even have to quell the wrath of the hidden cloud village by sacrificing the lives of their own people. Isn't that a bit too embarrassing? Upon hearing this, all the Hyuga clan members turned to look at Ryosuke. Their eyes filled with anger, especially the older generation of Hyuga clan members. Although the Uchiha clan is now the most powerful clan in Konoha, they are being suppressed by the village. The signs of decline were already faintly visible. While the Hyuga clan had now become a prestigious and powerful clan in Konoha, if they receive compensation from the third Hokage, becoming the most powerful family in Konoha in the future is not out of the question. How could this Uchiha clan member so disrespect the Hyuga clan? Immediately, an older member of the Hyuga clan spoke up and asked a question in return. How is our Hyuga clan disgraced? Isn't it great enough that we sacrificed our own people to maintain the peace of Konoha village? Ryosuke laughed heartily. It's shameful enough. The one that was wrong was Kumigakure, and now you. The victims are expected to appease their anger. Then who will quell your anger? Or are you all heartless people in the Hyuga clan? If this gets out, some people will indeed think that your Hyuga clan is great. But others will also think that your Hyuga clan is really weak and easy to bully. My Uchiha clan would never do such a thing. The members of the Hyuga clan were furious when they heard Ryosuke's words. The other party is from the Uchiha clan, so they certainly have reason to look down on the Hyuga clan. The other party had a point, but I was still very angry. Because the other party's reasoning is so sound. If this gets out, it will probably become a permanent stain on the Hyuga clan's reputation. Even if they become one of Konoha's top clans in the future, the shame will still be hard to wash away, making it impossible for them to accept the third Hokage's proposal. Even without the compensation from the third Hokage, the Hyuga clan would still be a powerful clan in Konoha. It would just take them a little longer to become a top-tier clan. As long as you have the ability to roll your eyes, you'll eventually become a top-tier powerhouse. The third Hokage's expression darkened upon hearing Ryosuke's words. The situation was going to develop as he had planned, with Hyuga Hizashi dying in place of Hyuga Hayashi. For the Hyuga family and for the village, this matter can be considered resolved satisfactorily. The Uchiha clan is truly evil. They're up to their old tricks again. Now he had no choice but to speak up. Uchiha Ryosuke, you've gone too far. The Hyuga clan is contributing to Konoha village, and no one will look down on the Hyuga clan because of this. Even though the Hokage said that, the older generation of Hyuga clan members still felt a bit uneasy. They care most about the reputation of the Hyuga clan. If other clans had followed the Hokage's advice in such a situation, the Hyuga clan's bystanders wouldn't have considered that clan great. If we follow the Hokage's approach now, this Uchiha clansman will laugh at the Hyuga clan. This is something they cannot accept if no one finds out. That's fine, but if they do, then it's not good. Hayashi Hyuga didn't read the third Hokage's words. The third Hokage was right, but Hayashi couldn't accept it. After all, this was his younger brother, on the contrary. He was very disappointed with the third Hokage. Not only did they fail to seek justice for the Hyuga clan, they also had to appease the anger of the Hidden Cloud village. No one could accept that. Chapter 64, don't miss it. Therefore, Hayashi Hyuga no longer pays attention to the third Hokage. Instead, he looked at Uchiha Ryosuke. Although what the other party said was a bit harsh, now is not the time to worry about that. So how do you think this incident should be resolved? The third Hokage's expression grew even uglier. He was speaking up for the Hyuga clan, but Hyuga Hayashi was asking about Uchiha Ryosuke. This clearly shows disagreement with his position. This is already the best solution he could come up with. Could the Uchiha clan possibly have a better solution? This is the opportunity that Ryosuke has been waiting for. This whole thing was a conspiracy by the Hidden Cloud village. They should be the ones giving your Hyuga clan an explanation. Perhaps the Hidden Cloud village is not afraid of war. But is our Hidden Leaf village afraid of war? Even dying on the battlefield is far more honorable than sacrificing one's own people for peace. As proposed by the third Hokage, besides, if the Hidden Cloud village dares to make such threats today, what about next time? Are we going to sacrifice our own people to satisfy others in exchange for peace? So, my Uchiha clan is willing to lead the charge and repel the invading enemy. Hayashi Hyuga was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this Uchiha clansman to have such backbone. Perhaps this is the difference between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. Since the Uchiha clan displays the arrogance of a noble family, the Hyuga clan's arrogance must not be allowed to succumb to decadence. He looked around at his fellow clansmen. I discovered that they were also deeply moved. He then said it seriously. If even an Uchiha clansman who has nothing to do with this has this kind of awareness, how can we, the Hyuga clan, who are at the center of this incident, back down? If the Uchiha and Hyuga clans join forces on the main battlefield, there is no need to worry even if the fourth Raikage personally goes to the battlefield. The Hyuga clan members, who were already feeling somewhat stifled, were now excited Clan leader, you're right. With the elites of the two clans combined, plus the other ninjas from the village, Kumigakure will definitely not be our match. Even Hyuga Hisashi, who wanted to sacrifice his own life, felt a bit like a clown. It feels like it's not worth sacrificing myself to quell the enemy's anger. The third Hokage was very surprised to see such a scene. The Hyuga clan was actually incited by the Uchiha clan to want war. They are truly evil members of the Uchiha clan. If another war breaks out, how many more people will be sacrificed? Moreover, this move is clearly an attempt to win over the Hyuga clan. The second Hokage once explained it to him by placing the Uchiha guards in charge of the Konoha guards. The aim was not only to win them over, but also to strain their relationship with other factions in the village. In this way, no matter how powerful the Uchiha clan is, they cannot gain the support of other forces and therefore cannot become Hokage. The second Hokage was absolutely right to do so. The Uchiha clan is indeed no longer capable of vying for the Hokage position. It would be too dangerous to let the Uchiha clan become Hokage. It could even trigger a war, but what can he do now? It seems that if he were to force the Hyuga clan to sacrifice themselves to quell the anger of the Hidden Cloud village, it would be a good opportunity. Not only did he offend the Hyuga clan, but even if he took a hard linus, Hyuga clan might not agree. It's all the fault of this Uchiha clansman. Moreover, the Hyuga clan preferred to trust the Uchiha clan rather than follow the Hokage's decision. That's a truly heinous crime. He had a bold plan in mind. Since your two clans intend to join forces to deal with the Hidden Cloud village, then so be it. War inevitably leads to casualties. Even if both clans suffer heavy losses, it will still be very advantageous for him, the third Hokage. He spoke slowly. Since you have already made your decision, then let's do it your way. We'll convey your message to the people of Kumigakure here tomorrow morning. Yes, the third Hokage, Hayashi Hyuga said with a serious expression. Now, not only does he agree with this decision, but his entire clan agrees with it. So there's nothing left to hesitate about. The third Hokage nodded. It's getting late. Let's get some rest and conserve our energy for tomorrow's envoy from Kumigakure. The next morning, the third Hokage arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory early on. The reason for choosing to meet the Cloud Village ninja here was, of course, stir up some hatred for the Hyuga clan. Let the Hidden Cloud Village know that this was the Hyuga clan's decision, not something Heath Hokage initiated. What annoyed him was that Uchiha Ryosuke was also there. But it doesn't matter. After what happened with the leader of the Cloud Village envoys, he knew that these people were deliberately showing weakness in front of him to make him, the third Hokage, careless. If Kakashi's suggestion had been followed, and the Anbu had been sent to closely monitor these people's actions, this wouldn't have happened. These hidden cloud villages are still very powerful. This is advantageous to his next plan. The stronger the better. Ideally able to fight a fierce battle to the death against the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Ideally both sides would be severely injured, allowing the third Hokage to reap the benefits. Not long after Samui, the blonde-haired ninja from Kumigakure, led several ninjas to the Hyuga clan's territory. Looking at the fierce-looking Hyuga clan members around her, she had a bad feeling upon arriving at the reception room. She couldn't help but ask the question first, third Hokage, after a night of discussion, has your Konoha village decided to give our Kumigakure village a satisfactory explanation? Hand over to us the man who killed the leader of the messengers. The third Hokage spoke calmly. After last night's discussion, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans believe that you are the ones who should give Konoha an explanation. After all, it was your people who had ulterior motives and wanted to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family's main branch. Samui said with a resentful expression. This is a frame-up, we did not do that at all. The leader of the envoys died outside the Hyuga clan's territory. If your Konoha village is determined to do this, then I will report to the fourth Raikage to avenge our fallen comrades. The third Hokage showed no sign of panic in the face of such a threat. He no longer expects peace, instead longs for war. The more intense, the better. Anyway, he doesn't need to play. With the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, they were enough to fight the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas to the death. At this moment, Hayashi Hyuga spoke up. Stop acting. Your excuses only fool children if you want war. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans will be waiting for you at the border of Konoha. Samui was extremely shocked. The other side actually wants to start a war, which is different from what was expected. She looked at the third Hokage. Is this the decision your Konoha village has made? Of course, the third Hokage said without hesitation. Seeing this situation, Samui knew that he could no longer use threats to pressure the other party. He made a threat and then prepared to leave. Then let's wait for another war to break out. After speaking, she was about to turn around and leave with her people. A voice came from behind. You dare not come. Anyone who doesn't come is a coward. Chapter 65, the news spreads throughout the village. Ryosuke did this in the hope of provoking the other party so that they would actually attack Konoha. To be honest, he himself didn't want the war to end like this. After all, his father died at the hands of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although they had never met, they knew from their memories that the original owner's parents in this world looked extremely similar to the parents in the previous life. Naturally, one must avenge the other party. His words indeed provoked Samui's anger. They couldn't help but turn around and glance at the Uchiha clansman with a mocking expression on his face. They have some nerve, daring to provoke Kumagakure like this. Even if the other party is from the Uchiha clan, no powerful family in Konoha has that qualification. No matter how powerful a clan is, it can't deal with a ninja village. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has long lost its former prestige. They, from the Hidden Cloud Village, are fearless in the face of challenges. I will relay your words to the fourth Raikage. Then let's meet on the battlefield. Given the fourth Raikage's temperament, he would never pretend nothing happened. After leaving those words, Samui led a few companions back to the village. She didn't want to stay in Konoha village for even a second longer. The third Hokage came to realize the Uchiha clan's belligerent nature. It was as if the once domineering Uchiha clan had returned. This Uchiha Ryosuke is a dangerous individual, because the other party has extreme ideas like Madara Uchiha. Madara originally intended to defect from the village because of his differing political views with the first Hokage. Given how the other party just insulted the envoy from Kumagakure, it would be strange if Kumagakure didn't send troops. But now he's not worried anymore, since he doesn't need to go to the front lines. He spoke slowly, since you are determined to do this. Then if war breaks out, I will have to trouble your two races to meet the enemy. He then got up and prepared to leave. Such dangerous individuals are better off dying on the battlefield. The fourth Raikage was considered a powerful cage-level shinobi. Of course, he's a little weaker than the Hokage. However, dealing with someone like Ryosuke should be a piece of cake. The Hyuga clan wasn't on his side, so his sacrifice was no big deal. Hayashi Hyuga quietly let the third Hokage leave. Actually, he still harbored resentment. It was because of the scapegoat plan proposed by the Hokage that his younger brother almost died innocently. After the third Hokage left, he looked at Uchiha Ryosuke. They were also a bit troubled by the other party's mockery of the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hyuga clan also does not want another war. They had hoped that the prestige of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would deter the Hidden Cloud Village from launching another war. But now this potential plan has fallen through. Given the fourth Raikage's volatile temper, it would be impossible for him to tolerate such provocation, even if they were the ones who started the schemes. She glanced at Ryosuke and couldn't help but sigh. In terms of arrogance, the Hyuga clan is no match for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ryosuke, thank you this time. But aren't you being a little impulsive? Such provocation could provoke a major war. Ryosuke, however, didn't seem to care. If I don't taunt them, will they stop attacking? In the ninja world, might makes right, Besides, after so many years of war, Konoha village suffered great losses. But didn't Kumigakure village also suffer great losses? So relax, Evan, if a war breaks out. It won't be as large as before. Unless they want to wipe out the village. Hayashi Hyuga felt a little relieved. I hope it's really as Ryosuke said. Surely the enemy won't be so angry that they launch a full-scale attack on us. Ryosuke was about to leave as well, because he came to participate in today's negotiations without completing his training. After Ryosuke left, Hayashi Hyuga looked at his younger brother and said seriously, "Don't do anything so stupid again. You are not only someone who has separated from the family, but also my younger brother. If you die, how am I supposed to explain this to Neji?" Hyuga Hisashi could not refute this. It turned out that his older brother hadn't treated him like a tool. I admit I was a bit selfish. If he really dies, what will happen to Neji, who is so young? I was wrong. Hayashi Hyuga's expression softened. It's good that you know you were wrong. Don't be so impulsive in the future. In the afternoon, news of the breakdown of peace talks with Kumigakure spread throughout the village. The villagers were greatly disappointed. They did not like the war. He was even more furious after learning that it was the Uchiha clan who had sabotaged the operation. The Uchiha clan is truly a jinx. They couldn't understand at all what benefit the Uchiha clan would gain from a war. Even in their anger, they dared not cause trouble for the Uchiha clan. That's the guard unit. It's not like we haven't seen villagers cause trouble for the Uchiha clan before. They've all been thrown into prison. They don't want to go to jail. Meanwhile, Ryosuke was at home practicing the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation. The gate of blockage. If he were to open 5 gates, given his current physical condition, I wonder if he could be compared to Might Guy, who opened 7 gates, after all. His physical attributes are much stronger than his opponents. Even compared to Might Guy at his peak, he is much stronger. If he were to acquire such strength, he would truly be invincible in the early stages. After all, the battle where Nagato destroyed Konoha was still a long way off, and it was unknown how long it would be before Madara Uchiha was resurrected. Even in the face of the current crisis, if the Uchiha clan were to actually clash with the 4th Raikage of Kumigakure, their current strength having opened all 4 gates, would already be more than capable of defeating him. If all 5 gates were opened, it would be a complete rout. Just as he was preparing for training, his grandfather came to his room and told Ryosuke the news that was spreading like wildfire in the village, and that the Uchiha clan meeting would be held the day after tomorrow. Even his grandfather couldn't tolerate Ryosuke making decisions on his own. Because this is not just Ryosuke's problem. It's a matter for the entire clan. Ryosuke's behavior was far too impulsive. When the clan investigates Evan, he's the grand elder. Will be unable to protect him, he couldn't help but ask, "Ryosuke, why did you choose to do that?" Ryosuke couldn't help but ask in return, "There are reasons for doing this. Isn't there any news circulating in the village that the envoy from Kumigakure kidnapped Hinata in the middle of the night and was then killed by the head of the Hyuga clan?" What? The elder was startled and quickly shook his head. There really isn't any news on that. Ryosuke understood what was going on when he saw his grandfather's expression. It's likely that someone has leaked this information again, inciting the villagers' resentment towards the Uchiha clan. It's highly unlikely that this was done by Danza. The Nagekage of Konoha, the morning session had just ended, and he'd already made sure the whole village knew by the afternoon. He's unlikely to have that kind of speed, and besides, he didn't even know about it. So how could he have had time to make arrangements? As for the Hyuga clan, that's unlikely too. The news circulating in the village now is all incomplete and distorted. That means it could only have been done by the 3rd Hokage. Only the other party has such a motive. So he simply told his grandfather the whole story. Chapter 66, Arriving at the clan meeting. His grandfather looked indignant after hearing this. Kumigakure is really audacious, trying to kidnap the Hyuga main family's daughter under the guise of peace negotiations. This is clearly an attempt to seize the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit. The Byakugan. They didn't come here to negotiate peace at all. Ryosuke, you did a good job. To sacrifice the lives of villagers to appease the anger of the perpetrators would be truly shameful. I will explain this to the clan chief for you. It is good. Ryosuke felt it was necessary to explain, at the same time. He was also thinking that he should show off his strength in front of his tribe. Otherwise, his words would not count. While others might not know. He did know that the Fugaku clan leader had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Now that I've activated 4 gates, and with my powerful physical attributes, I really can't say for sure that I can suppress my opponent. Moreover, given how cautious the other party is, they probably won't easily reveal that they've awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Isn't it just that he's afraid his clansmen's confidence will surge and urge him to launch a coup? At the same time, it was also out of fear of the suspicion of the Konoha leadership. Without a strong military deterrent, they really did take action. Let's open the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation first. This makes you invincible in the early stages. After his grandfather passed away, he decisively began practicing the 8 gates formation. The refined chakra surged through the dew gate at the back of the spine. When the amount of chakra is increased during the impact, pain will follow. At the same time, the door is being opened little by little. This caused his aura to surge considerably, however. The excruciating pain in his spine still caused him to reduce the amount of chakra he extracted. The surge of power emanating from him vanished again. After resting for a while, he resumed his cultivation. The training lasted for more than 2 hours, leaving him drenched in sweat and feeling weak. I was in pain from head to torso. This kind of pain would be unbearable for anyone else. It seems he reached his limit today. But fortunately, he still gained something. At least half of the dew gate has been successfully opened. All that's left is to keep pushing. After lying down for a while and recovering somewhat, he finally took a proper bath and rested. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Tonight is the start of the Uchiha clan's clan meeting. Almost all the Uchiha clan members who had awakened their Sharingan came to the shrine. Seated in the main seat were the clan head Uchiha Fugaku, the eldest elder Uchiha, Shin the elder Uchiha Yatsushiro, and other elders. However, the 3 people at the top have the most say. They were all waiting for someone to arrive. That's Uchiha Ryosuke. He secretly promised the 3rd Hokage, in the name of the Uchiha clan, to wage war against Kumigakure. Whether they were moderates radicals, or even neutrals within the clan, they were all very dissatisfied. Although Elder Uchiha Shin had already explained Ryosuke's reasons for doing so. However, the moderates do not like war, especially since sacrificing one Hyuga clansman could bring them a peaceful life. What reason does Ryosuke Uchiha have to object? They were preparing to demand that the clan chief severely punish this fellow. Even the radicals disagreed, especially now, with the Konoha leadership constantly pressuring the Uchiha clan. It was incredibly unwise of Uchiha Ryosuke to deplete his own clan's strength for the sake of other clans. So what if one member of the Hyuga clan dies? It will not hinder the Uchiha clan in the slightest. Even the 8th Hokage, who was optimistic about Ryosuke Uchiha, became somewhat dissatisfied. Uchiha Itachi and even Uchiha Izumi attended this clan gathering. Everyone was waiting for the culprit to arrive. Even the Grand Elder was very worried. Although he explained the reason, the clansmen present did not buy it. He sighed helplessly. Is the only way to reduce Ryosuke's punishment later by relying on his reputation. However, Ryosuke's culprit did not arrive for a long time. Almost all the members of the tribe were filled with righteous indignation. Such a disrespectful person towards the clan is truly audacious. Does he think that just because he is the grandson of the Grand Elder, he can do whatever he wants? Uchiha Izumi clearly noticed the gazes of her clansmen and couldn't help but feel a little worried for Ryosuke. He asked Uchiha Itachi, who was standing nearby. Itachi, do you think Ryosuke did something wrong? Of course you're wrong. Itachi Uchiha said without hesitation. Every ninja of Konoha should be willing to sacrifice their life to protect their village. This is our mission, but Uchiha Ryosuke started the war. Which is the greatest sin? Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but think along the lines of Itachi's idea. That makes a lot of sense, however. She was also indignant about what the hidden cloud village had done. Itachi though Ryosuke acted a bit impulsively. Isn't the behavior of the hidden cloud village disgusting? Under the guise of peace negotiations, they came to our village and kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Itachi Uchiha said helplessly. Of course it's despicable. But now is not the time to start a war. We can only sacrifice the individual to save the collective. Uchiha Izumi had no choice but to agree after hearing this. But it was really frustrating. I couldn't help but feel a little relieved by Ryosuke's actions. There's no need to tolerate the disgusting behavior of the hidden cloud village. However, she did not reveal her thoughts, because she knew Itachi would not like such thoughts. Itachi's ideas were too far-fetched, she couldn't keep up. Another hour passed before Ryosuke finally arrived at the shrine. Looks like someone who just woke up, because he accidentally overdid the practice of the 8 gates formation. He recklessly charged towards the 5th gate, the Gate of Absolute. Once activated, the Uchiha clan can be preserved. His eyes won't be gouged out by others, so it's easy to overtrain without realizing it. However, the result was good. He remembered that he was just a hair's breadth away from opening the Gate of Abstinence before he fainted. We're not far from being invincible in the early stages. He even took a shower after waking up before coming over. My hair is still wet when he entered the assembly area. Apart from a few people, everyone looked at him with very unfriendly expressions. The only people who didn't have a problem with him were Uchiha Izumi and his grandfather. And of course, there's Uchiha Fugaku, because he knew that his opponent was very strong, perhaps even stronger than him. Chapter 67, Should the Uchiha clan be exterminated? He was unconcerned by these unfriendly stares, and instead began searching for the Uchiha clan member he cared about in the crowd. That was Uchiha Shisui at this moment. It's unclear whether the other party has activated the main Jikaiwu Sharingan. That invincible eye technique, Kado Matsukami, can change the will of others without anyone noticing. This is terrifying if the other party changes their will. It's no different from killing them, however. A scan of the crowd revealed that the person was not present. It seemed he had not attended the clan gathering. It seems no one in his village has seen him now. Perhaps he's outside the village and hasn't returned. Upon seeing Ryosuke's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku clan head immediately spoke, Uchiha Ryosuke. You should already know the news that's been circulating throughout the village today. Of course I know. Grandpa has already told him about this. So do you have anything to explain? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Ryosuke assumed that these people were unaware of the matter, so he explained the details to the Uchiha clan members present. The Uchiha clan members present naturally knew, as they had been informed before the clan meeting began. Itachi Uchiha was the first to stand up and said sternly, Uchiha Ryosuke, do you know your crime? You disrupted the third Hokage's plans, arbitrarily destroyed the village's peace, and dragged the Uchiha clan into the vortex of war. Do you know your crime? Ryosuke didn't expect this guy to be the first to attack. It seems he's still loyally on the village's side. He asked indifferently, haven't I already explained it? It was clearly the people of Kumigakure who kidnapped the Hyuga clan's young lady first. Yet they demand that the Hyuga clan hand over their members to quell the other side's anger. You think this makes sense now? Upon hearing Ryosuke's words, the Uchiha clan members present felt their dissatisfaction subside somewhat. The actions of the hidden cloud village are truly disgusting. However, Itachi Uchiha did not buy it and continued to speak. The third Hokage's suggestion was correct. It was your actions that were wrong. You shouldn't have incited the Hyuga clan to fight against the envoy from Kumigakure. Sacrificing one person can bring peace and end the war. This is the most reasonable approach, moreover as a ninja. One should have the spirit and will to sacrifice oneself for Konoha village. This is the awareness we should have as ninjas. Those members of the Uchiha clan present who heard Itachi's words. Especially the radical members did not look too happy. Such remarks were truly hurtful to them. For the sake of the village. How exactly did the village treat them? Even their clan's territory was forcibly relocated. One might ask which powerful force in the village would treat them this way. Even moderates found it a bit jarring. They do not support confrontation with the higher-ups. But that does not mean they are willing to sacrifice their lives for the village. When Itachi's father heard these words, his heart sank. He sent Itachi to infiltrate the Hokage's inner circle. But it seems that even his own son has completely trusted him. In that case, it would be questionable whether they would still be able to pass on effective intelligence to themselves in the future. He might even find himself on the opposite side of the Uchiha clan, which was really worrying him. Ryosuke narrowed his eyes upon hearing what the other person said. The peace of the village was achieved by sacrificing one person. Upon reflection, it was achieved by sacrificing an entire clan. He couldn't help but speak, "Uchiha Itachi. Since you are so resolute, then, I have a question to ask you." The Uchiha clan members present should all know about the current relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Given your level of resolve, Itachi Uchiha, shouldn't our Uchiha clan be exterminated to maintain the village's peace? Upon hearing this, all the Uchiha clan members present were stunned. What an audacious statement. The Uchiha clan was to be wiped out. During the decline of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan was the largest clan in Konoha, and arguably the largest clan in the entire ninja world. Immediately, a member of the tribe spoke up. "Uchiha Ryosuke, you are too presumptuous. How could you say such a rebellious thing? Chieftain, punish this arrogant fool immediately." Unexpectedly, Ryosuke immediately retorted. "I'm not asking you, so shut your mouths. Otherwise, I'll ask you to leave." As he spoke, he exuded a powerful aura. It seemed as if Ryosuke was about to kill his opponent at the slightest provocation. These tribesmen were so frightened that they dared not speak for a moment. Because the other party's aura was simply too strong. Even the clan leader's eyes narrowed. He didn't think Ryosuke was that arrogant. As the clan leader, he knew that his family was in the midst of a turbulent storm. And what if the coup failed? If the Konoha leadership were more ruthless, then annihilating the entire clan wouldn't be impossible. Could it be that Uchiha Ryosuke has discovered something? Otherwise, how could such astonishing remarks be made? It seems I should use my own eyes to see the future, even if it means risking blindness. Uchiha Itachi was now feeling his scalp tingling from the questions the other party was asking. I never expected to be asked such a question in the clan. This gave him quite a shock. I don't need to answer such a question. Such a question is impossible. If the village wants to destroy the Uchiha clan, then the village will inevitably decline as well. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible. Ryosuke, however, just sneered, "Humph so. Fearing the village's decline, youth butcher. Are planning to slaughter your entire clan." Itachi Uchiha noticed the other party's disdain and was also extremely unhappy. "Stop changing the subject. Don't you realize you're wrong yet?" Ryosuke, however, burst into laughter. "So, according to you, if the people from Kumigakure come and kidnap villagers from Konoha again, we should also tolerate it? Would it even be better to sacrifice one's own people again to satisfy the other side? These two things should not be confused. I believe that such a thing will not happen again in the village. Why can't we conflate the two? The instigator of this matter is the Hidden Cloud Village. Can you represent the Hidden Cloud Village? Or have you already joined the Hidden Cloud Village?" Uchiha Itachi felt that the point in front of him was being unreasonable. "I just feel that the Naruto world will no longer tolerate such a thing happening." Ryosuke's lips curled into a cold smile. Did they launch the Night of Extermination because they couldn't tolerate it? Ryosuke Uchiha looked at his clansmen around him. "Some of you may think that I have disrupted the peace of Konoha. If this happens to our Uchiha clan, Aguinare we The Uchiha clan, also going to appease the enemy's anger and sacrifice the lives of our own clansmen. After he finished speaking, he pointed to some of the people among them. Of course, these people were all a bit bewildered. Don't point at me. I'm not willing to sacrifice myself in such a miserable way. I'd rather die in the war than do this. The people Ryosuke was pointing to all gave reasons why they didn't want to die like that. Itachi Uchiha became even more displeased. What did these guys learn at the Ninja Academy that they would even think about dying in a dangerous war? Dying in war is not particularly glorious. Dying in war means that war has occurred. That means it's not just a few or a few dozen deaths. It could even result in severe losses of hundreds or thousands of deaths. It's just too short. He felt there was no need to waste words. His thoughts were not on the same level as those of his people. And perhaps only Shisui could understand his ideas. Chapter 68, What he accomplished. My Uchiha clan can do too. Uchiha Itachi obediently sat back down in his seat and remained silent. The people of the tribe are all like this. They are completely unable to comprehend the profound meaning of the will of fire. As a ninja of Konoha, to put personal interests above the interests of the village is a grave mistake. However, couldn't just point at them and yell at them, as that would only provoke conflict between them. At this moment, Uchiha Hachimoku stood up, although he understood why Uchiha Ryosuke did this. But now is the time when, if the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were to take up the banner against Kumigakure, then many ninjas would inevitably die. He cannot accept it. If the Uchiha clan's power weakens again, the Konoha leadership who dislike them might once again severely suppress the Uchiha clan, which could lead to their decline, so he spoke. Ryosuke, while I agree with your opinion, it's not worth making the Uchiha clan stand up for the Hyuga clan. If war breaks out, our Uchiha clan will also suffer losses. Ryosuke didn't put on a cold face towards Uchiha Hachika. Instead, he looked at the clansmen present. As one of the two founding clans of Konoha, do you think we have no reason to protect the rest of the village? What the third Hokage couldn't do, our Uchiha clan can. The third Hokage chose to sacrifice the village's ninjas to quell the shameless rage of other villages, while our Uchiha clan chose to fight back. Yashiro felt somewhat invigorated upon hearing those words. The Uchiha clan is indeed the founding clan of Konoha village, but now they are being harassed by a former minor clan. This naturally made the radicals very unhappy. Ryosuke is now undoubtedly a representative of the radical faction. They said that what the third Hokage couldn't do, the Uchiha clan would do. It made Yatsushiro feel refreshed. Doesn't this prove that the Uchiha clan is more suitable for the position than the third Hokage? Would he be more suitable to lead Konoha village? Well said, we Uchiha clan will take care of this matter. He then sat down, satisfied. Even Izumi has grown to admire and respect his Ryosuke more and more. She really didn't like the way the third Hokage handled things this time. We should protect our own people from being bullied by people from other villages. That's how Ryosuke does it, and she likes it. Even Fugaku Uchiha admired the other party's actions. Perhaps the other clansmen felt that Ryosuke's actions were satisfying. However, as the head of the clan, he saw the benefits that Ryosuke's actions brought. Although the Hyuga clan is weaker than the Uchiha clan, however, the opponent's Byakugana bloodline limit undoubtedly has great strategic value. They can definitely be called a wealthy and powerful family. Ryosuke's move undoubtedly seized the opportunity to win over the Hyuga clan. If it could alleviate one village's hostility towards the Uchiha clan, that would undoubtedly be a huge gain. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained increasingly calm. But his heart was in turmoil. This guy is really too radical. He actually thought his actions were better than those of the third Hokage. But how could Itachi Uchiha possibly believe such a bizarre idea? He had personally experienced the battlefield and witnessed countless deaths. The passing of life is as simple as dust being blown away by the wind. Therefore, the third Hokage's approach was undoubtedly correct. The idea that sacrificing one person can save countless others can never be wrong. As a ninja, one should have the spirit of sacrificing oneself to protect the greater good. This is the true meaning of being a ninja. Uchiha Ryo's behavior showed a complete lack of awareness as a ninja. It was incredibly selfish. That's far too extreme. To start a major war without authorization, just to protect one person, is a grave mistake. Ryosuke was also looking at everyone at this moment. Is there anyone else who wants to hold me accountable? Both moderates and radicals have lost their ideas. Because Konoha village was indeed founded by their Uchiha clan. Of course, it's impossible for other villages to bully their Konoha village. For radicals, the third Hokage's actions, which they see as utterly incompetent and aimed at suppressing the Uchiha clan, are a clear indication of his folly. Now it seems that the Uchiha clan is much more powerful than the third Hokage. Both the moderates and the radicals deeply love the village because it is where they live and work. The elder was very pleased. His grandson had truly grown up and was now able to hold his own. Seeing this, Itachi convinced everyone in the clan. Even his own father did not pursue Ryosuke's crimes. It really broke his heart. We can't let people like Ryosuke influence the mindset of our clan. Because he could foresee that, if things continued like this, Ryosuke would even dare to lead his men to openly confront the Hokage. If that happens, things will get out of control. Now that Jishui isn't here, he can only let himself stop this situation from developing. So he stood up again and said, Uchiha Ryosuke, you underestimate the damage of war. If war breaks out and the Uchiha clan goes to the battlefield, how many clansmen here will sacrifice themselves? Haven't you thought about it? Uchiha Ryosuke laughed. Isn't all the fame and glory of the Uchiha clan to this day earned through the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors? Are you, Uchiha Itachi, a coward? The other members of the clan all agreed with Ryosuke's statement. Chapter 69, Ryosuke vs Itachi. They were well aware of the dangers of becoming ninjas. Yet they still resolutely chose to become one. How could I possibly be afraid of death? They were even willing to give their lives for the future prosperity of the Uchiha clan. Those who were radicals immediately chimed in. I support Uchiha Ryosuke. There are no cowards in the Uchiha clan who are afraid of death. Itachi Uchiha was terrified to see so many people come out to support Ryosuke. It seems that the clansmen have really been influenced by Ryosuke. If only they had such a high level of awareness for the sake of the village. Unfortunately, their goal was wrong. To prevent them from going further down the wrong path. He looked at Uchiha Ryosuke. With your abilities, I'm afraid you're not qualified to represent the family. The Uchiha clan only worships powerful members. Those without strength cannot gain the respect of their clan. With his strength, he could easily suppress Uchiha Ryosuke and perhaps win back his clansmen's hearts. The people of the tribe are very difficult to chain, but they are more inclined to believe in the strong. This is the only method he has left. With a cold face, Uchiha Ryosuke actually said that he was not strong enough to represent the clan at the moment. The Uchiha clan has always been ruled by the strong. He is no longer the same person he was a few months ago. Now he is fully capable of controlling Uchiha Itachi. Having already kicked Obito Uchiha, it's time to give Itachi Uchiha a good beating. This guy is constantly going against his own will. It's really hard to change his mind. Perhaps only by giving the other person a good beating can their wrong ideas be changed. In fact, other party has always been good at thinking, and can even think like a Hokage. Isn't that because of the strength that the other party is so proud of? Thinking you're so capable leads to wild and unrestrained thinking. A harsh blow to the other person, making them aware of their vulnerability, might be able to correct their thinking. He stared at the other person coldly. Want to have a fight? I'll show you whether I'm capable of representing the family. Just to my liking, Uchiha responded immediately. As a genius in his clan, he didn't think he would lose to Uchiha Ryosuke. Although he had heard that the other party had been training in physical techniques with Might Guy. But physical skills cannot surpass his eyes. He looked at his father, Uchiha Fugaku, clan leader. Please allow me to have a match with Uchiha Ryosuke. Fugaku Uchiha nodded in agreement. It is good. The space is too small, no, you should go outside the shrine. He agreed to the proposal because he wanted to see how capable his child had become. He knew his child was an unparalleled genius. How much does he differ from Ryosuke Uchiha at this moment? Uchiha Izumi looked somewhat troubled. Unsure of whom to support, on one side is Ryosuke, and on the other is Itachi Uchiha. Both are people she likes very much, although she initially liked Itachi Uchiha more. Her recent interactions with him have revealed a significant difference in their thinking. Sometimes she didn't even dare to reveal her true feelings to Itachi, for fear of angering him. Itachi's mindset was firmly on the side of the village, while Izumi Uchiha supported her own clan. Without the support of their family, the mother and daughter would probably be wandering somewhere now. She had no reason to oppose her own family. Despite his inner turmoil, he still followed the others outside to watch the two fight. The other Uchiha clan members were clearly more excited. The Uchiha clan members are inherently warlike. They watched the battle from a distance. Ryosuke Uchiha in the arena immediately activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. At this point, Itachi was already extremely powerful. After all, he would be able to wipe out his clan in another 2 years. It wasn't just the Manjikyo Sharingan that gave him his strength. His Eye Techniquest Ninjutsu and Taijutsu were all at a very high level. He didn't want to lose to a traitor from the family. Standing on the other side, Itachi Uchiha frowned as he looked at the other person. Unexpectedly, Ryosuke Uchiha had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Perhaps that's why the other party is so arrogant. He was just an ordinary clansman who had awakened the 2-Tomo Sharingan before. However, he was not afraid of his opponent because he had activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. I don't plan to greet the other party either. If the other party acts like this, they must have made preparations. He took a shuriken directly from his ninja tool pouch and threw it at Ryosuke Uchiha. The shuriken collided repeatedly in the air, changed direction, and then shot towards Uchiha Ryosuke again. Faced with such an attack, Uchiha Ryosuke couldn't help but become cautious. He quickly observed the attack pattern of the shuriken with his 3-Tomo and then carefully dodged it. After all, no matter how powerful the Sharingan's observation ability is, it's not like the Byakugan, which has a 360-degree field of vision. The opponent's move could change the direction of the shuriken and attack him from behind. That alone is incredibly ingenious. However, with his Sharingan fully activated, he managed to dodge the shuriken. This scene opened the eyes of all the Uchiha clan members present. I never imagined that shuriken throwing could be done in such a fancy way. A ninja can usually dodge a regular shuriken throw. This kind of shuriken throwing can only be used to probe or scout the situation in certain jungles or forests to see if there are any enemy ambushes. Know in their eyes, Itachi Uchiha's move has evolved into a killing move. Even many of them who have awakened the Sharingan have to take this shuriken technique seriously, as one careless move could easily result in being hit by it. Looking at Itachi's move, Izumi Uchiha thought, this must be the shuriken that Itachi mentioned that can curve. She couldn't learn this throwing technique, because such shuriken throwing probably requires a lot of calculation and control. Otherwise, such a collision would not only fail to change the direction, but the shuriken might not even hit anyone. However, Ryosuke is quite impressive. He managed to dodge such an attack. Ryosuke is pretty amazing too. Itachi Uchiha was slightly surprised to see that his opponent had dodged his shuriken attack. It's a bit powerful, no wonder they've become so radical. He then began refining chakra while simultaneously forming hand seals. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. He spat out an enormous fireball from his mouth, which attacked Ryosuke at incredible speed and with intense heat. Such powerful fireballs nearly scorched the ground when they passed by. Chapter 70, Physical Combat. Such a powerful fireball technique amazed the tribesmen watching the battle. Itachi truly deserves to be called a top genius in the clan. A top genius who can unleash such a powerful fireball jutsu is undoubtedly someone with exceptional fire release talent. Even Fugaku Uchiha was very satisfied with his son's talent. It was indeed very good. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, wondering what Itachi was thinking. Perhaps he had truly sided with Konoha. Each time the message was given to the clan, the higher-ups said that they had not targeted the Uchiha clan and had not taken any action, and hoped that the clan members would not misunderstand. But even he, as the father, couldn't believe this news. Not to mention the ordinary members of the tribe. Ryosuke saw that even someone like Itachi Uchiha liked to use the great fireball technique, even though this kind of ninjutsu was completely useless. Besides being handsome. Therefore, he undoubtedly fell in love with this ninjutsu. He refined his chakra and quickly formed hand seals. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, fire release. Great fireball technique. He spat out a fireball as big as a house, in terms of size. It is even slightly larger than Itachi Uchiha's. Because Ryosuke's chakra is undoubtedly more than Itachi Uchiha's, the power is naturally stronger. The two fireballs collided in midair and exploded, illuminating the dark sky with flames. Countless flames spread in all directions. Some of the flames even flew towards the Uchiha clan members present. These tribesmen easily dodged the attacks, some even directly blasting away the flames. By the time the flames reached them, they had lost much of their power. Aside from a few people who had witnessed Ryosuke Uchiha's strength, everyone present was extremely surprised. I already knew that Itachi Uchiha was strong, but I didn't expect that Ryosuke Uchiha was also so strong. The ability to unleash a fireball comparable to Itachi Uchiha undoubtedly demonstrates exceptional talent in fire-style techniques. In particular, Uchiha Izumi's mouth was wide open. She knew that Itachi was so strong. He had demonstrated it to her before. I didn't expect Ryosuke to be so well hidden. In fact, the fireball he unleashed was even larger than Itachi's fireball. At the same time, she was also a little helpless. Why did two top geniuses in the same family have to stand on the opposite side? Ryosuke was clearly protecting the family. So why did Itachi stand up against him? She really felt a bit helpless. If the two of them could work together, the Uchiha clan would definitely be able to restore its former glory. Uchiha Itachi in the arena was shocked by how powerful the opponent's great fireball jutsu was. Even comparable to his own, however. He seized the opportunity and charged directly at Uchiha Ryosuke. He was very confident in his physical skills. He used to be able to defeat his peers with just one clone, let alone his real body. When Uchiha Ryosuke saw that his opponent was rushing towards him, clearly intending to engage in a taijutsu battle, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. In terms of shuriken throwing, he can't beat him. As for sharing an eye power, it's hard to say. Maybe it's a 50-50 match, but if it comes to physical combat, he would undoubtedly crush his opponent. Although Itachi's taijutsu is decent, that's about it. He not only easily dodged Itachi's attack, but also took the opportunity to punch his opponent. Itachi was surprised that his attack was dodged. He hurriedly raised his hand to defend and block the attack. But to his astonishment, the opponent's punch was so heavy that it even made his arm hurt. He was startled. Although he might have a chance to defeat his opponent in terms of physical skills, the opponent's physique was far superior to his. In the several exchanges, he was suppressed, and it also put a heavy burden on his body. For a while, he was really struggling to cope and retreated step by step. He knew he couldn't engage in a physical fight with his opponent. Otherwise, he would definitely be the one to lose. The Uchiha clan members watching the battle were all extremely surprised. This was completely beyond their imagination. Although the Uchiha clan is not known for its taijutsu, they are still considered quite strong in the ninja world. However, Ryosuke is currently dominating Itachi Uchiha, and there is no doubt that Ryosuke's taijutsu is truly strong. Moreover, far stronger than anyone else. Even those who were just watching would probably be no match for Ryosuke. Some of them weren't surprised when they saw Ryosuke in action, such as Uchiha Yatsuho, Uchiha Inahisan and Uchiha Fugaku, who had witnessed just how strong Ryosuke's taijutsu was. Ryosuke hasn't even opened the 8 gates yet. If he did, Itachi Uchiha would probably be easily defeated. If Itachi were to engage in a physical combat contest with Ryosuke again, he would only face defeat. This also proves that it aligns with the interests of the radicals. Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha undoubtedly represent the moderate stance, communicate with the higher-ups in Konoha, and even obey their orders. Even the earlier agreement to relocate the clan's territory was made possible thanks to Uchiha Shisui's strong support. As for Shisui, he is undoubtedly one of the top experts in the family. Even the radical faction has to admit his abilities. Their radical faction, however, lacked a strong military representative, Itachi Uchiha, who was in the arena, possessed extremely strong combat talent, and naturally knew that he could no longer engage in a taijutsu duel with Ryosuke. We must create distance. Otherwise, he will definitely be the one to suffer defeat. So he quickly retreated. But how could Ryosuke possibly give him such an opportunity? Moreover, was now faster than his opponent, catching up with Itachi and punching him in the chest. Uchiha Itachi was unable to dodge in time. His face contorted in pain and his body was sent flying. Only by lying flat on all fours can you stabilize your body. His face looked terrible. It was unbelievable that a genius like him had fallen into such a state. Although Uchiha Ryosuke was a few years older than him, he still felt extremely defeated and very angry. How can this guy be so strong, originally? They wanted to strike the other party so that they could no longer influence the tribe. But now they have been suppressed by the other party, which has made the other party's wisdom known. At this moment, Uchiha Ryosuke had a smile on his face. Having already kicked Obito Uchiha, he's now punching Itachi Uchiha. His initial dream has been fulfilled. Now, neither of those two traitors is a match for him. Perhaps the opponent will awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan later. But he wields the power of 2 systems. So wouldn't he become even stronger? If you have several children, there will be plenty of rewards. Even the seemingly unreliable automatic cultivation system is actually quite reliable overall. As long as it can improve one's strength, that's fine. Chapter 71, Eye Power Strengthened Again. Itachi Uchiha hasn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. He probably only did so after witnessing Shisui Uchiha's death. Itachi is now completely poisoned, thoroughly brainwashed by the 3rd Hokage's will of fire. Of course, this is also because his thoughts have deviated from the normal path, making him extremely difficult to change. The other party's thoughts were influenced by Shisui. If Shisui could be changed, then the Uchiha clan, including Shisui Uchiha Fugaku Uchiha himself, would be able to achieve the same result. In addition, there's the Hyuga clan, who are unlikely to oppose the Uchiha clan again. So it seems that the strength of Konoha's higher-ups isn't quite up to par either. Currently, the only forces in the village that support the Hokage are the Ino Shikacho clans. The Nara clan is known for its high intelligence and its family's secret technique, Shadow Technique. The Akimichi clan is also a family of secret arts practitioners, primarily focused on offensive techniques, but they aren't considered particularly strong. The Mountain Tribe primarily conducts reconnaissance and intelligence gathering missions. Their combat capabilities are not particularly high. I support the 3rd Hokage, as well as the Aburame clan and the Inuzuka clan. The remaining ones should be the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan. Other smaller families can be disregarded. If the Uchiha clan were to fight these people with all their might, they wouldn't necessarily be without a chance of victory. He couldn't understand how Hiruzen Sarutobi dared to eliminate the village's strongest fighting force, causing the village to decline so rapidly. The 3rd Hokage also perished during Orochimaru's later invasion. Even if Orochimaru had 3 heads and 6 arms, With the help of the Uchiha clan, he still wouldn't have been able to succeed in his invasion. If it weren't for the traitor's intervention, the Uchiha clan, fighting against the entire ninja village with the strength of the clan itself, would have been able to achieve a mutually destructive outcome. Even without my intervention, this would have been the outcome. With such formidable strength, who else in the Uchiha clan would be the leader of Konoha, if not the leader of the village? Itachi was clearly angry at this moment. His opponent was stronger than him, and he was very unhappy. He had always been far superior to his peers, and no one could rival him. Now that he had an opponent, his pride had been hurt. At the same time, they also sensed a crisis. How could it not be terrifying that such a powerful person had appeared in their clan, and that he was also a narrow-minded member of their own clan? Now he could only use genjutsu. As chakra gathered in his eyes through tiny meridians, his Sharingan turned even more crimson as he stared at Uchiha Ryosuke. The magical shackles technique. Uchiha Ryosuke also sensed the opponent's genjutsu and immediately activated the demonic shackles technique. His pupil power has already been enhanced, so it shouldn't be lower than his opponent's. Even if it is lower, it shouldn't be by much. As long as he fights with all his might, he shouldn't fall for the illusion. The two stared at each other, and whoever lost in the clash of their pupils would be afflicted with the magical shackles. When Itachi Uchiha saw that his opponent not only resisted him, but even wanted to fight him with genjutsu, a smirk involuntarily crept onto his face. There was absolutely no way his opponent could defeat him in genjutsu. His strength was even praised by Shisui, who was a top-tier member of the Uchiha clan with the 3 Tamo Sharingan. The surrounding tribespeople watched with even greater interest as they observed the contest between the two sides, something they were very familiar with. This is a classic battle between Uchiha. The battle of genjutsu is a battle of eye power. Whoever has stronger eye power will have the upper hand in the battle of genjutsu. Even Fugaku Uchiha watched Itachi and Ryosuke Uchiha's battle with great interest. He had not previously engaged in a genjutsu battle with Uchiha Ryosuke, so he did not know the extent of Uchiha Ryosuke's eye power. However, he knew that his son's pupil power was very strong. This is also why he placed high hopes on the son. Itachi's physical skills are inferior to his opponent's, but his eyesight is not necessarily superior. A powerful Sharingan can change the course of a battle, and perhaps even defeat the opponent. Of course, this is all on the premise that Uchiha Ryosuke does not use the 8 gates. If Uchiha Ryosuke were to use the 8 gates, it would inevitably cause a surge in his chakra. With such a turbulent flow of chakra, even a Sharingan genjutsu would have difficulty affecting the opponent's chakra. If the opponent's chakra cannot be affected, then the genjutsu will naturally be ineffective. At this moment in the battlefield, Uchiha Ryosuke sensed that the opponent's eye power was extremely strong, even stronger than his own. Even when fighting within illusions, he was at a disadvantage. He was a little anxious. What if he lost the battle of Sharingan genjutsu? As time went on, he was bound to lose. Suddenly, he heard the system's voice in his mind. 646-136659. Your Sharingan sensed that someone was trying to harm the host and became furious. Quickly train your Sharingan, and your eye power will increase once again. In an instant, Ryosuke felt a warm current flow through his eyes, and his vision became stronger. Things in front of him became clearer. The pressure from the illusion technique the other party used vanished instantly, leaving him feeling incredibly relaxed. Uchiha Itachi instantly sensed something was wrong, as he suddenly felt that the opponent's eye power had increased dramatically. He initially felt that his opponent was about to be defeated, as his eye power had been suppressing him. He only needed to wait for the opponent's eye power to be exhausted before he could ensnare the opponent with his magical shackles. Suddenly his mind jolted, and he was pulled into a virtual world. The entire world was a blood-red sky, and 4 huge nails were firmly fixed on his body, making him unable to move. In the past, when he pulled others into this illusion, his spirit also appeared here. so he was extremely familiar with this space. His face changed. He had actually fallen for the opponent's illusion and lost the battle of illusions. In this space of the other party is the ruler. While he is a lamb to the slaughter, he actually lost to his opponent. And in the very illusion technique he was best at. Uchiha Ryosuke is terrifying. Did he hide his eye power before, in the real world? The clansmen could see that Itachi Uchiha's body was already tilted, and his eyes were lifeless. And they knew that the outcome of the battle was already decided. Ryosuke was actually able to defeat Itachi Genius, which made them all admire him even more. Ryosuke's three-tamo Sharingan undoubtedly possesses greater ocular power. And such a clansman would naturally earn their respect and support. The Uchiha clan has produced another powerful expert. And it happened so suddenly that no one had ever heard of him before. Chapter 72, I Can't Put It Down. Even Fugaku Uchiha was shocked that Fugaku was able to defeat his son's Sharingan in terms of eye power. This proves that the opponent's three-tamo Sharingan is definitely among the top 3 in the current clan. He and Uchiha Shisui will definitely be in the top 2, each occupying one spot. The third person is probably Uchiha Ryosuke. As for Uchiha Ryosuke's strength, it is impossible to know who is stronger between him and the other two without a contest. However, seeing the abnormal crimson color of the opponent's three-tamo Sharingan, one could tell how ominous and powerful those eyes were. Even Fugaku dared not take it lightly. He was very happy that such a strong person had appeared in his family. Because he's currently the only one in the clan facing pressure from the higher-ups in Konoha. He's under immense pressure. Having another strong person is a good thing. And this guy should be a radical. So at least he won't be a threat to the family, of course. If the opponent could awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, then the Uchiha clan would have nothing to worry about. Even if Konoha wanted to attack the Uchiha clan, it would only result in mutual destruction. So he hesitated whether to tell the other person how to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. But the method of awakening the Sharingan was really hard to accept. Uchiha Izumi, who had been watching the game from the sidelines, was so shocked that her mouth was slightly agape. Ryosuke is actually that strong. Even Itachi was no match for her. So she could accept the result and didn't feel sorry for Itachi's defeat. The Uchiha elder, on the other hand, had a happy expression on his face. His grandson is too amazing. Not only did he awaken the three-tamo Sharingan, but he also defeated Uchiha Itachi in a genjutsu comparison. He watched Uchiha Itachi grow up. So how could he not know how talented he was? This shows just how strong his grandson really is. Just then, Fugaku Uchiha looked at his son. Not wanting him to lose face, Aganan said, "All right, Ryosuke, stop. The match has already been decided. This magical shackle technique is a torture technique used by the Uchiha clan, and it undoubtedly inflicts great mental anguish." Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's words, Ryosuke immediately stopped channeling chakra into his eyes, ceased using genjutsu, and stopped interfering with the opponent's chakra. He has already inflicted a crushing defeat on Itachi Uchiha. That's enough. Does he think he can kill him on the spot? Itachi felt dizzy, and then he was back in reality. My eyes are starting to blur, and I feel a little dizzy. It took him a while to regain his senses. He sighed helplessly, knowing he could only wait for Shisui to return before striking back at the other party. His father, who had become the clan leader, showed no intention of suppressing the other party, which disappointed him even more. Immediately afterwards, Fugaku Uchiha announced the disbandment of tonight's clan meeting. There's no need to punish Ryosuke anymore. He's probably too happy to even think about it. Why would he bother with punishing Ryosuke? The clansmen returned to their homes in high spirits, and their initial dissatisfaction with Ryosuke had vanished. On the contrary, Ryosuke gained their approval. What he said made perfect sense. The members of the Uchiha clan, whether radical or moderate, all consider Konoha their home and naturally hope that Konoha will become better and better and not be bullied by outsiders. The only person who was dissatisfied was probably Itachi Uchiha. Not only was his reputation as a genius completely shattered, but it also allowed Uchiha Ryosuke to expand his influence and greatly boost the prestige of the radical faction. If the radicals gain power, their confrontation with the Konoha leadership will become increasingly intense, and it is even possible that war will eventually break out. Early the next morning, Uchiha Ryosuke went to the grove to train as usual, continuing to improve his physical attributes. After training for a while, a small figure also came here to watch Ryosuke's training. Ryosuke saw the person who had arrived. It was Uchiha Izumi. He was a little surprised. "What brings you here to see me?" Quan said with great interest. "Let's come and see Ryosuke's training. Ryosuke has become so strong. Maybe it's related to your training. She's about to graduate, and naturally, she wants to be as strong as Ryosuke. The ninja profession is very dangerous, so she needs to become stronger so that her mother can rely on her and the family can support her in the future." Upon hearing Izumi's words, Uchiha Ryosuke immediately imagined her transformed into a muscular woman with incredibly strong muscles. Looking at her current small and cute body, he instantly refused. "Izumi, my training method is not suitable for girls. You should learn something else. Maybe learning from Itachi wouldn't be a bad idea." Before the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha treated Izumi quite well. Quan sighed. "I don't feel particularly comfortable around Itachi right now." She also felt a little helpless. She and Itachi really didn't get along. Their thoughts were different, and she always felt a little restrained and uncomfortable when they were together. When Ryosuke heard her words, his expression was somewhat helpless. It seemed that he couldn't change Itachi's mind. And Izumi was probably on the side of the clan. It must be really hard for people with different ideas to get along. And it seems that this young lady doesn't have anyone else to rely on in the tribe. Other members of the Uchiha clan are probably not as easy to get along with as he is. This girl didn't grow up in the Uchiha clan, but in the Senju clan. Her father is also a member of the Senju clan, so she probably doesn't have many friends from the Uchiha clan. Ryosuke said with a smile, "Then I'll teach you the basic martial arts. With basic physical skills, unless you train as intensely as he does, you probably won't develop muscles and become a muscular man like him." Upon hearing Ryosuke's words, Quan's face instantly lit up with a smile. Ryosuke was still the best to her, and their interactions were much more pleasant. Perhaps it was because Ryosuke had always taken good care of her, and there were no conflicts between them. As for the fact that he seemed to have always liked me, I don't seem to have felt any unhappiness. In the following period, Ryosuke stopped his own training and taught Izumi some of the techniques he had learned from Might Guy. This naturally involves physical contact with Izumi, guiding her on the correct movements. It has to be said that although Quan is still small, his lower abdomen, thighs, and calves feel very good to the touch, which is very comfortable. He also has a light fragrance, which makes him unable to resist pinching his whole body. Izumi's face was slightly flushed, and Ryosuke pinched himself, feeling a cool sensation. Ryosuke really enjoys teasing her. Is she really that cute? She made Ryosuke fall head over heels in love with her. Chapter 73, that kind of thing, but compared to that, she felt that the powerful aura emanating from Ryosuke was incredibly attractive to her. She couldn't help but take a few more breaths. It was the scent of a mature man, which undeniably made her feel refreshed and longing for it. She even unconsciously leaned against Ryosuke. She was fine when she wasn't close, but as soon as she got close, her fragrant scent instantly attracted Ryosuke, who couldn't help but pounce on Izumi, straddle her, and deeply inhale her fragrance. Quan's face paled instantly. The other person's aura rushed towards her so close, making her feel refreshed and longing. And she felt a little giddy. If it were Ryosuke, it might not be a bad idea. Ryosuke took them in, allowing them to settle down in the Uchiha clan. And Ryosuke is quite handsome, and he's also very strong. Judging from Ryosuke's current state, it seems she can't escape either. Why not just try that kind of thing? So she closed her eyes and waited for that moment to arrive. Just as Ryosuke was about to take things further, he came to his senses and looked at Izumi with her eyes closed. Izumi looked incredibly delicious and adorable. She had developed in all the right places, and she had even grown a bit bigger in just a few months. But reason told him that it was better not to do it. Unfortunately, my physical attributes improved. I didn't expect that my sexual attributes would also become stronger. Because Kurenai was pregnant and couldn't do that asterisk kind of thing. Her stress couldn't be released, which is why she couldn't help but pounce on Izumi. These were all basic bodily reactions. Izumi, who was lying on the ground, did not feel the damage to his body for a long time. He couldn't help but open one eye and peek at Ryosuke. At this moment, Ryosuke seemed to have returned to normal, his face calm and showing no signs of his previous agitation. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had clearly prepared herself to accept that kind of thing. But she didn't know what it would feel like. I've only heard that it hurts a little at first, but then it feels very good. At this moment, Ryosuke pulled Izumi to her feet, deciding to wait until she was a little older before making any decisions. I then taught her some basic moves and guided her to the correct actions before sending her away. If he spent more time with Hirsch, might really lose control. Izumi is just too adorable. Even he couldn't help but be moved by her. I wonder how charming it will be when it matures. He felt that if such a clansman died on the night of the massacre, it would be a loss to the entire ninja world. With him here this time, he will definitely not let such a thing happen. By the afternoon it was time for him to leave Konoha. He still had things to do. Those people from Kumigakure have been gone from Konoha for more than 2 days. Even if he were to lay a hand on these people, no one would know it was him. How could he possibly let them go? Even if it's a mother he's never met, he'll make her pay for her crimes in blood. Don't talk to him about peace. Peace is a pipe dream. In this world, only the strong devour the weak. In the afternoon, after resting for a while, Uchiha Ryosuke packed his necessities, a set of black hooded clothes, and a white mask into a sealed space scroll, and then prepared to set off. Daily necessities are still necessary, since he doesn't know how long this trip will take. As for the black hooded clothes and white mask, it's because he doesn't want people to know that he did it. If people find out, he would still be very threatening at this stage. As for the 8 Gates formation, which is about to break through, we can only wait a little longer. Even the last bit of breakthrough is not so easy. With enhanced physical attributes, cultivation becomes easier. We can wait a little while. After making these thorough preparations, he prepared to leave the village. They chased after those people. The direction of the pursuit is also very simple. They were preparing to pursue those people along the route between Konoha village and Kumigakure village. This time, the other party must have been provoked by me. They will definitely be in a hurry to return to the village. And the shortest distance between the 2 points is the distance between them. The Naruto world is truly outrageous. There are still horse-drawn carriages in the Naruto world. Despite being a ninja, he relied on walking to carry out his missions. The vast land north of Konoha village is covered by primeval forests. Ninjas there are skilled in using chakra and have strong physical abilities, making it easy for them to traverse mountains and jungles. Perhaps this is why horse-drawn carriages are not commonly used. After sneaking out of the village, he headed straight for Cloud Village, traveling day and night. Even if the Cloud Village ninjas had traveled 2 days ahead, they probably wouldn't have been traveling day and night. They would definitely have had time to rest. Moreover, they didn't have my physical strength to travel at high speed continuously. They also needed to rest and sleep. Therefore, I was still very confident that I could catch up with them. After a day and a night of relentless pursuit, soon after entering another forest, they sensed the presence of Cloud Village ninjas in the distance. Just as he had expected, he slowly approached. Without making a sound, it blended perfectly into its environment. Meanwhile, The ninjas of Kumigakure were resting on the rocks. They had been traveling at full speed during the day and were now close to the border, where people were waiting for them. So they had let their guard down. Besides, they are ninjas from Kumigakure. Who would dare to cause them trouble? Even in the chaotic borderlands where thieves bandits and wandering ninjas roam freely. Anyone who dares to attack them is courting death. One of the Cloud Village ninjas looked rather worried. We'll be meeting our backup soon. How am I going to explain this to the fourth Raikage when I get back? This time not only was John and Dodo killed, which greatly humiliated our hidden Cloud Village, but the peace negotiations also failed, and the Konoha breeding plan also failed. It can be said that it was a complete defeat. Given the fourth Raikage's temper, won't we be severely punished, hearing his words? The other Chunin from Kumigakure looked at each other in bewilderment. The ninjas of Konoha Village have gone too far. They killed our ninjas from Kumigakure Village, and they haven't even offered an explanation. They're even mocking us like that. Although it's true that their people wanted to kidnap Hinata to complete Konoha's breeding plan. Didn't they fail? The actual result was that their people died, while the other side suffered no losses. Logically speaking, Konoha should give them an explanation. But unexpectedly, Uchiha and Hyuga clans were so tough. Even hoping they would start a war, Chapter 74 Kill Samui, who was resting on another rock, calmly reassured everyone. Don't worry. Lord Yunying shouldn't make things difficult for us. On the contrary, given his personality, he'll definitely cause trouble for Konoha Village. Although Samui knew the fourth Raikage's temper and that he would be furious, starting a large-scale war with Konoha seemed like the last resort. Konoha Village can't afford to fight, and neither can Kumigakure Village. If a war is waged aggressively, the result will only be mutual destruction. Previously, he had only put on a show of toughness to intimidate Konoha and force them to submit. It's obvious that this tactic failed. Everything was going smoothly, and the third Hokage even looked like he was about to give in. Unexpectedly, a member of the Uchiha clan stepped forward and disrupted this trend, even becoming more powerful than their own hidden Cloud Village. However, this is not something Samui can decide. It is up to the fourth Raikage to make the decision. Whether to continue the war or to renegotiate peace is not something she can decide. The other ninjas from Kumigakure were somewhat relieved to hear Samui's words. Samui was a Jonin in the village, and her younger sister was also a secretary to the Raikage. At this moment, Ryosuke, who was secretly approaching the ninjas of Kumigakure, also overheard their conversation, especially the Konoha breeding plan, which aroused his vigilance. Then he frowned. The other side's goal is to take advantage of the peace negotiations to obtain the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, and their method is to kidnap Hinata. So, this so-called breeding, could it be that they want to find Hinata? Thinking of this, he realized the other party's even more terrifying plan, and he was instantly enraged. The ninja world was indeed very dark. They would actually use such methods on such a young child. Isn't that like trying to use Hinata as a breeding boar? If they actually succeed in carrying out such a plan, there's no telling what kind of torment Hinata will suffer in the future. The bloodline of the Hyuga main family's daughter is of course pure, and offspring born from her mating can have Hyuga blood. The hidden Cloud Village is indeed shameless. He has already made up his mind. The women were spared, but all the men were killed. Having figured all this out, Uchiha Ryosuke emerged from behind the trees and headed towards the Cloud Village ninjas. And as he got closer and closer, Samui, who was on the rock, was the first to react. His expression changed instantly, and he turned his head to see a guy wearing a black hooded coat and a white mask walking towards them. Who are you? At the same time, I became extremely vigilant. If it were an ordinary person, there would be absolutely no way they could get this close before she noticed them. We're almost at the border between the two countries. The border area is very chaotic, with all sorts of wandering ninjas and bandits. Among these people are quite a few experts. The other Cloud Village ninjas looked in the direction Samui was looking when they heard her reaction. Sure enough, Somyeon was approaching. And it was someone who was hiding their face. One of the Cloud Village ninjas who was already in a bad mood became even angrier upon seeing this person who didn't look like a good guy. "I'll take care of this guy." Samui didn't stop them. What good could come of getting close to such a secretive guy? Send your companions to test the enemy's strength. If they are weak, you can kill them without consequence. If they are strong, you can see through their weaknesses. Immediately, the Cloud Village ninja drew the long sword from his waist, its cold light gleaming, and used the body flicker technique to quickly rush towards the man in black, swinging the sword towards his head. This strike would definitely kill the man, Ryosuke. Facing such an attack, simply turned slightly to the side and dodged it. He then reached out and struck the opponent's sword-wielding arm, snatched the weapon from the opponent's hand, and stabbed the opponent in the heart with a backhand. The Cloud Village ninja instantly screamed in pain, his eyes wide open. "You bastard, you actually killed me." Then his head tilted to the side, and he was dead. Ryosuke's move pierced the opponent's heart directly. The other person died after only a few struggles. He immediately drew his sword, and the Cloud Village ninja collapsed to the ground. All of this happened in an instant, leaving Samui with no time to react. She had never expected that her companion could be killed so easily. Who exactly is this guy? From the way he just attacked, she knew how powerful he was. Even if she wanted to deal with her companions, she couldn't possibly win so easily, let alone kill them with one move. The other Cloud Village ninjas were furious that someone dared to kill their comrade. And one of them even questioned him, "Who are you? How dare you kill someone from our hidden Cloud Village?" Another ninja from Kumagakure drew his sword and said angrily, "Stop wasting time talking to him. Let's take him down together, immediately." The other ninja from Kumagakure also heeded his call and drew their swords. The group rushed toward the man in black with incredible speed, raising their longswords to slash at him. Under such an attack, even if the men in black were strong, they would not be able to escape and would be chopped into mincemeat. Faced with this situation, Ryosuke immediately activated his Sharingan. The attacking Cloud Village ninja's expressions changed slightly upon seeing those eyes. They knew the name of the Sharingan, but since they had already started it was too late to stop. Otherwise, rushing into the other side would be like handing them food. Given how ruthless the other side is, they wouldn't show any mercy in an instant. These Cloud Village ninjas all swung their swords at Ryosuke without hesitation. With the Sharingan's excellent dynamic vision, Ryosuke easily dodged the opponent's attacks and even found an opportunity to kill another Kumagakure ninja. At that moment, Samya, who had been motionless, suddenly moved and launched a surprise attack from behind the man in black. A finely crafted, sharp dagger was thrust directly into the man in black's chest. Since the other party had harmed her companion, she would retaliate in kind, piercing the other party's body in return. However, how could Ryosuke possibly overlook this big-breasted girl? He lightly jumped up and dodged her attack, landing on a tree branch. Samui hadn't expected his attack to be dodged, and asked angrily, "Who exactly are you? Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Having the Sharingan does not necessarily mean you are a member of the Uchiha clan. Unlike the Hyuga clan members, who have the caged bird seal, the Sharingan can still have its eyes gouged out if someone dies on the battlefield. So it's possible that other forces could take them. Chapter 75, he wrote on it. Although Samui said that, his hands did not stop. He directly refined his chakra and then unleashed a lightning slash. The terrifying lightning fox attacked the black-clad man on the tree trunk, regardless of whether the other party is from the Uchiha clan or not. Since they have harmed her comrades, she will absolutely not show any mercy. Ryosuke, who had jumped onto the giant tree branch, lightly swung his sword and cut the lightning arc in two. Although the electric shock made his arm feel a little numb, the numbness disappeared after a second, said with a smile, "You guess." Samui never expected that his rapid lightning slash could be blocked by the opponent under such circumstances. This showed that the other party's strength was definitely no less than hers, and might even have far surpassed hers. So she couldn't help but threaten him. "Damn it, you actually hurt a ninja from Kumagakure. The fourth Raikage will not let you get away with this." Ryosuke, however, dismissed it with disdain. "I'm so scared. You should think about how to protect yourself first." At the same time, he didn't want to get entangled with the other party any further. Looking at the map, it seems we're almost at the border. Border areas are incredibly chaotic. Other people might be passing through there. That wouldn't be a good thing for him. He didn't want his actions to be leaked. He charged straight at the Cloud Village ninjas. These ninjas didn't even seem to be Jonin. They couldn't stop him. Before long, all of them lay dead in pools of blood. Samui was furious, although he tried to catch up and stop him. He was no match for the other man. "You bastard, I won't let you get away with this." Ryosuke, however, had a smile on his face. "You should worry more about yourself." Samui was already extremely angry at this moment. And then he gathered all his energy and chakra. Clouds flow by in an instant. This is her ultimate slash. He instantly rushed towards Uchiha Ryosuke. Launching a sharp slash but was blocked by the man in black. But she did not lose heart and continued to unleash multiple sharp slashes. Determined to avenge her companions, however, all of her attacks were blocked by Ryosuke's knife. With the Sharingan's extreme observational power, the opponent's attack was crystal clear to him. It was fast and powerful, but that was for an ordinary ninja. He didn't feel any pressure and could easily block it. At the same time, concentrated chakra into his eyes, which then turned crimson. The magical shackles technique. Samui was shocked by the opponent's strength. Even when Samui was preparing to attack, Samui was able to block her attack. It's still this relaxed. Such combat power is extremely strong even among the Uchiha clan. But the opponent did not use the clone technique that made Uchiha Shisui famous throughout the ninja world. Could it be the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku? Or perhaps it's people from other forces. As he thought this, he became somewhat dazed, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no, it's an illusion. She was a bit careless, actually forgetting about the Sharingan's famous genjutsu. If she were pulled into the genjutsu, she would be like a lamb to the slaughter. He then attempted to harm himself to disrupt his chakra. But he was too late, stopped just as the knife was on his arm. In an instant, Samui found himself pulled into a red world, where the sky was a dark red. His body was pinned down by 4 nails, and he was unable to move. Her face looked extremely pale. She had fallen under an illusion spell, and without the help of others, she would have no chance of breaking free. Ryosuke then arrived in front of Samui, carefully examining the voluptuous bear before him. Wearing a low-cut fishnet top was indeed very alluring. Samui asked angrily, "Why did you attack us? Even if you're going to kill me, at least let me die knowing why." Ryosuke, however, asked a question in return. "Who said I was going to kill you?" Samui said with an unfriendly expression. "If you didn't want to kill me, why would you kill my companion?" Ryosuke said helplessly. "They were in the way, so I got rid of them first. Actually, I came to give you a gift." Sam couldn't contain his anger and said, "Nonsense, no one gives gifts like that." Ryosuke, however, spoke with a smile on his face. "I overheard your conversation. It seems your hidden Cloud Village is planning to implement that Konoha breeding program. Right, look at the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Isn't it pretty good? It should be considered the #1 bloodline limit in the ninja world. Right, how about I give it to you willingly?" Samui was a little stunned. "What do you mean? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you going to give me your eyes?" Ryosuke immediately shook his head. "Of course not. Didn't you mention the plan for Kumagakure? I can help you complete that plan." Samui understood, so that's how it was. Not knowing if it was true or not for his own safety, he could only go along with what the other person said. "That's not impossible. If you come back to Kumagakure with me, I'll find some beautiful women for you to mate with. In truth, she had no intention of finding village women for this scum to mate with. If she were to return to Kumagakure, she would definitely gather a large number of ninjas and chop this man into 8 pieces, since he had killed so many Kumagakure ninjas. Ryosuke, however, burst into laughter. Why go through all that trouble? There's one right here. Sammy was startled. The chrysanthemums had gone cold. She was well aware of her own looks, especially her figure and large breasts, and how attractive they were to men. Normally, she is extremely proud of her figure, but now it has brought her trouble. Although she could obtain the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, she was unwilling to give up her body for the village. She didn't want to be treated like a toy. He said quickly, "No. There are many more beautiful women in Hidden Cloud Village. They will surely satisfy you." Ryosuke was unwilling to get entangled with the other party any further. He picked the other person up and said with a smile, "I am very satisfied with you. Such a large-breasted beauty is extremely rare in Kumagakure and even in the entire ninja world. And she is also very suitable for reproduction." Samui was shocked. The other person was picking him up. Was he going to do that? He couldn't help but shout angrily, "If you dare do that to me, I will never let you get away with it." Ryosuke, however, didn't care at all. "That's perfect. Since you won't let me go, then I'm even less likely to let you go now." Then they took Samui to a secluded rocky platform on the mountainside, a place where no one would disturb her good time. He took a mat from the ninjutsu sealing scroll and laid it on the ground. Then he gently placed the person in his arms on it. This is also due to the pressure he has been under for a long time. Although Samui was under the illusion, he still felt a chill, and his body trembled involuntarily. "You bastard, how dare you treat me like this?" Ryosuke remained unmoved. The ninja world was indeed dark. If they could lay a hand on Hinata, then he could lay a hand on her too. Chapter 76. You're great. After a day and a night, the sun set in the west and rose again. Ryosuke finally climbed off Samui, completely satisfied. Samui is really amazing. I never imagined her body was so strong. He couldn't help but lean closer and praise her. "You're fine." Samui's face looked even more distressed. "They're still humiliating her now. What a pervert." He even broke the illusion, telling himself that such things should be shared between 2 people, and blindfolded her with a towel so that she could not see the other person's face. Although the illusion was broken and she was able to move again, her vitals were in the hands of her opponent, who was far stronger than her, leaving her completely unable to resist and at his mercy. Seeing that things were done, Ryosuke approached Samui and said, Truly amazing. I look forward to seeing you give birth to a few more Uchiha bloodlines next time we meet. After all, this is also the goal of your Hidden Cloud Village. No need to thank me." Samui was furious. "Thank you, you bastard." This was the purpose of the Hidden Cloud Village. But she had no intention of mating with this guy and giving birth to a member of the Uchiha clan. She said weakly, "Who exactly are you?" Only by knowing the other party's identity will she have a chance to take revenge. The torment endured can only be washed away by taking the other person's life. Ryosuke, however, spoke calmly. "So you really want to know who I am? You'll find out next time I favor you. Bye-bye." He then headed towards Aimgakure instead of returning directly to Konoha. He planned to make a detour before returning to Konoha village. It's best to be cautious. Samui, who stayed behind, felt better after resting for quite a while. The quiet atmosphere told me that the demon had left. By this time her strength had recovered somewhat. Her body, which had been tormented by the other party, was exhausted and unable to withstand the abuse. This guy is a real freak. She couldn't help but touch her stomach. Could she really be pregnant? What should she do then? She felt saddened that she had encountered such a thing. Moreover, this guy didn't tell him his identity before he left. But even if she told them, what good would it do? The other party is so powerful. How could she possibly take revenge on her alone? She also did not intend to report this matter to the 4th Raikage. It's so shameful if the whole village finds out. I'll be disgraced for life and never have the face to show my face in front of anyone again. She sighed inwardly. She never expected that she would be robbed and killed when she returned to the border. Everyone except her was killed, and she was even defiled for a day and a night. How could she explain these things when she returned to the village? We can only take one step at a time. She picked up the clothes that were scattered around her, put them on and carefully tidied herself up. After carefully examining himself to make sure there were no signs of assault, he took another deep breath. Then they headed towards the border, not long after. At the border, they encountered the hidden Cloud Village ninjas who had come to meet them. After telling them what had happened, the hidden Cloud Village ninjas who were there to meet them became very angry. It was immediately proposed that this matter be reported to the Fourth Raikage to thoroughly investigate whether it was done by people from Konoha, or by wandering ninja bandits, or other forces from the border regions. Before leaving, they retrieved the bodies of their companions and brought them back to Kumigakure. One day later, inside the council hall of Union Village, the Fourth Raikage sat in the main seat, listening to Samui's report, his face growing increasingly gloomy, even emanating a terrifying aura that made everyone present feel intense pressure. The Fourth Raikage looked at Samui with barely contained rage. This rage wasn't directed at Samui, but at the person who attacked the Cloud Village ninja. Have you figured out who did it? Was it someone from the Uchiha clan? Samui just mentioned that the person who attacked them has the Sharingan with 3 Tamo. Samui shook his head and said, I don't know. They were all dressed in black hooded clothes and wearing masks, but I could still tell they had Sharingan eyes from under the masks. I managed to escape when they weren't paying attention. Of course. She couldn't say that she had been caught and humiliated for a whole day and night. The Fourth Raikage fell into deep thought. Could it be that the Uchiha clan didn't want to negotiate peace, so they secretly launched an attack to incite conflict between Konoha and Kumigakure so they could reap the benefits? But then I realized that didn't make sense. Samui also mentioned that when they were in Konoha, the Uchiha clan had actively provoked the Kumigakure ninjas, and even threatened to wait for their arrival along with the Hyuga clan. This means that the Uchiha clan will have to participate in the war. He knew that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was not good at the moment, and that if they were to fight a major battle with the Kumigakure clan at this time, it would not be good for the Uchiha clan. This clearly couldn't have been done by someone from the Uchiha clan. If it were someone else, he could deduce it based on the information he had. Someone with the Sharingan immense strength, and even Samui had to run away from him, is certainly no ordinary person. Suddenly, he also thought of that person from the Ninetales attack in Konoha a few years ago, who also possessed the Sharingan. He was also a man in black, as if he had discovered some kind of truth. Chapter 77, I will personally take action. During the Ninetales rampage a few years ago, it seems that a man in black wearing a mask used his Sharingan to control the Ninetales and wreak havoc on Konoha village, causing heavy losses to the village, including the death of the Fourth Hokage. This greatly weakened Konoha's strength, which is why Kumigakure dared to pressure them this time. If his old rival Minato Namikaze were still alive, even if Kumigakure were powerful, they would never have sought to implement the Konoha breeding plan against him, because he had fought Minato Namikaze before, and in a one-on-one fight, he might even lose his life at Minato's hands if he wasn't careful. Thinking of his old rival, he felt a pang of sadness. His strength has increased significantly, and he feels very regretful that he cannot defeat his old rival. From this perspective, it must have been that black man who did it right. That man who called himself Uchiha Madara. But shouldn't Madara Uchiha have died long ago? Even if he were still alive, he would be an extremely old person. Perhaps it is other forces that want to incite a conflict between Konoha and Kumigakure. Among them, Iwagakure village is the most suspicious. This is entirely beneficial to them. We were basically clueless and could only send someone to investigate. He spoke to the head of the Secret Service. Properly bury the fallen ninja of Kumigakure. They are all heroes of the village, at the same time. You must thoroughly investigate this matter, who is truly the mastermind behind it all. The head of the Secret Service nodded and obeyed the order. Yes, Lord Rakage. At the same time, other ninjas also made suggestions. This attack still needs to be investigated before we can find the perpetrator. But Konoha village is being so aggressive this time. Rakage-sama, should we retaliate? Some even made angry suggestions. Lord Rakage, prepare for battle immediately. Our hidden cloud village has never been looked down upon like this before. Konoha village's strength is not what it used to be. If we prepare seriously, we still have a great chance of winning. The four Rakage's faces darkened upon hearing his words. Although he is usually very arrogant, he is not without brains. Both of Konoha's two major clans have come out to fight. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are both formidable, and their bloodline limits are extremely powerful. Facing such a powerful force, the hidden cloud village would likely face a tough battle and might even be at a disadvantage. To deal with these people, the entire village's forces would have to be concentrated, and both sides would likely suffer heavy losses in the ensuing battle. There's still that despicable village of Iwagakure that likes to launch sneak attacks. He was even less willing and dared not launch a large-scale war. At the same time, he was a little helpless. How did these two powerful clans end up together? After the Ninetales attack, the Uchiha clan clearly became estranged from other forces in the village. That old man from the third generation was incredibly weak. Wouldn't it be great if he could step forward and make the decision? This is beneficial to everyone. Kumigakure may be looked down upon, but Konoha will be able to stop the war. It's good for everyone. They are truly weak and incompetent. The other ninja from Kumigakure were still discussing it. The entire conference room was incredibly noisy. The fourth Rakage roared angrily, "Quiet down. It's so noisy. The meeting room has turned into a marketplace. I have my own plans for this incident. I will personally take charge and make them give an explanation. There's no need for a major battle. With his current strength, it's unlikely that anyone in Konoha village can rival him. Even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans could not find an opponent who could rival him. Once he defeats the expert sent by the other side on the spot, it will be enough to intimidate them and make his Cloud Shadow village famous for its strength. According to his plan, this time he could only demand more war reparations. He had no chance of getting the white eyes. The others had no other opinions, because they highly recognized the strength of the fourth Rakage. When the meeting adjourned, Dai Leiying looked at Samui. "Go back and get some rest." Samui panicked and was a little scared, as the other party could see that her body was damaged. Fortunately, there was no follow-up. But when he got back to his room and lay on his bed, the image of that person riding on top of him kept replaying in his mind. It's so embarrassing, she would never let that guy go. Even if she was not as strong as him, she had other methods. Just as she was trying to close her eyes and rest, the door to the room was pushed open, and a woman with short black hair, black skin, and dressed in a black oversized bear outfit walked in. In terms of figure, she is only slightly inferior to the women in Samui. He came in and sat on the edge of the bed. Looking at Samui lying on the bed, he asked with concern, "Sister, are you all right?" She was extremely grateful that her older sister was able to return, instead of sacrificing herself like the other ninja from Kumigakure. When Samui saw his sister arrive, he was heartbroken and threw himself into her arms. Weeping bitterly, "Mabu, I'm back this time. I've been bent over 15 times." Her younger sister Mabui looked utterly astonished, her expression changing drastically as she spoke. "What do you mean, sister? Didn't you escape from the murderer?" A bad feeling crept onto her face. She had never seen her sister like this before. Her sister was known as the Ice Queen of Kumigakure, and nothing could move her. Samui told Mabui everything. She didn't escape-ish, was captured by the black man. Not escaped. The other party let her go so that she could complete the breeding plan and give birth to a member of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the truth, Mabui's face immediately contorted with anger. That despicable guy. Treating you like a breeding machine and even wanting to produce Uchiha bloodlines. He's utterly shameless, sister. You had that kind of physical contact with him. Didn't you even notice what she looked like? Samui said with a grim expression. This vicious bastard actually blindfolded me. I am in hemp clothing, he said angrily. What a despicable, shameless, and vile bastard. This matter must be reported to the fourth Reikage, who should mobilize a large number of people to investigate this person's identity and make sure he is torn to pieces. Samui hurriedly replied. No, if this gets out in the village, I'll lose all my face. I'll become the laughingstock of the whole village. Mabuai also sighed. What her sister said was indeed true. Are we just going to let this guy go so easily? My sister has been bent over so many times. There's a good chance she's pregnant. She could only say helplessly, Sister, why don't you have the baby? Give birth to a kid with Uchiha blood. And then take revenge on them. Chapter 78, The Method to Awaken the Sharingan with the Manjikaiwu Sharingan. Sam's expression changed drastically. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if I had a child, I wouldn't want it. How could I possibly give birth to the child of such a despicable and shameless person? Itari said comfortingly. Sister, you can't let this go to waste. If you have a child, it will be your offspring, and perhaps even carry the blood of the Uchiha clan. In that case, sister, you'll have greatly helped the village increase its strength. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan was originally a family from our land of lightning, but they were tricked by the Senju clan into leaving the land of lightning and going to Konoha. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the linen clothes seemed. Their eyes lit up. Although their sister had suffered so much, they couldn't let it all go to waste. They had to gain something, like a member of the Uchiha clan. That way, the Reikage village would have its own Uchiha clan in the future. Wouldn't that be the best gain? Sammy rolled her eyes at her. I don't want to. If you want to have a baby, go ahead and have one. And you might not even get pregnant. If she got pregnant from what that man in black did, she would be even more furious. Mabui sighed. Anger had actually turned her sister into this. Where was the image of the icy beauty she once was? This completely shattered his sister's psychological defenses. Now she doesn't want to force her sister to change her mind anymore. It's understandable that my sister can't accept it right away. But we need to persuade her properly. She must give birth to an Uchiha clan member so that the bloodline can continue in Reikage village and potentially become another powerful Uchiha clan. Moreover, this clan is still under the control of the two sisters. On the other side, after finishing his business, Ryosuke quickly returned to Konoha village. He needed to properly train in the 5th gate of the 8 gates to improve his strength. With just one more gate, it would be invincible in the early stages. The travel and piston-like movements during those 3 days all improved his physical attributes and chakra levels. It should be easier to break through to the 5th gate now. Just as he was about to begin his cultivation, a member of his clansmen appeared in the courtyard with a respectful expression. Uchiha Ryosuke is no longer the person with a terrible reputation as before, but another member of the clan who can carry the clan's banner. Just like Uchiha Shisui, however unlike Shisui, they were not part of the Dark Guard, which made their people trust them even more. Ryosuke saw the person and asked him, "What brings you here?" The tribesman immediately said, "The clan chief requests your presence at the shrine." Ryosuke was surprised that it was the clan leader who was looking for him. What could it be about? I happened to have something to discuss with the other party as well. On his way back, he saw that the villagers all looked at him with disapproval, and some even with resentment. He even overheard the villagers talking about how the Uchiha clan was disrupting the village's peace and stability, which was a terrible reputation for the Uchiha clan. The war of public opinion is really too important. How can the clan leader not take any action? He's been gone for 3 days. He still needs to cultivate and improve his strength. And this kind of thing must be done by someone else. Okay, I'll be there. Uchiha Ryosuke got up and headed towards the shrine to the north, which was located halfway up the mountain. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha was already waiting here. He had previously sacrificed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to activate the abilities of his eyes, looking into the future to see what the future held for the Uchiha clan. Between his family and himself, he still valued the fate of his family more. Based on the fragments he saw, the Uchiha clan successfully overthrew the third Hokage's rule in the future. And the leader was none other than Uchiha Ryosuke. Truly a genius in the future. He had indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan became the rulers of the village, restoring the clan's glory and even surpassing the era of Madara Uchiha. Soon after footsteps approached and, upon turning around, a smile immediately spread across his face. Ryosuke, I've called you here today to tell you a secret, the secret of how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The 3-Tamo Sharingan is not the pinnacle of the Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan is. Ryosuke didn't expect the other party to bring up such a thing as soon as he arrived. Actually, what the other party said was not right. In fact, the 9-Tamo Rinnegan is the pinnacle. Let's hear what the other party has to say next. Fugaku Uchiha continued, actually, I've already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He then focused his chakra into his pupils and instantly activated the 3-Tamo Sharingan. Immediately afterward, the 3-Tamo Sharingan in his pupils transformed into the shape of shuriken. This is my Mangekyo Sharingan, surpassing even the 3-Tamo Sharingan. Ryosuke looked at the Mangekyo Sharingan, which didn't seem to have any luster. In fact, they were rather dim. My pupil power is insufficient. Why is that? I can't help it, Fugaku said helplessly. Actually, I used these Mangekyo Sharingan to see fragments of the future. In the future, you will lead the Uchiha clan back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. The price was the depletion of a lot of my eye power. Actually, after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, I was also able to see the contents of the stone tablet at our shrine. The Uchiha clan is a descendant of the Sage of 6 Paths, and it is right for the Uchiha clan to rule Konoha. We should be the clan standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. It also mentions the method of awakening the Sharingan. Witnessing the loss of a loved one will cause the Sharingan to evolve, enabling the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The reason he planned to inform the other party of this method in advance was, of course, the other party has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although this method is a bit hard to accept, the other party has also awakened it. Whether it's possible to achieve prosperity for one's clan depends on the other party's decision. Ryosuke frowned. Why was the other person telling him this? Do you really want him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and harm his own family? This is just too ridiculous. It's not enough to hurt your loved ones. You also need to evoke strong emotions. Only then is it possible to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Currently it's possible that it involves Uchiha Izumi, Kurenai Yuhi and his grandfather Uchiha Shin. But he would never choose to do that. Power lies in protecting the people he cares about, not in gaining power by harming them. What use would power gained that way be? He said calmly. Okay, I understand. Fugaku was a little surprised. Shouldn't the other party be happy or surprised? Forget it. This kind of thing is difficult to do. And maybe the other person is struggling with it right now. It's best not to force the other person now. Let them handle it themselves, he spoke. Actually, I wanted you to take on the position of clan leader. Chapter 79, Spreading the Truth. In the glimpse of the future, he saw Ryosuke Uchiha was the one who would lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. He felt incredibly frustrated and incompetent as the clan leader, forced by the Konoha leadership to relocate the entire clan territory. It was a humiliating experience from beginning to end, but he was powerless to do anything about it. With Ryosuke by his side, he can finally relax. He did not covet the position of clan chief. The position should be filled by someone with the ability. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Ryosuke quickly waved his hand and said, "Chief, there's no need. You did a great job. I have no intention of becoming the clan leader. In fact, strength is the foundation for establishing oneself in the ninja world. Although he is now close to being invincible in the early stages, he has not yet established himself at the true pinnacle of the ninja world and still needs to improve his strength. Why would he be interested in meddling in the trivial matters of the clan? Don't be fooled by the fact that his current abilities are already enough to deal with the threat of extermination of his clan, and even to handle enemies within Konoha village. However, looking at the entire ninja world, there are people like Nagato Pain of the Akatsuki with his Rinnegan, as well as the traitor Obito Black Zetsu who saved his mother, Madara Uchiha, and even Kaguya, none of whom he can easily deal with now. He must improve his strength, but there's no rush, because there's still time for him to improve. Fugaku hadn't expected that the other party wouldn't want the important position of clan leader. It seemed that he really wasn't the kind of person who coveted power. One's eyes don't lie, Ryosuke spoke up at that moment. "Clan leader, there's something else I want to tell you. Why hasn't the truth about the failed peace negotiations been spread throughout the village, so that all the villagers know the truth?" Fugaku Uchiha asked, somewhat puzzled. "Is this necessary? What the villagers think doesn't really matter, does it?" Ryosuke's eyes widened. How could it be unrelated? Konoha village is the place where our Uchiha clan has made its home. The villagers' gossip will inevitably affect how the ninjas view us. If everyone in the village hates our clan, how can the Uchiha clan live comfortably? Fugaku Uchiha thought that what the other party said made some sense. "Okay, I'll have someone spread this message immediately. But I think even if the villagers knew about this, they might not agree with what you did." Ryosuke was very satisfied with Fugaku's actions and said slowly, "There may be a group of selfish people who like to save their own lives at the expense of others. But not everyone is that selfish. There will still be others who think we did the right thing. Handing over our own people to the enemy to appease their anger, that's utterly shameful." Fugaku Uchiha was roused. It was indeed a disgrace. If Konoha was disgraced, the Uchiha clan who were part of it would naturally feel ashamed as well. Ryosuke, seeing that the other party had agreed to his suggestion, prepared to leave. "Chieftain, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Improving one's own abilities is the right path." Fugaku naturally had nothing more to say to the other party, so he let Ryosuke go back. Watching Ryosuke's departing figure, he felt relaxed all over. The future of the Uchiha clan was very promising. From now on, we should follow Uchiha Ryosuke's lead. He is the hope of the clan. He just needed to do what Liang instructed. With a genius like Shishui and the family, how could the family not prosper after leaving the shrine? Ryosuke went straight to his room and began his training. With practiced skill, he instantly opened all 4 gates of chakra, his chakra surging and his body exuding a powerful aura. The next step was to attempt the 5th gate, the Dew Gate. He gathered his chakra once more and attacked the gate of death located in the middle of his spine. And the familiar pain returned. However, this time the pain was slightly less. Although it was only a slight pain, it allowed Ryosuke to carry out an even more intense assault. If it didn't work the first time, he would refine his chakra and try again and so on, until he had tried more than 10 times, with a bang. The gate of death opened and chakra surged even more. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from Ryosuke, scattering all the items in the room and even causing the entire room to shake. It was only after that thing stabilized. He felt the power surging within him. Although it was stronger than before, he didn't feel the same power he had when he was at his peak. Having opened all 7 gates at his peak, Might Guy opening the 7th gate was enough to contend with Madara Uchiha in 6 paths. Their speeds were comparable, and he could even suppress Madara. However, he wasn't that powerful. opening 5 gates of the Dew Gate increases strength by 5 times, while opening 7 gates provides a 30-fold increase. Although his base physical attributes are higher, a 5x boost is still not as good as the 30x boost from peak Kai opening 7 gates. Opening 6 gates increases the power tenfold, and he now feels that he is stronger than Kai at his peak when he has opened 6 gates. If Might Guy at his peak opened the 6th gate, he would be able to defeat Kasame Hashigaki, a ninja from Kirigakure in the original story. Kasame Hashigaki was undoubtedly a cage-level ninja, and he was even able to suppress his opponent in the battle against the Eight Tails. If he is now even stronger than Guy, who has opened 6 gates, it is enough to prove that he is moving towards becoming a super cage. It's no longer an ordinary cage-level character. It can even easily defeat ordinary cage-level characters. Logically speaking, even though Itachi Uchiha has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and has a bit of a cage-level presence, his overall strength is only slightly stronger than a cage-level ace. He was only able to ruthlessly annihilate his clan because of the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan. To kill so many powerful members of a clan, using the Mangekyou Sharingan would naturally consume a great deal of ocular power. It's probably because the other person's Mangekyou Sharingan went blind. In order to exterminate his clan, he spared no expense and used his eye power without restraint, which led to his blindness. What a cruel person. He should have a good chance of winning against his opponent now, even if he could persuade Shisui. And Shisui didn't die at Danzo's hands. Then this traitor might not be able to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if the other party harbors thoughts of annihilating his clan, he can definitely turn that guy into a pulp. Might Guy, who once opened all 6 gates, was already able to unleash his ultimate move. Morning Peacock. The high-speed straight punch generates flames through friction with the air, and the shockwave and flames created by hitting the air are used to deliver continuous blows to the opponent. The heat from the Morning Peacock attack was so great that it could evaporate the lake-like water created by Kasame Hashigaki's water burst wave. This move is quite powerful, and Ryosuke plans to develop it further when he has time. Since Kai has only opened 5 gates so far, he probably doesn't know this move yet. But its power is indeed quite great. He opened 5 gates. Yet he was even stronger than Kai, who opened 6 gates. There was no reason why he couldn't learn this move. Chapter 80, opening the 5th gate. Just then, the door to his room opened. An elderly man with white hair walked into his room. Ryosuke, what are you doing? Why are you making such a commotion? When he entered the house, he saw that everything inside was blown into a mess. It looked as if they had just been in a fierce fight. However, his grandson exuded an extremely powerful aura, which shocked him. He already knew that he was practicing the 8 gates formation at home, so he didn't care. After all, he knew about this technique. It was extremely difficult to master, and some people even spent their entire lives trying to learn it without ever getting a foothold. The powerful aura emanating from Ryosuke now makes him think that he must have cultivated to the 6th level or higher. Otherwise, how could he have such a strong aura? He was also puzzled. Could the 8 gates formation be mastered so quickly? When Ryosuke saw his grandfather enter, he stopped refining his chakra. The 5 gates closed instantly, and his aura vanished in an instant. Grandpa, what brings you here? Of course. It came over because it sensed the noise coming from your room. The elder explained. I never imagined you'd become so powerful. Which gate of the 8 gates have you opened yet? Uchiha Ryosuke had no reason to hide it from his grandfather, so he said casually, the 5th gate has been opened. The grand elder's eyes widened. Was the 5th gate already so imposing, with such an aura? He had thought the 6th gate was about to open, although he hadn't seen many people practice this technique. Normally, the 5th gate shouldn't be this powerful. Sigh. Ryosuke probably won't talk to me, so he must have really reached the 5th gate. I didn't expect the 5th gate to have such power. Could it be that Ryosuke possesses extraordinary physical talent, or even the kind of physical master that is rare to see once in 100 or even 1,000 years. For the fifth gate to possess such power, the reason must be an extremely strong body. Considering that, during the previous clan meeting, Ryosuke used taijutsu to send Uchiha Itachi flying. It proves that Ryosuke's taijutsu is indeed very powerful. Despite his young age, Itachi Uchiha's taijutsu is such that even against a Jonin, he wouldn't be at a significant disadvantage. He couldn't believe that the Uchiha clan had produced such a taijutsu prodigy. It was truly a blessing for the clan. He looked at Ryosuke and said seriously, "Ryosuke, don't you dare open the 8th gate." His eyes even held a pleading tone. What did opening the 8th gate mean? It meant death. He didn't want to bury his child. Ryosuke sensed his grandfather's wish and quickly agreed. Actually, I'm afraid of dying myself, so I won't open the 8 gates. He truly values his own life and wouldn't seek death unless his body is strong enough to open all 8 gates without hindrance. Opening the 8 gates is something that allows a mortal to rival an immortal. Frankly, it's impossible for him not to have such thoughts. By the time he is able to open all 8 gates, his physical strength will probably already be extremely high. Even when his physical strength reaches a terrifying level, he might be able to survive the initial 8 gates. After Ulhai's future enemy might be the Otsutsuki clan, unless he's willing to be eaten. This is of course impossible, perhaps in the future. When faced with a life-or-death crisis, he will still activate the 8 gates formation. Because if we consider his future physical attributes, with all 8 gates open, it's possible for him to even kill a god. The location to open the 8th gate is at the heart. The heart is of paramount importance. It is the lifeblood of a person. If all 8 gates were opened, the instantaneous surge in power would be at least 100 times greater. Most people's bodies cannot withstand it, let alone a part of the heart, but he is different. As his attributes increase, his heart also strengthens, something others cannot do. Perhaps Ryosuke really has a chance to open the 8 gates and survive. The elder felt a little relieved when he saw that his grandson had agreed. Okay, then you should train hard. He then left, having no objection to his grandson exercising inside the house. Because the Uchiha clan was constantly monitored by Anbu agents around their clan. The next day, Fugaku Uchiha spread the real reason why the peace talks between Kumigakure and Konoha had failed. Such news certainly attracted a lot of attention from the villagers. Soon, the whole village knew the full story. It turned out to be an envoy from Kumigakure who tried to kidnap the young lady of the Hyuga clan, but was killed by the head of the Hyuga clan. The Kumigakure ninja even demanded that the Hokage give them an explanation and hand over the murderer. The Uchiha clan members resisted the unreasonable demands of the Hidden Cloud village. The third Hokage advocated using village ninjas as scapegoats to quell the anger of the Hidden Cloud village, attempting to maintain peace and restore the village's tranquility. The whole village was in an uproar upon hearing this news. The villagers learned the truth, and so did the ninjas. Even after some villagers learned of this, they still felt it was the Uchiha clan's fault, believing that their strength was the reason the peace talks failed. They certainly don't like war, because it would cost them money and lives. Although it was the Cloud Village's fault, negotiating peace was the most important thing, and the third Hokage's decision was correct. Which is more important, sacrificing one person to maintain the peace of the entire village? Besides, the person who died was someone unrelated to them. Even a ninja's mission is to maintain the peace of the village. Isn't it? Isn't now the time for them to sacrifice themselves? Of course, a large number of people were indignant, as it was clearly a trick by the Hidden Cloud village. They felt deeply ashamed, realizing they had slandered the Uchiha clan, only to discover that the Uchiha clan had actually spoken out for justice, and that they weren't even the culprits. A large number of people still understand why the Uchiha clan did what they did. When they heard the news, they were furious. The envoy from Kumigakure, who had kidnapped the Hyuga clan's young lady, had been killed. And he deserved it. The Hyuga clan is a prominent ninja family in Konoha, And the Hidden Cloud Village's goal is precisely to seize the Hyuga clan's bloodline. If they were to obtain the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, wouldn't that greatly enhance the strength of Kumagakure? That would greatly increase the opponent's strength. And with those despicable and shameless people from Kumagakure, they would be even more likely to attack Konoha, finally. They shamelessly demanded that the third Hokage hand over the murderer, which was even more shameless. Shouldn't it be Konoha village that should be held responsible? If they had followed the third Hokage's advice, they might have achieved peace. But they would have completely lost face for Konoha. Chapter 80, one Asma returns. Might guy who was training alone naturally heard the news, and a smile appeared on his face. I initially thought Ryosuke was the kind of impulsive and reckless person who would disrupt the peace of the village. But it seems the previous information was incomplete and even somewhat misleading. He is now in a very good mood and has even more motivation to cultivate. His thinking was very simple. To protect the village meant to protect the people in the village. Since they had done nothing wrong, why should innocent people be sacrificed? This was illogical and violated his belief in protecting the village. The belief his father instilled in him was not about sacrificing his own people to achieve peace. He was right about Ryosuke. He was a true protector of the village. The third Hokage was furious in his office. The matter had also reached his ears. How did the truth of this matter get out? Wouldn't that damage his glorious image as Hokage? He felt that what he did was not very good, but what could he do? The Hidden Cloud Village is so powerful and aggressive, even wanting to restart the war, which could result in the Hidden Leaf Village being crippled. Sacrificing one ninja is no big deal, is it, in his mind? There was no better way. Any other method would have resulted in even more deaths. Of course, didn't want to go to the front lines either. He hadn't been on the battlefield for many years. Moreover, none of his most prized disciples are currently in the village. Orochimaru has already defected. He was one of Orochimaru's most valued disciples. Thinking of this, he felt a little sad. As for Tsunade, she suffers from hemophobia and can no longer be a ninja. She is already disabled. It is unknown how long it will take to cure her hemophobia. Jiraiya even abandoned his duty as a ninja to protect the village and went traveling all over the world.